1 minute? Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and get started. The time is 6:31. I'm calling the second budget hearing of the Miami Lakes Town Council to order at 6:31 p.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll, and if everyone can please cease your conversations. Everyone, please cease your conversations. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Garcia,
Present.
Councilmember Hersberg,
Present.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Present.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia, Councilmember Sanchez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Morera,
Here.
Mayor Diegues.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. We did the pledge already in the invocation before, but let's go ahead and do it again. This time, Councilman Fernandez, please lead us in the pledge. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Please bow your heads. Thank you. You may be seated. Council, we are now on the order of business. Are there any additions, deferrals, or deletions? Any modifications at all to the agenda? All right, seeing none, we are now in public comments. Madam Clerk, please read the rules into the record.
Good evening and welcome to the second budget hearing. All public comments will be heard at the beginning of the meeting, and once all are heard, public comments will be closed. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to speak. I also welcome if we have any participants online. If you as always, if you wish to speak, you just have to raise your hand by clicking on the reactions item and selecting raise hand, and IT will let you in. And if you're calling as well to participate via phone, please raise your hand by pressing hashtag number 9, and IT will allow you to speak. All comments and questions from the attending public should always be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone, and no clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outburst in support of or in opposition to a speaker or her remarks shall be permitted. Welcome to the meeting, and if you're here for public comments, please just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and we will provide you 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In keeping with past protocol, and I see the crowd of familiar faces, remember you can come up to the mic at any time. Just please give us your name and number. Who would like to speak first? Going once, going twice. Okay, there we go. We don't bite, I promise.
There you go. Perfect. Good evening, Madam Clerk, Mayor, council members. Darwin Villavicencio, 13984 Lake George Court, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33014. Town resident for a little bit over 15 years. Ladies and gentlemen, public safety is what I breathe. For some of you who have known me, I've been blessed with 2 wonderful careers. At times, people ask me, Darwin, which one do you like more? All right. I'm a Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. Currently, I hold the rank of captain, but I started my career in law enforcement. I'm going on a little bit of 30 years. I'm currently a detective part-time with the Village of Virginia Gardens. And the reason I say that is because, again, that's dear and near to me, public safety, okay? With that said, I see the real value in what the Public Safety Committee does. We have priority of informing the public to prevent mistakes occurring like a I've seen too many times in my professional life. For example, the event at Station 4. I recognize some of you being there. 64, Station 64, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Station 64. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, to me, it was slam dunk. It was an excellent event. This event only possibly saved many lives, some of the stuff that we were doing there. You know, some of the stuff that we brought from our public safety with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. Other events, Coffee with a Cop, again. Understand that event obviously is sponsored at times by the establishment itself, but what we want to do now as far as the car show, it's going to be our first year, and we really, really, really need your support. And I get it. I face it on both sides, police and fire, finances, but we really need you guys, as far as the budget, to approve that, please, because again, we have a lot at stake. We have vendors already. Myself, I reached out to the fire department, to the police department. We have different assets. So please, we ask of you to help us out in that sense to make this event possible. As far as the dates and stuff like that, hey, that's something that maybe next year we could, we'll reevaluate. But we definitely need your support. Again, I can't stress the importance of that. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Welcome, Giancarlo.
Giancarlo Rodriguez, 7201 Miami Lakes Drive, public safety member as well. Public safety is something. We had 3054 police campaign recently and reached over 5,000 views on Instagram alone. Many residents responded by informing us that they even did not know the number existed. We were extremely supportive of the outreach. We are not stopping there. We have created over 500 magnets to give out at our next Coffee with a Cop and Card for Heroes event to make sure that the number is nearby when a non-emergency arises. We, together with MDCSO, did an event here at Miami Lakes Chamber for Law Enforcement Awareness Month to extend our outreach to businesses on accomplishments of our sheriff's office and our awareness campaign. Our communications department has been very supportive with these and other initiatives, but we are sometimes need to do videos productions to add extra impact to our audience. Please support our funding, where we will bring these opportunities more to our town residents. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi. I'm Nancy Rogers, past chair of the Public Safety Committee. Proud to have passed it on to Carlos, who's going to make your head spin with all the activities that we have planned, because he's going to move this committee back onto the map where it belongs. As you all know, public safety runs very deep in my life, with my husband, who is a Metro-Dade police sergeant, and working in law enforcement. The Public Safety Committee has accomplished so much. We have provided challenge coins to those who work in both police and fire, which brings a deep connection to our town. These were also given to kids for performing a good act in our community and instill appreciation for those kids to grow up to be good adults. The campaign for Drive Like Your Kids Live Here was very instrumental to our neighborhoods and united people for one, involvement in their events, provide different resources for kids and parents, which makes a difference. We are at the tipping scale right now after a successful year and need your support to take our committee to the next level. Please support our funding, where we will bring these opportunities and more to town residents. That was written for me, obviously, because I needed it. And now I'm going to add my own 25 cents worth. I want you to meet our new chair of the Public Safety Committee. This kid has ideas. He's going to move this town along with what needs to be done while I sit on my hands. I'm going to tell you right now, listen to what he has, his ideas. He's going to move us in an area where the residents can come back to feeling safe again. Thank you.
Okay, Carlos Andres, 14530 Date Pine Avenue. Okay, thank you, Nancy. Listen, it takes a village and a great committee to make these events possible. Now, what you heard here, well, first before I start, I want to thank the councilmen that have helped, with the funding. I know it's been a difficult year and getting us funded for next year, town management as well. Now, what you heard here, tonight, and what you've heard before is public safety. Public safety is a very common ground for all of us. You hear it from residents. And really, we should be part of that conversation as well at the Public Safety Committee level. Why? Because like our Councilman Sanchez said last meeting, we bring that extra personal experience to our residents, and that can be seen with the different events that we've held in the last year. Now, essentially, what has happened leading to today was that we saw that we have a show to put together, and the expenses, and we are presented you all with a profit for that event, and it's still a profit. We're actually doing very well with fundraising. But what we've done is, in this fiscal year, we have requested, town management to pay vendors. And the vendors that we've approved for payment equal a total of $3,000. Those $3,000 is what we have in our budget. We're not asking for more money. So we've been declined for those $3,000 to be paid for vendors. Because of the premise that, this is a next fiscal year event. I know, talking to many people that do events for the town, that vendors for events are paid in advance. We have multiple people, as you all know, the trash, the folks that do the porta potties, et cetera, that, get paid. So we're simply, at the very minimum, what we're asking is to get these vendors paid so that next year, when we start getting those sponsorship dollars in, and this is strictly just because of timing, those sponsorship dollars are coming in. We have right now committed $4,700 of sponsors. And that $4,700 does not include an extra $700 that I just got through email a few hours ago. All right? And our estimated expenses that we have are $4,500. And those $4,500 of expenses are, not including, whatever we're going to donate to the organizations for fire and cops. But again, we're just asking for a simple ask to get these vendors paid in this fiscal year. If that cannot happen for whatever policy, then you know what? We should really be entitled to those funds to be carried forward to the following year. To finish my point, Major Gonzo was reached out by Chief Abel Fernandez and myself about a campaign for key fob safety for pouches that protect that signal. Well, guess what? That campaign costs money, and it will save people's cars from being stolen. That's just one example of the many things we can do.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
are you going to be here throughout the budget?
Yes, I
hearing?
am.
Okay, perfect. So we'll come back to you in that point because I have some questions for the manager on that. But yes, so just stick around.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Next public speaker. All right. Madam Clerk, anyone online wishing to speak? Actually, before you go there, we do have to, no, come on up. Yeah, it seems we have at least one, maybe two speakers still. The AC, as you can see, is fixed now.
All right. Can you pull the mic down?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, there you go. Please speak into the mic and name and address, please.
Yes. Okay. Hi, my name is Esther Lemy, and I live in, I have to say my address, right?
Or if you are law enforcement or a first
Uh,
responder, then you're exempt, but otherwise, we ask that you please provide the address.
Yeah, also my address is 8854 Northwest 154 Terrace here in Miami Lakes. So I'm a parent, a teacher, and a proud citizen of Miami Lakes, and I'm here on behalf of the Education Advisory Board. I've been a member just for a few months, but I wanted to let you know today everything that we do for the education of our kids or our students here in Miami Lakes. So the Education Advisory Board does, So first we support the library, the Friends of the Library, and the other day they said that this summer they were recognized for the support that they provide for the youth of the town. Also, we support the 3 schools that we have here in Miami Lakes. Actually, we support the vocabulary courses, the robotics. I don't know if you're aware that Bob Graham was able to launch the robotics program thanks to the money that we were funding them, is one of the two schools that we have in the whole district of Miami-Lake it has had a A rating for 20 years, so we should be very proud of the school here. And also, we also celebrate the Awards of Excellence at the end of the school year for the students and teachers here in Miami Lakes. So I'm a citizen too, and I understand that you had to be very responsible with the fundings that we have. I don't want my taxes to be increased, but I just wanted to let you know how we support the education here in the town of Miami Lakes, and if you can please consider the cuts that you're gonna make, we would really appreciate it. Thank you for everything that you do in the town.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Luces, please come on up.
Good evening. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Omar, thank you for the AC. Feels nice in here. Yes, no. Thank you so much. All right, and I'm sure you guys feel comfortable too. Okay, so on the issue of the budget, which is obviously what you guys are going to be discussing here today, I know that all of you have been working very, very hard going through this budget, trying to figure out really what are the wants and needs, as that was the conversation that took place last meeting. Looked up the word subsidy, just because I thought it was important to understand this. Sum of money granted by the government or a public body to assist in an industry or business so that the price of a commodity or service may remain low or competitive. We tend to subsidize a lot of things, okay? We have to look at things that are obviously beneficial to this town. I was in the Grove over the weekend, and I have my friends telling me, hey, what's going on with Miami Lakes? It's on fire. I said, yeah, we're having a bit of a tax issue right now. They don't understand it. I said, well, neither do I. I said, but they're working on it. We are the talk of the county. And the reality is, okay, you guys, as elected officials, have to make some difficult decisions. Sometimes you just have to say no. You know I'm a member of the EAB, okay? You just had someone come and talk. I was like, see Councilman Moreno's face. I've already said my piece, okay, on the EAB. The only thing that I will tell you when considering this or not considering this is if we are going to take the stance that we are going to just focus in on the Miami Lakers, then you know what? That stance should go across the board. It shouldn't just be the EAB. You need to start to look at all of the other programs as well and really just concentrate on the Miami Laker, okay? And I'm gonna refer to the Optimist Park. I don't know, I haven't seen the budget as of late because it's been a little bit crazy. But, one of the things that I know was on there was, us subsidizing what was the background checks for the coaches at Optimus. I don't know if it's still there. I really hope it's not. Thank you, Councilman Garcia. For the simple reason, again, that we should not continue to incur costs that really should be passed on to those individuals who actually enjoy and benefit from the service, especially when they're not Miami Lakers. Lots of people are watching, okay? And I know you had an elderly person, a senior person here. Can I have just 10 more
Yes.
seconds? Thank you. Who was here in the audience last time, talking about the increase in taxes. Article in the Herald about people, going homeless because they can't handle tax increases. Garbage has gone up. Everything is going up. Please be mindful. You guys don't have to increase taxes for the Miami Lakes taxpayer. You guys may be well off. You may be young. You still may be able to, no, you are young. You can still earn a living. There's a lot of seniors in this community that cannot. You have to keep them in mind as well. Okay? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers here in chambers wishing to come up to the microphone? Please come up.
First and foremost, thank you guys so much for responding to my emails in the last 2 weeks. To be honest with you guys have to do the right thing. Oh, sorry, Jose Zelaya, 6725 Orchid Drive. I mean, honestly, guys, these are all hard, decisions that you guys have to make. And the truth is, some of the rollbacks and some of the one-time transfers has set us, to deal with this today. I understand, the word taxes is a bad word, but I think you guys are all pressed to do the right thing as far as this budget. I mean, I couldn't stress any more in my emails to all of you to look at all of these little small factors. At the end of the day, this is our home. At the end, for me, it's my home value, my investment is in your hands in the future of this town and the way it operates. Like I said in my email today, none of us are using our, we're not using borrowed money or savings to pay for our daily expenses. And I don't think the town should do the same. So thank you guys for responding to me and acknowledging my voice via email, and I truly appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much, Jose. Any other speakers? Going once, going twice? All right. Mr.
Mayor?
Lasso.
Oh, we have
Good afternoon. George Lazo, 8808 Northwest, 143rd Terrace, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33018. Honorable Mayor, members of the Town Council, Mr. Town Manager, distinguished Madam Clerk, I will be very brief, so I won't need a motion for extension this time. Just wanted to basically lay out the groundwork since this came up since the first hearing. I know you guys made tremendous progress as far as the issue of trying to lower the property taxes. I know it's hard work. I know you guys spend a lot of time working on this issue, on this matter of grave importance. You know what my stance on this issue was. I'm certain that maybe there's a possibility, it's up to you, and maybe we can do a little bit better. It depends on, many factors, but that's up to you to determine and decide what factors to take into consideration for this evening. Also, wanted to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, your diligence, and makes me proud to be a Miami Laker, standing before you and giving me the opportunity to voice my concerns. So, I'll be looking forward to attending more meetings, not only with regards to this issue, but we have a lot of issues that are of grave importance to the town. And I want to be a part of that process and also participate and share my concerns as well. And also a big shout, how you gonna shout it? To law enforcement. Many people really, they don't mention the hard work and dedication that law enforcement officers do throughout the town. So, especially along Northwest 154th Street with the traffic issues and so forth. So, kudos to them. They're doing a terrific job. With that being said, you have my address. You know where I live. Feel free to come by the house. At least say hello. Don't wait till the elections come up and knock on the door. George, how are you? Let me have a bottle of water. No. You're free to come anytime. Mi casa es su casa. Okay? And we'll share and compartir a little bit. Take care. God bless.
Thank you, George. You'll be happy to hear, George, that the manager and I were in your neighborhood recently, trying to resolve issues. We've identified a few trees that were knocked over in the swales that we have to put upright, among other things. But we'll come by with some café con leche and some pastelitos to enjoy with you. All right, any other speakers here in chambers? Okay, seeing none.
feel like the pallet of water comment was towards me.
With that said,
Mayor.
all right, Madam Clerk, anyone online?
Yes. No one online, no participants. However, I did receive, I don't know, maybe 2 hours ago, and I shared with all of you via email, a written public comment from Ms. Lynn Matos in regards to staff, the serving cost of living increase. So you all have it, and thank you. I just wanted to put that for the record.
Okay, excellent. With that, public comments is now closed. Council, we are now on item 7A, which are ordinances on second reading, which are public hearings. This is the ordinance adopting the millage rate for fiscal year 2025-26. Mr. Attorney, please read the ordinance into the record.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, adopting the millage rate of the Town of Miami Lakes for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026, pursuant to Section 200.065 Florida statutes, providing for directions to tax collector, providing for notice, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Point of order.
Mayor, I have
Eh,
the budget statement that I got to read
Yes,
into the
yeah,
record.
read the statement, and then we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Okay. The proposed millage rate for the Town of Miami Lakes fiscal year 2025-26 is 2.2459. This rate is an increase of 0.1727 over the prior year rate of 2.0732. The gross taxable value for operating purposes is $5,242,062,899. The proposed millage rate will generate $11,184,492 in ad valorem revenue, budgeted at 95% collection rate. The proposed millage rate of 2.2459 is 15.8% above the rolled back rate of 1.9400.
Okay, with that, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to table item 7A until after consideration of 7B.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and 7A is deferred until after consideration of item 7B. With that, 7B, ordinance approving and adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. Mr. Attorney, please read the ordinance into the record.
All right. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing we did the last time.
That is
All right.
correct.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving and adopting the budget for the Town of Miami Lakes for fiscal year 2025-2026, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for carryover of funds, providing for the incorporation of the adopted capital budget as the capital improvement element of the comprehensive plan, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, to get us in the proper posture for discussion, I need a movement and a second. I'll go ahead and move it. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Garcia. With that, we are in discussion, beginning with Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again. It's been a long process. I want to thank the staff for everything they've done. I think this is the right posture to go over, again, in the second reading here, trying to find more cuts to see how we can lower the millage rate as far as possible. I want to start with a couple things. I want to start with, instead of going line by line, I just want to jump to a couple things. The cost of living adjustments for the council. I don't know if they're still there, but I'd like to make an amendment to remove that for us. I don't think we should have a cost of living adjustment or any type of increase in anything we're getting. I don't know if that's been removed or not. Has that been removed? That was already removed? Perfect.
It's on page 31, the first line
No, it
item.
is not. It's against the charter to do that.
Hold on, one at a time. Mr. Attorney, can you please address this? I believe you've addressed it before, but my understanding is that per the charter, the idea is that the council compensation can be increased, but it cannot be reduced.
I've got to look at it off the top of my
Okay.
head. I don't think you're wrong, but I've got to look at it.
Deputy Town
even for
Attorney, do
going
you
the
have an
percentage?
answer to that?
Point of clarification, Mayor.
He's pulling it up.
So while he pulls that up, I'll allow the Vice Mayor to go. Oh, you have it?
Yeah,
Okay.
section 2.6A, council members shall serve without compensation. Council members and the mayor shall receive a payment in the amount of $400 per month as reimbursement for expenses incurred in the performance of their official duties. This payment shall be increased but not decreased annually in an amount equal to the percentage increase, if any, in the consumer price index for the Miami area, all categories. And then section B is the council may by ordinance establish a salary for the mayor. That's it.
Okay.
So
Sounds to
there's
me
no
like you can't.
recourse? Oh.
Sounds to me
Hold on,
like you're
hold
not
on.
allowed to
One
do
at
it.
a time, Mr. Attorney.
It sounds to me like you're not allowed to do it. From what he
Okay,
just read,
well-
it sounds to me like it has to be increased by cost of
Okay.
living.
Yeah, and I do remember that we've discussed this a few times before, but continue. You still have the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And I also, one of the residents mentioned the background checks, and I thought that was taken out, but looking at it, it's still there. I'd like to consider an amendment to have the coaches pay for those background checks and not the town, when it comes to background checks for any.
I'll second it
If
for
I may,
Yes,
to
sir.
help you with that motion, again, I believe this is a contractual obligation,
It
so we
is.
can't
Correct.
unilaterally go ahead and mandate that, and that was something too that came up in discussion previously. But I think if your motion is to direct the manager and the attorneys to revisit that option,
Yes, sir.
then I think, that would be more appropriate in terms of procedurally.
Thank you.
So would that be your motion?
That would be my motion. Any other background checks for any other town sports or to actually look at that as well, to make that something that the residents or the coaches have to pay for.
Okay, so just to restate the motion for the clerk, Councilman Garcia's motion is to direct the manager and the attorneys to go ahead and review any background checks related to our organized sports programs and to try to ensure that they are not borne by the Miami Lakes taxpayer, and instead they're put on the participants in the club. Would that be a?
Yes, sir. Thank you
okay.
so much.
All right, with that, is there a
Yeah,
second?
that's,
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. You want to?
I'd like to, wait.
Okay, the manager would like, or the attorney would like to opine.
I want to understand. You're not asking that we look at the background checks or evaluate the background, right? You're not. Okay, so then you're asking us to make sure that
Well, to review to see if, for those contracts, which we know it's at least in the Optimus Park contracts with the club, and maybe perhaps with the soccer club, Miami Lakes United as well, to look at those, contracts and see if they require that we pick up the tab for the
Okay.
background checks. And if so, to go ahead and approach those organizations about them passing on that cost instead to their participants, instead of having us pay those costs.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion on this particular motion? Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia? No, I just wanted to get permission to talk about my item. Well, when we get there, yeah. But we're gonna go, as everyone has the floor, and they can make their motions, and then, we'll go from there. Mr. Peterman?
Just to be clear, this is something we'll have to do and work on prospectively, so it really won't affect tonight's budget, because we don't know what the outcome is. Right.
That was going to be my comment.
Oh, yeah.
And nonetheless, I did want to just opine, as Councilmember Garcia has suggested. I don't like the item. Even at the lower amount, it didn't really make sense to me. We're giving them the use of the field. We are doing a lot for them. But in any case, I just think that it does not make any sense for us to be paying even more so now, where the amount has increased so drastically. Granted, it's no one's fault. It's the state's fault. The state mandated a new requirement that makes the background check far more expensive. But in a year where we're making this level of cuts, you got members of some of our committees here begging us not to slash their budgets, and yet here we are paying a third-party organization for that. And to be clear, I am a big fan and supporter of the Optimus program as well as Miami Lakes United. I love what they do for our community, but what's fair is fair, and subsidies, as Ms. Luces mentioned, it's not something that leaves a good taste in my mouth.
And I think it's safe to say, Mr. Manager and Mr. Attorney, that eventually, which I think there's still like another 3 or so years left on the agreements with these organizations, but in the future, I think it would be safe to say that the town's position would be that they should bear these costs as part of our future renegotiations of these agreements. So just to bear that in mind.
Yeah, that'll be in our position
Yeah.
with, when we sit down to negotiate with them.
Exactly.
Yeah, understood.
Okay, with that, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Councilman Garcia, you still have the floor.
Thank you. For now, I'll reserve the right to come back and. do
Okay,
more.
Councilman
Thank you.
Cuadra Garcia.
Basically, just wanted to get some clarification on page 94, under the item health and life insurance. There's 5 lines, and they pretty much go up and down. If somebody can give me a clarification on line number 1, going from the left to the right, we have 96,394. Then all of a sudden, it jumps over to 204,323. Then it stays at 204. It stays the same, and then all of a sudden, it jumps. I mean, it drops over 100-something thousand, and then the last column, it goes back to 210,912. Can somebody explain that, those spikes up and down?
Mr. Manager or Madam Budget Director?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. What you're referring to, I believe, is in the administration section of the budget. If you notice that right underneath the health insurance line, there's another line called health insurance allowance. And if you add the 84 and the 74 together, it would then make up the budget. When we budget all of health insurance allowance under the health insurance line item, because we do not know who will opt in to the insurance or who will opt into the allowance portion. But the total amount comes from the health insurance line.
Did that answer your question, Councilman?
No, I'm a little confused on that. I'm still looking at it, and I just can't understand. Then later it drops down at the very bottom to 0.
Yeah, the
Does
zero.
Does everybody understand it?
I at least understand it, but I'll let her offer a bit more
The
insight
0
there.
that you see under health insurance allowance, there's no budget for that. What we budget for health insurance and health insurance allowance is in the health insurance line item. Because when we start the budget year, we do not know who's gonna opt in to the allowance and who is not. And then at the end of the year, we take from the health insurance line item and allocate then the funds to the health insurance allowance line item.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, anything else?
Okay, leave it at that.
Okay. Councilman Sanchez.
No. I like to, so they are able to go home and be with their families, discuss the Public Safety Committee.
Sure, okay. Well, why don't you start then with that discussion?
Okay, as you know from past meetings, I have been a very big supporter of the Public Safety Committee with communication between our police and our fire department and the residents. You look at other municipalities where the relationships are contentious or none at all with the police officers, and it just, the crime rate skyrockets. With what they're doing, the efforts that they're doing, and we've looked at the ordinance that created them, and everything they're doing fits within the ordinance. I wholeheartedly agree that they're doing good things, and believe that the money that they have left over right now, which was already earmarked because they asked us for the transfer earlier this year and we approved it, is earmarked for the car show, be able to be transferred over into next year if they're not able to pay for those things ahead of time, especially since it's 11 days into the new fiscal year, and some vendors will not show up if they're not prepaid.
No, that makes sense. And actually, yeah, so that's what I wanted to come back to. Mr. Manager, can you provide some more context as to why they wouldn't be allowed to use whatever's remaining in their current budget to pay for that expense?
Yeah, I mean, I was just made aware of it today. The chair sent an email at just after 11 a.m. So, and in all honesty, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was worried about getting ready for tonight's budget hearing. But ultimately, it's if a good or service, regardless of whether it's tied to a committee or anything, if it's received in the following year, like for instance, if we were to issue a work order for tree trimming, and the tree trimming, they can't do it before the next 5 days. They did it October 3rd. It would be charged to fiscal 25-26. So because even though they're prepayments or payments or down, or deposits or down payments for some of this, the actual service is not going to be received. And unfortunately, they're a victim of this. The event is right at the beginning of the fiscal year, so it's kind of screwy. So we can do one of two things. Either in 5 days, we could pay anything, that you need paid because we're in the new fiscal year. Or if this council elects, their whatever balance they have or some amount that is in this fiscal year would be carried forward in the mid-year budget amendment. And we can work it out, now, we may be opening up Pandora's box with other committees that have balances at the end of the year, but we can do one of those two things. Either pay his invoices in 5 days when the new fiscal year starts, or if this committee, or if this council elects to pass a motion, then we'll include that in the mid-year budget amendment in March or April.
Yeah, but I think obviously that second option is not really viable since the event is happening
No.
much earlier in the year.
We can go negative, right, on the lines, because remember what the budget is just a forecast, and we'll budget that as if this action, and then we'll formalize it when you do the budget
So in
amendment.
essence, it'll be made whole in the future.
Correct.
Okay.
To the mayor.
Hey, Councilman Fernandez.
So I'd like to ask our chair, would the vendors accept the payment 5 days? In other words, 5 days from now, do you think that you can hold them to ask them to wait for 5 days?
I believe they will. I know the DJ was the one that was really pressuring, the hardest, and we're working with the portable restrooms as well. But I'm sure for 5 days they'll hold off. My biggest concern, I just want to be very clear that in those 5 days when they are paid, they're going to be paid out of the $3,000 that we have remaining this fiscal year, right?
Not unless they would be paid out of next year's budget, unless the council gives direction for us to include that as a carry-forward item. It won't be formalized until they pass the mid-year budget amendment in March and April.
Right.
But if they give direction, then that'll be included in the mid-year budget amendment. It won't affect you. You'll be able to move forward, but if they elect to your balance. Now, I don't know if you have any outstanding invoices.
No. No, I mean, the other option, I just wasn't sure, with the accounting. Can there be an encumbrance in place where these, dollars are earmarked that are carried over? Is that the same thing as a carry
The
forward?
only way would be for them to get, normally, when a committee or any department has funds available at the end of the year, that's it. Because we do, the year is finite. Everything is within those exact 12 months.
Right.
So, whether it's a committee or a department or whatever, it just rolls in, and then that becomes unspent money, and that's what they have to deal with or to decide on in the mid-year budget amendment. That's
right.
So if they give us direction to do that, we can then push that through, and that money will be pushed into the next fiscal year, whatever balance you have. Now, your balance, you say, is 3,062, I think it is?
Correct.
So if it would be whatever your balance is at the end of the year. So if there happens to be some straggling invoice or whatever, it would take off from that. But most of that would probably be moved forward. And we would do that once we have the closeout of the fiscal year and the books are audited, and then we come to the council in March and April for the mid-year budget amendment. That's when it would happen. But that doesn't matter. I know your event is now in the first couple weeks of
Right.
October. You'll be able to move forward with the event and pay all your vendors and everything else.
Understood. Sorry, Councilman.
Councilman Sanchez?
Motion on the floor to approve a carry forward of whatever funds are left over from fiscal year 24-25 into 25-26.
Is there a second? It was seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion on this? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries.
Thank you, Council. Mayor, Town Management.
All right. So back on the main budget, I know I had a conversation with the manager earlier today, and he indicated that there was a pot of money. It would be a one-time infusion, but a pot of money there related to the town hall special revenue bond fund of approximately $86,000, give or take, that we can move into the general fund. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's an item that It was brought to light as a conversation that we had with the vice mayor. The vice mayor asked us to look at that debt fund for the bond payments for this building. We did it once about maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I think during COVID or right after COVID, and there was a surplus because we have the amount that is kept at TD Bank for the payment of the principal and interest, and it's a specific amount that we have to have in a reserve account, right? But depending on, as we invest the money in CDs and so forth, you know, there's a fluctuation of how much money goes in there. So we have, there is a slight
Overage?
Huh?
Slight overage?
Right, there's a slight surplus this year, and it's, when we did it 4 or 5 years ago, it was $130,000, but that had been several years of accumulation. Now the surplus is $86,000, and that amount is available, and that was a discussion that we brought forward with the vice mayor yesterday.
Excellent.
I thought for a second that the manager was going to take credit for my idea.
No. If you know Ed, you know that's not the kind of person he is. But Councilman Fernandez, you wanted to?
I only
opine
take
on
credit
this?
for my
Please,
family.
Yeah. I'd love to take that 86,000 and give all the employees of the town a COLA across the board and refund the plants, the flowers, the seasonal flowers.
I'm with you on the flower planting, but I guess we're gonna have to bifurcate that into two different things. And let's start with this motion first. You know, I would move that we go ahead and move that $86,000 overage from that account to the general fund, and then we'll figure out how we want to
I'll
slice
second
and
that.
dice
Now,
it.
one caveat to that is the 86,000 now increases the amount of the general fund by 86,000. Because of that, the 15% fund balance requirement for goes up a hair. So you're not going to have access to the entire 86,000. So it'd be 86,000 minus 15%. Melissa, can
minus
you
15%?
Somebody do the math for me.
Yeah.
Melissa, can you figure out what the amount from that 86?
I'm just gonna go 86.
I'll
times
second
15.
that motion.
Thank you. It's been moved. Okay, so it still leaves some additional money to talk about for beautification and whatnot. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to transfer this money?
Yeah.
We're not allocating the money anywhere yet.
I'm when you bifurcated, I kind of got
But
lost in.
we
what
haven't
you were doing.
bifurcated it yet.
Okay.
Right now, this is just a motion to transfer the money into the general fund, and then we can talk about
Got
what we
it.
want to
Okay.
spend on.
Then no further discussion.
Any discussion on this?
I have this discussion.
Okay, Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you. I guess obviously we know none of us know where we're at on this. I just want to be very transparent where I'm at. I think the millage and the budget we have is a good budget. It's a slight tax increase. I understand that. We're talking about using a one-time source to lower the millage. It's a decent pot of money, and listen, that's not a bad idea to put in the general fund, but it won't be there next year, right? It's the millage that the increase we're providing for the average home in Miami Lakes is $4.30 a month. For our senior citizens, which I believe we are trying to protect the most, it's less. The vast majority of those homes are not assessed at $300,000 with all the savings. And we have $100,000 in our budget for a rebate program for low-income seniors. And we didn't move the franchise fee. It's at 3%. We're the only municipality in Miami-Dade County that has it at 3%. Everyone else is 5.25 or over, with most at 5.9. So this idea that we're the talk of the county, talk of the town, we're not. Because when you look at our tax rate compared to go to Hialeah Gardens, they're paying twice as much in taxes. Go to Miami Springs, 3 times as much in taxes for the same exact town, and none of them provide fire service either, like us. So I'm comfortable with our budget. I'm comfortable. I think we did a really good job moving money around. If there is waste, I'll vote for it. If there are additional revenue streams, I'll vote for it. I prefer not to vote for one-time streams, but I'll vote for continuous revenue streams that we can find, like the idea for the crossing guards. I love that. I don't know if the county found us. But for the first time, in a very long time, we're fully funding green space and parks. I think we owe staff the opportunity to see how that fully funded budget works. If it doesn't work for us, we can come back next year and move it down. For $4 or $5, $6, $7 a month, I do think it's worth the opportunity. And for the future, right? If you look at the millage rate history, it's a continuous progression down, but there were many years that it was stayed at the same rate. And I think this is the millage that we can stick with for many, many years. So I'm interested in hearing from everybody, but I just want to make it clear that I think we've done a good job. I think our millage and this budget is responsible. You can't look at other municipalities and say we're not responsible, because we are. And we'll be I'm bringing an item about that for October regarding what the State House is trying to do. But I think we've done a good job. And I do ask for the people that want to vote no, give me the cuts, right?
Well, again, just to remind everybody, we're still just on transferring that 86,000.
I know.
Yeah.
I think it's important that we know where we're at.
Yeah.
Right. So the transferring 86,000. Listen, it's a one-time thing. I don't know where I'm at. I'll hear from others.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this: that for me, the 86,000 is, and I agree with a lot of the points you made on the broader budget, which I'll come back to and give my remarks as we get to the final vote on that. But for me, the 86,000 is a way of trying to preserve some of the cuts that were made. Yes, with the one-time funding source, but what I'm banking on, at least what I'm hoping will happen, is that once the final PISI settlement is not an issue that we have to deal with, and hopefully we won't have the same increase in the police budget that we did this year, to that extent, that will give us some room, to basically continue to be able to pay for those things that I'm hoping to cover with the 86,000. Because again, I also don't like to use one-time funding sources for recurring cost, right? It has been a big feature of my time on this council, going on 7 years now. And, again, it's not something I regularly want to do, but again, like everything from the tree planters or the planters that we had talked about that we were looking at changing with native plants and everything, which would not be as aesthetically pleasing for Miami Lakes, right, for the standard that we have, as well as other beautification related items. I just wanted to have this pot of money in play there to repay that. And I guess we'll figure out now as we get into more discussion on the budget generally how we want to allocate that 86,000, but I just wanted to have it in play, at least for the planters, and then maybe a couple other items that we can afford as part of that.
Through the chair.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
So I guess I wanted to clarify in what the manager was saying, what is the downside to pulling this money out? What is the
downside to pulling the money out, other than the 15%
None.
increase?
Other than the fact that it is a one-time shot, but
Okay.
it is not money that will have to be restored later. It is it's surplus.
It
So
does not need to be restored.
It does not have to be replaced later.
So as a counterpoint to what Councilman Herzberg said, which in all fairness, I really do agree with everything he said, and I'm also not a big fan of these one-time revenues. But I do see this in a different light. I don't necessarily see this as us raiding a capital project fund for the purpose of benefiting the general fund. I see this as what was the word that was just thrown around, which was a surplus. I see this as we're giving the residents back money that they paid to us or to the county or to the state, and in turn ends up back with us, and in the form of a tax break, right? Because it directly reflects on the millage once it's on the general fund. So I see it as a putting the money into the pocket where it belongs, which is the resident's pocket. So that's why I'll be supporting transferring it, and then I'll get into further discussion on where it should go in a moment.
Through the chair.
Was that Councilman Garcia? Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, my colleagues make great points, and I like to just counterpoint on why I think it's a good idea. It's $74,000, right? That we don't, that is not going to affect us in that way. We're not pulling it from a capital project for one time. The mayor was correct. The PZ settlement will not be a factor next year. The police budget for next year, the mayor's going to have more time to speak to the sheriff. He's established a good relationship with the sheriff, and I think that she's received a lot of pushback from the contract cities on what a big hit this was. So hopefully we can work. Nobody wants to defund any police or any officers or anything like that. But even officers and even the sheriff's department has to recognize that the inflationary measures and problems that we're having as a town, they're dealing with as well. So they have to be flexible with us as well. So that's why I think this is a good exercise finding, even, look, today, yesterday, this week, we're still finding areas, and I applaud the manager, and I applaud the mayor for talking about it. It's a good exercise. We're exercising the muscle that we're gonna need in the future, because as you know, the state is thinking about changing the way we receive our revenues. And there might be some major changes when it comes to ad valorem taxes in the next couple of years. Who knows? So this exercise that we've done this budget season, although it's difficult, although it's brought some animosity, and I apologize if I've brought any animosity to the table, is a good exercise. And it makes us stronger for any changes that are gonna happen in the future when it comes to how we fund our services. So I agree with a lot of things you're saying, but I think this is a good way of showing, hey, that there's still areas that we can find money to lower the tax rate. So I think it's a good exercise for us, because next year I think it's gonna be more difficult, especially if the state changes the way we collect revenue. But thank you so much.
Through the chair.
I saw a hand up on my left first. Councilman Sanchez and then Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
I'm going to be in favor of this transfer, but I also need to remind, I don't remember if it was a resolution or ordinance at the last council meeting that the mayor brought forward, that carry forward funds, 50% of them will be allocated to the next fiscal year for 7 years and 30% in perpetuity after that. So even carry forward, we're still going to have that influx year over year that's going to move into the next year in order to help for the foreseeable future balance a budget. There are other cuts that you know, with notes between the first meeting and the second meeting that I've done, that I'm aware of, and you know, there are cuts that are not going to make everyone comfortable. I completely understand that, but my background, I mean, Navy for 4 years active duty and 4 years in the reserves, and I worked for the federal government, and you know, I gave good news and I gave bad news, and I told people that we need proofs, and you know, they would provide the proofs, and then I would move on to the next steps. So it's you know, I'm a big believer of trust but verify, but you know, the ideas that the mayor came up with of moving that 50% to next year, and the vice mayor of bringing this money forward, they're great ideas. They really are, and it's, you know, it might be a one-time thing right now, but with that carry forward, it's just going to happen continuously. Yeah.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, thank you for that, by the way.
Mr. Mayor, just let me know when we're on the topic of the trees, the ornaments, and when we're on the topic of the senior citizens.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you know. With that, on this motion, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Okay, with that, I'll turn it over back to my colleagues on
Through the
whatever
chair.
motions you have. Mr.
Do
Vice
we need
Mayor.
a motion, I guess the point of inquiry to the manager, do we need a motion to allocate the first 15% of that to the, what is it,
We have to do it by the fund balance ordinance. So the net amount that you'll have kind of like at your disposal, 73,100.
So I think he's saying by operation of law, it's
Yeah.
already.
So you don't need a motion?
No,
just-
no,
we-
sir.
We just need to allocate the 73,000, how much?
73,100.
73,100, okay.
All right, so Councilman Fernandez, I believe you had a motion.
Well, my motion stands. I mean, the fact is that I was the only no vote, and when we were mulling over the budget the first time, I do believe that our staff, and I have, you know, everybody knows I have no skin in the game. I don't have any family member that is on staff. I just think that they do a great job. They really work. I mean, being also a chair of our neighborhood improvement committee, our past chair, I worked with some of the liaisons. I worked for many years with Susana, and those are just examples. But I think that the staff overall does a great job. I don't want to see them. I want all of them to get the COLA, but you know, I know it was turned down before. I would propose that, and certainly to refund the flower beds that we took away from with the last budget.
Are you including it together or one at a
No, I'll
time?
do it separately. I'll do
Okay.
it separately. to see
So
how
which
it
one
goes.
would you like to start
Let's
with?
start with the COLA.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on, and just to be clear, applying the COLA to those employees making above 100,000. Yeah, which I believe affects 12 employees. Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I would just like to ask through the chair to the budget director, how, is there a dollar number on this? It's kind of hard to make this decision.
I'm working on it right now, actually.
Okay, so
For the
you know,
general fund, it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000. but because some of the folks that are on that list, the dirty dozen, as I lovingly call them, some of them are funded, their salaries are funded by stormwater or building fund. Sorry,
Let me just ask a question for a future discussion. Once you do have that number, whatever work you're doing right now, if later on I say, hey, instead of what did we approve, 3%? Instead of 1.5 or something like that, is that something that you could then easily plug into whatever formula you find out?
If it's for all staff, yes. But if it's switching, only this amount gets this and this other amount.
Yes.
But if it's for everyone, yes, I can do very quickly.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to actually move to table this discussion until we receive a response, because it's kind of hard to allocate money if we don't know how much it is.
100%, I agree.
Okay, is there a second on that?
So I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is laid on the table, and we'll come back to that later.
Do you want to make your motion on the
Could I
on the flowers?
just this is really the only thing I'm really passionate about, so I'll just continue and say, my motion would be to refund the seasonal flowers in the intersections.
I'll second that. As a seconder, I'll just take a moment just to get some remarks in first. Again, I think beautification is one of the things that is paramount in the town of Miami Lakes. I was on neighborhood improvement. It clearly shows how important it was for me. I know you were on neighborhood improvement. Councilman Sanchez was on neighborhood improvement. You got 2 prior chairs here for neighborhood improvement. So I think that this is an area that we shouldn't skimp on, right? And then when I ran, I would like to, a lot of rhetoric is thrown out there about campaign promises made, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm still keeping them. I said I would keep taxes low, right? That doesn't mean perpetual cuts. Obviously, as fiscal conservatives, we have bills we have to pay that we understand we have to pay, and we understand that there are things that we want to pay for that are considered core services in this town. And at some point, the numbers are what the numbers are, right? And, and to the point made by Councilman Hertzberg, another thing I want to point out is that where there are cities now for the first time in 10, 12 years that are cutting taxes because of pressure from the governor's office or just because pressure from their residents, the reality is that Miami Lakes has cut taxes 4 times in the last 12 years. And I think we need to keep that in mind, that where other cities are now playing catch up, trying to give their residents relief, we have been doing it continuously, even when times were better. With that, the last thing I want to make about this particular motion is I think that this is something that, really makes the character of the town and is really, in the grander scheme of things, not a huge expense, and I'm full of support putting that back into the budget. Mr. Vice Mayor, and then Councilman Hertzberg, and then Councilman Garcia.
Okay. First and foremost, a very brief question or point to the budget director on what she's doing is just, do your calculations also include an increase to FRS as a result of those increases?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. That I didn't want to accidentally get hit by
Just
something.
to be clear, so if you decided to say maybe reduce it to a 2.5 or a 2%, I just would change the percentage and it would populate everything
Perfect.
else.
Thank you so much. And then now turning to the motion, I apologize for taking that out of order. So beautification is what separates Miami Lakes from Hialeah and from Doral and from unincorporated Dade. You know you're in Miami Lakes. We don't need entry features in Miami Lakes, to be honest with you. You know you're in Miami Lakes because of of the beautification efforts, because of the greenery, the flowers. Do I support bringing in more native species? Absolutely, I do. They are more hardy, and they serve a role. Do I think that we can't afford flowers? No. My question on this is just a clarification on when we voted on this, what did we cut exactly?
Yeah.
Because on the budget, what I see is
You didn't cut anything officially.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah,
we took this under
So
advisement.
the flower change, the amount of money that is still there, fully funded. The
101, right?
direction was for us to go and explore changing out for native plants or for
Yes.
even just sod
That's
or
what the
something
motion
else.
was.
But the actual motion and that amended the budget never was made. So the flower change out all of that is still fully funded.
So then, to be clear, the motion on the table is to restore funding, but the funding is there, and it was never taken. So I'll move the table indefinitely, because it's belongs to the council.
Well, wait, there was some commentary too, and so again, continue with the prior order, Councilman Hertzberg, then Councilman Garcia.
So first, I don't know if it's appropriate to move the table, because I think we've probably amended the budget. It should be, the money is supposed to be meant for native plants, to plant native plants and then get rid of the line item. That's my point. The amendment was, I moved, this is my item, so I'll talk about it. It was to get rid of it, but then we realized, well, you got to plant something to get rid of it. So we said, well, we'll leave the 35,000 there, but the 35,000 is now to go and plant native plants, so that next year we're not seeing this line item anymore. In my opinion, I'm going to be a no on this. $35,000 a year for flowers that get changed, that get run over, that don't look good after a month. I think we can get plants that look really good and are low maintenance, and I think we do need to make sure we put that effort in. I'm sure Parks does. So that's all. This is not a cost savings for this fiscal year at all. The money's there. It's just the direction of, is the money going to be used for native plants, or is the money going to be used for quarterly flower changes? I would love to not see that line item next year. I think it's a lot of money to quarterly change flowers, when I'm sure Parks can find some really nice looking plants that don't need to be changed every quarter. So that's all.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia, and then
Thank-
Councilman Quadra Garcia, and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, you're correct. Beautification is I think everybody in the town appreciates what we do to do that. But two things could be true at the same time. Native species can be very beautiful. And again, we're going to save money in the future. And also native species have less water. And again, those areas could be used for retention, for flooding as well. Most towns, or a lot of towns in the country, are going native to be able to not only mitigate flooding, but also save money on flowers. So I think two things could be true at the same time. So I know I've mentioned this for years about pilot programs in our swales, retention ponds, native species. That's not something that, this is a long-term project. So you're right, beautification is the key, but I think there's a lot of beautiful native species that we can add to, and they're more robust as well. Because the worst thing, what people hate to see is cars driving over flowers, and also flowers after a couple of weeks just dead. And you're like, man, they just spent, you see the crews there for hours doing that, and then 2 weeks later they're dead. So I think two things could be true at the same time. So I'm for keeping the native species and not planting flowers, going forward. If there's some sort of hybrid we can do, if we find we can save some money, I appreciate that. But I think we can do both.
Councilman Quadra Garcia.
Thank you. I echo on that. Took away my words, Ray, Mr. Garcia. Basically, I have traveled through 154 at certain times of the night and seen our landscape being overwatered. A lot of people don't understand or know that overwatering plants actually kill them. Okay? So basically, yes, we can do much better getting native trees that are hybrid, that don't need, we don't need this. So basically consider looking into, actually I was going to bring you a couple from a nursery, but I've been very busy shopping for the automobiles, and they take a lot of hours. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring those hybrid trees, and I'm going to probably have a couple here. I have one that hasn't been watered, and it's not synthetic in ages, and it's beautiful. So again, consider what you guys have been talking about. But those that we're changing every 3 months, every 4 months, we're wasting money. Let's be very careful, okay? So let's find a better alternative. We could do much better.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor, for a question.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask Directors Santos and Bajun. Badgen? My God, I'm never gonna get this. I'm just gonna start calling
Badge
you.
down.
I'm just gonna start calling you Honey Badger.
Oh, back down.
Back
Okay.
down.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought-
that's a lot
I
easier.
thought it was
See,
Bosch.
why didn't you start with that? So I asked both because it's a public works item, but it's public works green space. So I think the funding goes to you, but then the project goes to him, if I'm not mistaken.
Which one is it? And we'll let you know.
This item of the flowers, because the item I'm looking at is under public works green space, repair and maintenance, and then it's an $821,000 item. Grounds is 369, FDOT right away 47, and then in there is
101.
flowers, landscape beds, and cul-de-sac 101,000. Is that what we're talking about here?
That is what you're talking about right now.
Where is this? Like what exactly is that 101,000 paying for? Visually, is this the medians? It's not the entry features because that has its own line
Correct.
item.
So this is your cul-de-sacs as well as your flowers. So the 101 is your landscaping that is not your 300, I can't remember the number
Yeah,
right now for the other main
369 or
contract.
something.
But this is your cul-de-sacs and then your landscaped areas, which are the flower beds.
Where are the flower beds?
Along all the, what is the name here? Bull noses. So various bull noses throughout all the right-of-way, bull nose. So it's the end of a median.
Where's that?
Yeah, bull
The
nose.
street?
At the end of the median, where there's
that's
a
what that thing is called.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
okay,
called a
okay.
bull
I'm
nose.
sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the rights of way in basically the most visible parts of our town, and also cul-de-sacs, which we want to be nice, right?
Correct.
Okay. Does the I guess the question that I'd have then, not just for you guys, I wanted to thank you for that because I wanted to clarify what exactly we were talking about because no one here ever talked about reducing the funding for our entry features, which also have flowers and funding allocated for that, if I'm not mistaken.
That would still come through landscape. So
would still
when
come
you
through
see
this
the
item?
entry features, that is the actual feature itself. So either, I'm getting an Amber Alert. I think we all are.
Oh, me too.
That is specifically for all landscaping. The entry feature is the entry feature itself. So either the pump for if it has a water feature, the lighting if there's a lighting, or the actual maintenance, pressure washing, cleaning of the actual
So
structure.
this item does include the entry features, flowers.
Flowers, correct.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, I'm definitely not wanting to touch it. But what I will ask my colleagues is, I see this back and forth regarding native versus flowers. Look, I agree. There are very nice native plants. I think flowers are very nice. I don't necessarily think that this is an item that needs to get resolved today. We can budget the item and then instruct staff later. It's not like we're...
The item's already budgeted.
Yeah, the item's already budgeted. So that's why I was actually moving to table it.
I think everybody wanted to make their comments first, and then
I will. I just wanted. I want to make sure. Well, I mean, we could give the direction to just say no to. Let's talk about it in October. I'll bring something forward.
let's talk about it in
I'll bring it forward. I'll bring it forward in October, guys.
With that said,
So, yeah, that's the one thing, thank you,
Yeah.
Director Santos, is just know that the next change out is supposed to be right now at the beginning of the fiscal year.
like when?
Like if I would say probably start ripping out first week of October and start placing that same weekend.
I mean,
So it's the first day of the quarter every
is it
Yeah.
possible to push it back a couple of weeks?
We can, it's just they are growing at an exponential rate. We did coleus this year, and as you can see, they are already about 4 feet high. So they're gonna get to a point where they're extremely tall, and cutting will just make it look worse. So we're kind of in an in-between right here.
Well, I would say, and in the absence of direct instruction from the council, do what you've been doing. And then if in October we decide to change that, we do. But yeah, I don't think it's an issue that we needed this.
And not just that, the bullnose on Miami Lakes Drive and 79th Avenue that was run over.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but again, and I'll close with this, and then we'll take up the motion to table. Again, I personally like the flowers that are there now, and I know a lot of residents that do. They do help to drain, obviously, right? Because they're not synthetic; they're real
roots.
plants. Yeah, but the point is that they draw down the water into the roots and everything, so they also do their part with flood mitigation. But their brightness, though, too, whether people want to acknowledge it or not, is a big feature of what makes them so nice compared to some of the local flora that we might, choose to put in later. But again, it's a moot point right now, and we're gonna have time to discuss it in more detail later. And again, these are some of the smaller debates that we'll have on the council. But with that, the vice mayor made a motion to table indefinitely. I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
One no. And just be clear, just one no. That would be Councilman Garcia. Okay, and so the motion is, the item is tabled indefinitely. All right, so we're back on the main budget, 7B. So our other motions, Councilman Sanchez, I don't know if you want to take it up. Okay, please continue.
I do. So I'd like to go, I have a few items for discussion for either first removal, or reallocation into the special funds. The first item I'd like to discuss is professional services, and this is more a question for the attorneys. Professional services and financial institution fees. I'm just wondering if this is a double dip or if you can explain the difference. There is a line item, it says line of credit legal services for, I believe this has to, yeah, it's line of credit legal services in the amount of $32,500. Then there's another line item that says financial institution fees, and that has a line of credit counsel fee of $10,500. What is the difference between the two?
I think Kay might be able to answer
It's
that.
for the line of credit,
Yeah.
but
Right, but it's legal fees in both senses.
So
no?
there are legal fees that are related to the hiring of the bond counsel that we were talking about.
But would that be the line of credit legal fees or the counsel fee?
I believe that's
Through the
I'll ask
mayor
Kay.
towards
If I may, I'm-
Sanchez, I could provide some clarity on this.
Yeah, there you go.
I met with staff, which, by the way, I do need to thank the staff for sitting with me and going through this for, I think it was like 3 hours or more at a time when they're so busy. But they did explain this issue, and I think Kay can provide further clarity. But essentially, our legal team is going to be able to provide this at a far lower cost. So the issue has kind of resolved itself. I don't know, Kay, if you're ready to present on that, or if you need a moment.
I mean, and Kay can answer this, but there are some fees that we're gonna have to pay for the bank's legal counsel. I think it's about $5,000 or $6,000.
But my
Our
understanding
fees,
is
which were about 20, are
they
not.
reduced their $15,000 fee to like 10, and then their $10,000 fee to 5, or something like that.
Correct.
Kay can explain it better.
And the
but-
20,000 has been
But
reduced
the
to
issue
0.
essentially resolved itself, or not itself. It got resolved thanks to us asking, thanks to Councilman Herzberg bringing up the idea.
But I think when we're done, we're gonna have some more allocation, because the town's legal fees is 0. Thank you very much to the town attorney.
For the $10,500.
For the no, our legal fees, the budgeted legal fees for us were higher. Those were the 32.5, about 20. The 10,500 is for the lender's legal fees, which I don't know what they're quoting at now.
So we're bringing down the 32,000 to 0. So which fee are we bringing down that's currently on the budget?
So, Kay Grant, Finance Director. So for this particular line item, professional services, it will be reduced by the legal service by $32,000, because our attorneys will be
paying for it,
handling the line of credit, and it will also be reduced by $15,000 for the financial advisory services. So this particular line item will be reduced by 32 plus 15. That is correct.
Okay, well, that's some savings there. That's great news.
what about on the bank side? Because that's in some other line, right? On the bank side, there were changes from what was originally thought because of the change to renewal instead of new issue.
So, and just to make sure, the line of credit financial advisory service is just going to go down from 25 to 10,000. If you're reducing 15,000, it's going to go from 25 to 10. Line of credit financial advisory service.
The line of credit, the bank transaction fees, the line of credit commitment fee will go down to 10,000, and the bank counsel fee will go down to 5,000. So yes.
Okay, hold on. These are
How much were they originally, Kay?
There's a lot of modifications.
The line of credit commitment fee was $26,250.
And that's going to go down to 10.
That's going to go down to 10.
So that's 16,000 savings, right?
Yes.
And the back counsel fee is going to go down to 5.
From?
From 10,500.
So 5 more.
So that's 11,000.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 21,000.
21 plus 47, 68,000 between the whole.
Okay. My next question is for postage and delivery. We have a proposed budget for that. specifically for
Point of order.
postage
Just wanna.
of $20,000.
Councilman
There's a
Sanchez,
point of
one-
order.
1 second, there's a point of order on the table.
Your cut, I would like to go through your cut and remove it from the budget. So you want to, I mean, I don't know how you want to do it, if you want to do each cut motion by motion, right? Shouldn't we?
His cut.
The cut on the legal fees and everything, we never made a motion, never voted on
It's
that.
already done. We didn't make the motion. It was already done.
It's not in the budget?
Now it is.
Well, no.
But it was done before we even had the meeting.
No, the original numbers are still in the budget, right? Right, so you
Yes.
have to, we need a motion to
he is
reduce it
correct.
down to the new numbers.
I want you to make, your motion so we can
Yeah.
get rid of that.
So I'll put a motion to reduce the legal fees by what Ms. Grant just stated.
Second.
Motion has been made by Councilmember Sanchez, seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. Any discussion?
May I make a comment?
Yes.
Please
Madam Grant.
understand that this is projected. We have not gotten final commitment from Bank United as yet, what their fees are. So this is just an estimated amount.
By when will we have the final decision, like final numbers? When do we sign on a dotted line for the line of credit?
The closing probably won't happen until after, the current one expires December 31st.
So next
But
year.
there's like an ordinance that has to come before you, so we have to bring you for 2 readings, October, November. There's a resolution that has to come. It'll come in 1 of the 2 months. So then the actual closing will probably happen at the beginning of January, sometime after,
Okay.
right.
And then at that time, we can possibly amend some funds and with the carry forward, allocate back.
Yeah.
If possible.
Madam
Through the
Finance
chair.
Director, some of my colleagues are actually, I think we're all throwing around the same question. What is the total savings on
Projected,
on this projected?
68,
Wow. Wow.
Beautiful.
right?
Amazing.
Everyone needs to send Councilman Herzberg a Christmas card. And our attorneys, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion or comments from staff? Understanding that this is a projection.
Yeah.
This is a projection.
Yeah.
So motion has been made, seconded by Councilman Fernandez. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against say nay. Hearing none, motion passes. Back to Councilman Sanchez. Thank you for the point of order.
Okay. I have an item, postage and delivery, $20,000 a year. I'm aware that,
Which
for example.
department?
Say again?
Which department?
It's town administration.
Thank you.
Yes. $20,000 a year that we're sending out. I know that for zoning requests, the fees for that postage comes from what the resident pays for that zoning. And other fees for mailers come from the town clerk's office. So what are we mailing at $20,000 a year from which departments and things like that? Because in the years that I've been a resident of Miami Lakes, I haven't received anything in the mail from Miami Lakes except for zoning change requests.
While they get you an answer, I can also tell you, I actually asked the same question.
Oh, you
And,
did?
apparently, this also incorporates a lot of our code compliance letters. So all of those violation, I see Director Angel getting up, so this also includes all of the notice of violations, warnings, notices of hearings, stuff like that.
Okay.
So that's where it really jumps up, and there's a return on investment because of the fines.
Yeah,
Right.
plus the, for the planning and zoning items, remember that this is an expense line. So even if there's an offset, that would be captured in a revenue line.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't put the net amount, we put the expense in the expense side and the revenue in the revenue side.
But for the code compliance portion where we're mailing out the notices, those are not encumbered just to your department. Those are coming into the general fund. Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So when someone receives a code violation that we paid to mail it out to them and they come in to pay it, the funds that come
You're talking about the fines and all that? That goes back into the general fund.
into the general fund, it's not encumbered into the building department.
Nothing to do with the building, nope.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, there's more. Well, not you. That got covered. Okay. Now we're gonna get into a little bit of the deeper stuff that is gonna make, a few individuals uncomfortable. I understand. It's just, it's part of my background. Travel and per diem. And that ties into education and training, and it ties into subscription and memberships. We have for travel and per diem $15,000, subscription and memberships $12,000. and education and training, $13,000. This is a year where we, as the mayor said, we have to cut back on expenses. And it's the needs over the wants. And I've brought it up in the past. My wife has an HR background. She has her certification, her professional HR certification, or senior professional, and she has to do continuing education. I completely understand that. Her company doesn't pay for those, not even to a reimbursement for them, but it's something that is required by the company to do it. And I understand that we're, you're government employees, and it's very different. But what I'm looking for, and I've brought this up multiple times, is proofs that the conferences, that the trainings, that the subscription and memberships, we need documented proof that they're needed for the roles, that they cannot fulfill their duties as listed on their job description without these certifications and without going to these conferences. And, and it's been asked.
We sent
but
that.
I understand, and
Yeah.
I saw it today.
Yeah.
But the difference between the former one, from what I could tell, because I've been working on spreadsheets all day, so I saw that one in between. The only difference I could tell is that where you get to the section of purpose, the word, it was required for certification. Now, I did my own little bit of due diligence, and I went back to historical, for example, ICMA conferences. And it shows there's a landing page within that site that shows every single attendee. And I downloaded all 34. I created a spreadsheet with 34 municipalities in it. Out of the 34, 16 were represented. So less than half were represented at the ICMA. And some municipalities had, I'm just talking about participating municipalities. I'm not speaking about the 28 individuals that went. I'm just saying which
Are you talking about last
municipalities.
year's conference?
Yes. So,
And
it leads me to believe that they're not required, that it's go learn about new things, but this is a year that's been brought up many times. We have to hold back a little bit on those wants, and that's why we want those proofs.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that goes to my past, that somebody is asking me for something, you need to prove it to me. I earned, and I brought it to you, Mr. Manager, that I earned my benefit to go to undergrad school, and even if it was a $5 book, I had to prove to the VA through a syllabus or through a town website that I needed that $5 book for them to pay for it, and sometimes not even pay for it, just reimburse me, and I had to pay for it out of pocket first. So even if it's just that simple, we need that documented proof. At least I need that documented proof. And the floor is yours, or Mr. Vice Mayor.
Any further comment before I give my point of view on this?
Vice Mayor, can I just ask?
Sure, Mr. Manager.
Just specifically about last year's ICMA. ICMA, some years they'll do it sometime in September, and some years they'll do the conference sometime in October.
Very aware.
Unfortunately, here in Florida, as many states do, the entire budget season is in September. So that's where we have our budget hearings and so forth. So many cities, including our own, Tony was able to go to represent the town last year. I was not able to go because
When you say last year, do you mean October of 24?
a year from now, a year ago, a year ago now.
October of 24.
Yeah, but it wasn't October. I think it was September last year.
I pulled it, and on the participants, both you and Tony show up as participants.
I've not gone ever to an ICMA conference.
The big one. I pulled it. Like I can show it to you if you want to come over.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know what you were pulling, but I can tell you that I've never gone to I was going to go to one in 2020, but that was the year of COVID, and then they completely changed the conference to a virtual conference instead of, I've not gone. So I don't know what you may have, an ICMA conference in last year. Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, right? It was in September last year? Yeah. So, I mean, that's just specific to
Right.
last year, right?
Right.
And a couple years before that was the COVID one, that's why,
Right. But the thing is, it's still not addressing the requirement portion of it, that this year, maybe for next year, but for this year, that we have to tighten our belt buckle.
Yeah,
because of the last payment to Michael Pizzi, because of the increase to the police services. Next year, it's gonna be,
not any
this is a
better.
big hit.
Unfortunately, next year is not gonna be better.
Well, there's different things that we're doing with the half of the carry forward going into next year. There's different things that the mayor's setting up in order to get to that crossroad.
September, right?
Yeah.
So I know for a fact that I did not go because my obligations were here at the town, so.
Right.
I don't know what list you may be capturing a list of members, and obviously I'm a member, but I did not attend the conference.
This is specifically for the conference, and not members, just individuals that went.
While we're on the topic of travel, and while
Yeah.
Councilman Sanchez pulls up that information, I was just talking with the manager because we are expected to go up to DC October 6th and 7th to meet with our lobbyists, as well as Senator Scott, Senator Moody, Congressman Diaz-Balart, and a couple others, as well as part of both our federal appropriations request as well as our zip code change request, which, by the way, we are now likely, but going to be heard, marked up, as they call it, in committee. Yes. Which means that they feel that there's a high probability of passage, right? Senator Scott is spearheading that, along with, speaking of which, he's calling me now. So there's a good chance it might get to this. Yeah. But this was the lobbyists. This was the lobbyists that meant calling me. But if it gets out of committee, it'll get on the Senate floor, and we believe at that juncture it might actually pass. So all these years, but we're getting closer and closer. But he's requested that we go up on those dates. So as part of what we said, I would need to make a motion, and I'll make it now, to set aside $2,500 for the manager and I to travel to DC, and whatever money is unused will go back to the general fund afterward.
Yeah, Mayor,
Second the
as
motion.
we stand
Thank
right
you.
now, the administration, pending the list that we forwarded, today or yesterday, whenever it was, has not been cut. The council's travel and per diem was cut from 9 to 2, so,
Well, I mean, I think, I don't know, Councilman Sanchez, are you, because I know he's planning to cut some too, so that's why I just figured might as well at least, so you just want me to make it for myself?
well, subject, and then what, if there's other cuts that are accepted within, from the administration side, then we can do it at that time and modify it based on this
Okay,
trip.
so-
You probably need, whatever, $1,500 or $1,200, $1,300
Yeah.
for your portion of the trip, because right now, travel and per diem for administration is still funded at what we had proposed.
Okay, okay, never mind. Let me then move to table this indefinitely for the time being until we wait to see what Councilman Sanchez brings as far as cuts to that area, and then, we'll bring it back and make whatever amendments we have to at that point. So I'll move to table.
Is a motion to table indefinitely the proper posture?
Well, to lay it on the table.
Because then you
I'll
might
mo-
not be able to bring it back.
Yeah,
Just lay it on the table.
I'll move to lay it on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion's laid on the table. Thank you.
Okay. So in 2024, it was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And when I click into Pittsburgh 2024, and I go to registration, and it says, see who's attending.
I've never been to Pittsburgh in my life. That I can tell you, and I swear that one on the lives of my two grandsons.
Okay.
I don't know
No,
what
I'm
you're
just-
looking at, so it
So
just.
this is only the people, registrants, annual conference registrants, and I go Control F, and I put Miami Lakes because it's there. Wait, hold on. It shows Edward Peterman, Town Manager, Town of Miami Lakes, and Antonio Lopez, Deputy Town Manager, Town of Miami
Tony
Lakes.
did attend it?
Let me just make sure that the heading of that page is 2025, because that might be referring to this year's conference.
Yeah, it says October, but on the
So-
page,
Yeah,
then their page is messed
it
up.
probably, they've already updated it to this year's conference, not.
Because last
not-
year it was
right.
24 Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they refresh it.
Yeah, even the link says 2024 ICMA Pittsburgh. Okay, but it still doesn't deter from the fact that it's not a requirement.
Yeah, Tony and I are both credentialed.
You will be soon.
Well, I'm a credentialed candidate.
Right.
And in order to maintain that credential for that certification, there's education and training.
And that is
That's
something
required.
that I am also
40
prepared
hours.
to answer, because I reached out to the ICMA credentialing department and asked them what is the requirements to not only receive the credentialing, but maintain the credentialing. And they sent me the link, and I searched it top to bottom, and I have the email here from the ICMA credentialing, because that's the thing, all these things that we're doing just adds to our workloads things that I didn't do in past government jobs where I told individuals requesting things from me, I wouldn't do their homework. I would make them do their homework since they were requesting something from me and the department that I worked for. And I have the email here from ICMA where they forward me the link. Their actual response is, here it is, credentialing program. It says, hello, thank you for contacting the credentialing program. I'm excited to hear that because I pretended somebody that wanted to get credentialed. I am excited to hear that you are interested in the program. To learn more about our program and the requirements, please visit X. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact me, which then I replied, what is needed to maintain the credentialing? And they answered back, please see below link. It's the exact same link. When you open the link, it just brings up once again the things, qualifications, nothing about the maintaining of that. What I would like to see is that we allocate these funds, not encumber them, and as these requests for travel come up, proof has to be submitted, and at that time, it will be either approved or denied, and if whatever's left over at the end of next year, be brought forward into the carry forward of next year.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
ICMA, in order to maintain credentialing, or that I am now a candidate for credential, the last 2 years, after you get to 5 years, you can apply for, and they look at your record, your whole background, and they make you a ICMA credentialed candidate. That's what I've been for the last year plus.
I'm aware. So you're still working toward the actual credential?
But now all I have to do is maintain and do my 40 hours a year, which is the requirement, plus report on it, right? Report back and say what are the things that I've attended and the.
So you need this money for that trip as part of that 40 hours?
Yes, plus it's required under my.
Yeah, it's under your
employment
contract, I
agreement.
recall, I was there.
I need to pursue that credentialing.
Yeah.
So, it is required, you have to do, I don't know what ICMA, sent you. Obviously, they didn't send you the right information. You're looking at, their website is not accurate. You're looking at Pittsburgh when actually the registration is for this year.
Well, I'll let you two hash that out, but I know the Vice Mayor wanted to make a motion. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just to get us in the proper posture here, my colleagues are welcome to offer amendments if they'd like. I'd like to make a motion before I actually say the motion, the town manager sent us an email with an updated version of this chart. So I'm specifically referring to it, and so I would ask if the budget director doesn't have this, that she be provided with this, unless she's the one that prepared it, which is probably very likely. So my motion is as follows. I'd like to cut all of the training and education and travel and per diem for all of it except the following. Public Works for the required PE license, the Communications and Community Affairs under Ms. De Cardenas.
To cut that or not cut that?
To not cut.
Okay,
These
got
are
it.
the exceptions.
Got
Cut
it.
everything except these things. So I'll just start it again. Public Works for required to maintain the professional engineer's license. Ms. De Cardenas, the two items there under Communications and Community Affairs. The Human Resources Specialist, I think that's important that they know new labor laws. And our Chief Technology Officer, Mr. Kure, his course on cybersecurity, since obviously that's an important and emergent threat. Other than that, cut the rest. And I apologize, let me clarify, and all of the town managers, specifically the town manager, not the deputy town manager, only because it is in section 5.2 and 5.1 of his contract.
Okay, so basically, just be clear before I second it, you're saying that his ICMA travel is covered?
Is what?
His ICMA travel is covered?
Is covered.
Covered, because it's covered in his contract,
It's in
and he's
his
required to
contract.
do it, so
It is in the
the
contract.
travel related to that credentialing, he's gonna be permitted to take that?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll second it. Does that work?
Well, except for the fact that the deputy town manager is also credentialed. He's already credentialed. In order to maintain that credential, he needs to do the same 40-hour, annually and so forth.
What is, well, You already seconded, so we're in discussion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just so that I understand then, because I kind of tuned out of the back and forth. What is this 40-hour requirement that you're talking about?
ICMA, first of all, you become a member of the organization, all right? Second, those managers and assistant managers that have accomplished certain things, there's a criteria. Being a manager and assistant manager for a certain number of years, have a certain degree, and certain things like that, then that qualifies you to be a credentialed manager. So what is in my employment agreement that mandates that I pursue it, Tony already has it because he's been an assistant manager longer. He already attained that, but in order to retain it, is he has to maintain this 40-hour
Like
annual
CLEs.
CEUs,
And then we have to
continue
constantly
with that.
Right. And that is the only form of that continuing education, these conferences and stuff?
Yes, sir. Well, that's where you get the information. I mean, I can't go to a, to something that's not related to city or county management.
Okay.
And-
I think Councilman Sanchez is.
Yeah, Councilman Sanchez.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to my original idea of encumbering these funds, because I'm gonna go back to the undergrad that I got in business management. They take it down to the point of every class that I take has to be qualifying for business management. So if I wanted to take a violin class and it wasn't part of the course of study, the VA was not gonna approve it. And what the manager is saying is correct. It states applicants will complete a short application describing what was learned from the ICMA management assessment, formerly applied knowledge assessment, and plan for addressing over the next year the identified development needs. The next line says they will also report on how the 40-hour professional development obligation was met in the preceding year. But it does not say what you need to do to achieve. Is it an hour on an online course? Is it attending a conference for 8 hours? So that I would like to see come back. So I am still in the original idea of encumbering the funds until those proofs are provided.
I mean, I sort of get what you mean. And I don't know if the term encumbering is what you mean, but
They would be used for just education and training and travel. and
okay.
per
Well, I think
diem.
that's what the Vice Mayor's motion is addressing, no?
No, because you would still be paying for travel and per diem.
Yeah, but related to him to go get that education there. Are you saying that you'd rather wait to see if there's an online option?
Yes, and we wouldn't have to pay for the travel and per diem.
Okay,
And
well,
even for the HR one. my
Mr.
wife,
Peterman,
which has a-
is there an online component, or is going to this conference the only way to do it?
He's talking about the certification or the
40 hours.
continuing education
Yeah.
that Cynthia Alejo goes to. I don't.
No, this is for you. This is ICMA. This is direct from the ICMA page. The 40 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it says they will or. the
Deputy
ICMA
Manager, would you
credential-
come up a second?
The ICMA
Since
has-
you've done this process before, I just want to
Yeah.
also hear it, from, maybe that'll help, my colleagues be able to understand everything more fully. So my question to you, being that you've already gone through the credentialing process, the way to get those hours is by going to these events, or is there an alternative?
Good evening, Tony Lopez, Deputy Town Manager. The amount of hours to maintain the credential is 40 hours. You can achieve that in a multitude of ways. The conferences are the most effective way because it's a large amount of hours in one shot. On top of that, you get the benefits of networking, connecting, listening to other.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that because in my world, for example, that's very much like when I go to the Fund Assembly conferences every year in June, May, June, right? And Lorenzo, I don't know if you've gone to the Fund Assembly. That's like 30, that basically meets my requirements for continuing education. So you get it in one shot. I get what you're saying, that it would be perhaps cheaper to maybe pursue some of these other avenues, but it's also, if you think about it, more inefficient. But if what you're looking for is for him to provide the council as a transparency tool, the statement there that you were reading, about how they met the credential, whatever, I don't think he'd have a problem providing that.
No, I mean, that's obviously, he could have just asked me, but he did his homework, God bless him. But I I can provide that to whatever the Councilmember Sanchez is looking at. I can provide that to all of the members of the council.
Okay, perfect. Councilman Hersberg and then we'll come.
But, Vice Mayor, your motion is only for the town manager or also the deputy town manager? That's my confusion.
It was like I said, it was only for the town manager, but I also, before I even made the motion, I said if anyone wants to make amendments.
Yeah, I'll amend. If it's to keep his certification, I would include the deputy town manager in that travel budget.
All right.
And also, I think we have, for the manager, in my opinion only, there's a line item for travel to Tallahassee. That should stay in there as well. I think the town manager should go up to Tallahassee at least
So
once.
why don't you go ahead and incorporate that?
So my
into-
motion would be to include the deputy, the amendment would be to include the deputy town manager for the travel that's required to maintain his certification, and also to include for the town manager only, a trip, the cost for the trip to Tallahassee.
I'll second the amendment.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any debate on the amendment itself?
Yes, Mr. Manager.
You're recognized, Councilman
Thank you,
Cuadra
sir.
Garcia.
My motion is recommend that both of them do their course online. I don't even like talking on it.
So the Councilman Cuadra Garcia is making a strike all amendment that as to the manager and the deputy manager, that they do it through alternative means instead of going to the conference. Is there a second?
That is my motion.
Seeing none, the motion dies for lack of a second. On the amendment proposed by Councilman Hersberg, which has been moved and seconded, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries, and we're on the main motion as amended by the Vice Mayor, which is to keep the funding and travel line items for those that he mentioned, and with the amendment now to include the deputy manager. Is there any further discussion on this?
Yeah, but I want to clarify, you said as amended by the Vice Mayor, I think? It was
Oh, excuse me,
amended by
as amended by Councilman Hersberg
my
as to
motion.
the deputy town manager.
I'd like to actually, I was going to propose an additional amendment, but it literally just left my head. I apologize, you can continue.
Well, Councilman Fernandez wanted to make some comments, so I guess
Yeah.
maybe that'll give you some time.
Unfortunately, I didn't get to hear who exactly is going to be affected by the exclusions of.
You want me to give you the exclusions?
Please.
Okay, sure thing. So it's going to be our CFO, our Parks and Recreation, our Grants and Governmental Affairs, Planning, and that's it. Because I also, as a point of clarification, in the sheet, there is some stuff relating to funding which comes from the special revenue funds. My motion was not directed towards that funding. I want to clarify that.
Okay.
And if you need an amendment to clarify that, I can do that.
No, I think within the direction you just gave, that should make it clear what your motion was pointed toward, for the legislative record.
Can I get clarification? Is you're saying Parks and Recreation, sorry, I'm looking at the list again, is removed because there are, according to this list, travel that's to maintain specific certifications?
Yeah.
I would welcome, them
Yeah,
to come and let me
we
know
have,
what it is.
I think it's 4 members, Jeremy, 4 members of the park staff which have attained this certification. Tony, I know that used to be your world. If you could explain a little bit about what that certification entails, or Jeremy?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. So the CPRP, Certified Parks and Recreation Professional, is an accreditation that an individual within the field has the right amount of experience already presented. So similar to the ICMA, there is a term in which you have to have been working in the field either full-time or full-time equivalent. This individual then has to show experience in programming, financial management, field turf operations, and there's one other line item there. In order to then maintain your accreditation, you have to take an exam, correct? Upon passing the exam, you then have to maintain your accreditation via the CEUs. Similar to the ICMA, similar to a lot of other certifications, these trips to the agency summits, these trips to the conferences are where you can attain the mass volume of your CEUs required to keep that accreditation. Now, there are 4 members within our department that hold this accreditation. One just got it a week ago. It's a showing of how we want to progress our Parks and Recreation department and how we want to maintain the level of professionalism. To that, this fund, this education per diem, only covers right now 1 individual to attend the conference, in lieu if I cannot make it or if anyone else. So there are other members that are still having to pay for their CEUs. So just want to keep that in mind. This is just funding for the director to maintain or his designee the accreditation. And then the deputy town manager holds the higher accreditation of CPRE, which is Certified Recreation Parks Executive. I'm almost getting to that level.
One day.
Well, you have a good mentor there, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Before you go, Mr. Back Down.
Thank you.
Did I get it right now? Oh, okay. Down. I understand everything you said, and I understand it is a good thing to have. Why does the town need our park staff to have that accreditation? What do we gain from it?
Insight to what others are doing, insight to what can be applicable to ourselves. Yeah, the ideas sometimes come from larger cities, but then having been here 10 years, I know what we can scale to our community. So this gives me the avenue. The accreditation itself puts us aside and shows that we are vested in our parks and recreation. It shows that we want leaders within this department to go ahead and have the knowledge, have the expertise, but more so have the networking ability to speak with other like-minded individuals. And like I said, to continue to progress things, because if not, the option is to stay stale and do the same thing we've always done.
When did you rise to director?
When? 2021.
2021, okay. I ask because when did the MLOP project, like the initial, what eventually led to the bond issue, when did that originally get raised?
Prior to my time? I mean,
That's
that project,
what I wanted to know.
Yeah, that project started back in '03. We started some.
There you go.
Oh, the bond issue?
Yeah.
The bond was shortly thereafter.
Shortly after
2021. So we started the bond process and the question and eventually got to 2022.
Yeah, but the conversations that led to the bond, when did that start?
I can't recall it off the top of my head.
When did ideas for these
The
improvements
original design even happened before I got here.
Yeah, 2018 was the.
It was tweaked a little bit,
Well,
but it was.
if you really want to go far back, even back to the early 2000s, right?
Just to clarify, the original master plan for MLOP was adopted in 2003.
Okay. So the reason I ask is I can't recall if it was at the first budget hearing or the second budget workshop. I made a comment about some of this and about sometimes some of the ideas and some of the things that our staff learns over there might not even be good for us because it brings big city ideas into our small town, and I think that that's actually an example of that happening. Obviously, that is not a reflection of you, Jeremy. That is before your time, and it's really not a reflection on anyone. I would just say, and I'm sorry, I'm going to sound ignorant when I say this, so I'm just trying to truly understand what benefit the town gets from it, because let me be very clear. This is not an issue about $5,725. This is about much more than that, because of what those courses end up costing us when those courses turn into potential projects and that show up on consent calendar and we don't really read them. So is it truly a requirement? What is the downside to not funding this? What happens if we don't?
Essentially, I would lose my accreditation and then not attending any of these conferences and not sticking to kind of what it requires to be within the CPRP accreditation. And long term, I mean, essentially, it's less vested in someone staying a professional within their field. So essentially, it would just become we mow, we trim, and that's all we do.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a follow-up on that, which is, can you give us an example then of a practice that you learned at these conferences or that one of your employees learned at these conferences that you brought to the town?
Let's see here. The what? Well, the first is going to be, it's kind of more common right now and prevalent, is background checks. So FRPA, which is our state agency through NRPA, has been working on looking at the impacts of the background check policies. So a lot of what we're trying to get ready to have to do, if we stick with it, has been guidance from the accreditation and from the state agency that we also work with. So that's one. I know long-term, a lot of it also looks at field turf management, so learning about phrase mowing prior to my time, comes from these summits. So a lot of our even maintenance practices and maintenance actions have come from ideas of and in this case, phrase mowing comes from overseas.
And earlier in your remarks in response to the Vice Mayor, you mentioned that you were likening this particular travel to similar to what I was mentioning about the town manager and the deputy manager, that just like with me, when I go every year to the Fund Assembly, it's the most efficient way of getting all the credits you need to maintain your accreditation, right? But are there alternative venues or ways of you being able to maintain that status?
The National Recreation Parks Association, so NRPA, does have online CEUs similar to the ICMA.
Thank you. No further questions. To the Vice Mayor?
Let me just finish off my thought before it goes to the rest of my colleagues and back to Councilman Sanchez. I will say this. I don't know. I didn't look at my watch when we got on this subject. We're talking about $35,000, and we're talking about this for too long. I mean, it's not worth this level of discussion. It's either we agree with cutting it or we don't. And I don't think we need to go so far into it. I said what I said about big city ideas and all that stuff, but I also understand the concept as an employer, and even though I don't get to direct you, I have to go through the manager. We, the town council, is your employer, and I do believe in supporting the professional development of our employees. At this point, I'm just ready to move on this. If we're cutting it, or
Can
we're
I
not
take
cutting it, but let's just roll on because
Can
we
I
have
just take a
much
quick
bigger
second?
cuts.
Wait, Councilman Herzberg,
Wait. The budget director, I think, said she needed to make some comments on that.
I just want clarification as to everything that's being cut. In regards to the...
Right now, nothing. Not yet. Nothing yet. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's what you brought up.
So everything
what did
that
you want to know?
I
He-
had...
He identified the GFOA for the CFO, the parks, grants, and planning.
And
I believe the
deputy town
motion
manager.
from Vice Mayor
And
was
the
to
deputy town
cut
manager.
travel and education except Public Works, PE, the communications of Ms. De Cardenas, HR, and Germán Cures, IT, and then it was added by Councilmember Herzberg, which was approved unanimously, to allow town manager and deputy town manager to travel to maintain their credentials and for the town manager to go to Tallahassee. I believe that was
That is
what was
correct.
approved.
Yeah.
So that, the ones that I mentioned are
Through the chair.
okay. The ones that I did not mention are the ones that Vice Mayor proposed to
So
cut in the motion.
keeping everything for the town manager and the deputy town manager? Yes. Okay,
Yes.
that's the clarification I needed. Thank
All
you.
right, Councilman Garcia, and then...
Yeah, I think I have a friendly amendment. I think that as far as what's needed accreditation-wise for the staff should be something that the staff, the directors, of the manager and the staff decide. Who needs to go, who doesn't need to go. But I also think that some of the costs that are not included in contracts for further education and travel, some of that should be taken on by the staff that wants to go to these events. So I think a good compromise is let the staff decide, or let the directors decide who needs to go where, and who needs to do what, cut the budget in half, and then any additional costs should be taken from the staff that wants to go or needs to go to maintain, because again, I have to maintain my CE for my insurance license. I pay for it myself. We can help you, but you decide who goes, who needs to go, not us. I don't think we should be making the choice on what professional, who needs to go and get their CE, or who has to go to maintain their level of accreditation. But I think we should cut that budget in half, allow them to make that choice, and any additional costs should be pushed onto the actual person, employee, professional who wants to maintain their certification. That's my friendly amendment.
Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second for discussion, 'cause I'm not
Seconded by
even-
Councilman Herzberg, so we'll go to you, and then we'll go to Councilman Sanchez.
I'm not even sure what we're cutting anymore, right? So, no, I know travel, but is it just putting in what's left in half that's excluded? From what's been told by the director, I think this is important. At least I think based off the list, we're only talking about parks and recreation almost. right? I mean, we excluded Public Works, we excluded the majority of deputy town and town manager, excluded finance, we excluded communications, includes everybody, right? I mean, to include everybody, I don't agree, and I'm fine with just leaving it as is. I think the directors have given us enough information that it's important, and this is parks, and this is Miami Lakes, so let's give them the tools that they believe are important, so. I won't be for the amendment, not just for that. I think we just leave it as is and move
Mayor, I
on.
have a strike all amendment.
Yeah.
How many
Well,
amendments
before
do
we
we
get
have?
there,
Yes,
the
yes,
Councilman
he had
Sanchez was in the next in line. Sir, you have the floor.
No, thank you, but, I mean, I'm gonna propose. Oh, I apologize.
If I said Fernandez, I apologize. Councilman Sanchez, and then.
I just want to address the point that the vice mayor made that we're spending so much time on something that's $35,000, but it's not just a monetary component. It's also a time component, travel time. It's not just getting online, doing a course for an hour. Even for the town manager's 40 hours, you do one course a week for 1 hour out of 40 hours of a work week. And it saves on travel time. It's not spending hours on a plane. It's not, so it's time that can be dedicated to not travel and being, in town. And I understand that there are ways of communicating over the phone and, WhatsApp and all that, but there's also ways of, of supervision. Town staff, I know that we address when the manager and the deputy manager are out by naming someone as interim, but the interim is not the official town manager or the deputy town manager. So that's another component, the time of travel. And I just wanted to address that point to the vice mayor.
Okay, wait, Councilman Fernandez, and then the vice mayor for his strike all.
Thank you, Mayor. The strike all, I was gonna propose that, so really, if you've made the motion, I don't know if we're ready, and I'll second it. Are we in posture?
Vice mayor?
I have a strike all amendment to quite simply fund the full $35,294 as well as the total amount from the special revenue funds. However, require that all future
Mayor?
Yeah.
The ICMA conference is coming up now next month, so I'd like to get, yeah, just give me approval now, because I can't wait till the council meeting to,
I'll just amend it to include it.
No, that's fine. I mean, well, look, and I've heard now both sides on this issue. At this juncture, I'm kind of with Councilman Herzberg that we're better off just keeping it as is at this juncture. I think they've done more than enough to justify their purpose. I understand where the Councilman Sanchez is coming from, that it could be cheaper to do it other ways, but in terms of efficiency, again, I do this myself in my own private practice with the fund. I understand the value in just getting it done right away, right? And the learning from different ideas and everything else. I agree, though, with the Vice Mayor, Mr. Bagdown. Bagdown. Don't bring the big city ideas into the small town. But again, I just think that, again, this is just going to be cumbersome. I would rather support just that they provide an after-action report to whatever conference they go to. But, yeah, so, I mean, I guess that'll be my strike all amendment. It's just that we keep the funding in place there, but that they have to report back what they learned, key takeaways, and, as part of the manager's report, and special presentations. We moved in seconded. Any debate on my strike all amendment? All right, seeing none, let's go roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
So on the strike all amendment by Mayor Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Councilmember Quadra.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The strike all amendment passes.
4-3. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. With that, Councilman Sanchez, you still have the floor to move on to the remaining items that you wanted to cover.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next is Public Works Green Space Repair and Maintenance. I want to cut $60,948. This number is based on it's partly based on the carry forward, where we allocated money from the carry forward into the FDOT fund and into the litter crew. That's a fully funded litter crew and a fully funded FDOT.
I'm sorry, one more time?
So it's for repair and maintenance in public works green space, deducting $60,948 from it to bring it to a balance that has everything that was already fully funded next year and fully funds the FDOT right-of-way and the litter crew to full capacity. I got those numbers for FDOT at full capacity and the right-of-way, and the litter crew based on the numbers from the carry-forward fund from last year. And I just multiplied it by 2.
And what would be the impact there for the 60,000 that you're talking about removing from one line item? Which projects or which items would those affect?
That's the thing. It wasn't detailed enough to give me line item by line item, but it would just deduct $60,948 to fund the litter crew and everything else that's in there. So repair and maintenance is,
Public Works Director Santos, can you shed some light on that line item?
specifically green space.
Yeah, well, the item from that account that I can shed light on is in the litter. What was your calculation per crew? Because each crew is $96,096. So
I
you have
did
to
it-
multiply that by 3 to get the year.
I did that based on the carry forward. I have to pull the carry
Well,
forward.
the carry forward, that total budget from the carry forward only gives you 3 crews for the last 5 months of the year. Remember, because we were only running like on a crew and a half for the first part of the year.
Right. So what I did is that give me 1 second. Let me pull it up.
And
So
and in
for 5
addition
funds,
to,
I got that amount and I divided it by 5 and I multiplied it by 12.
yeah, but it might be incorrect. I'll have to look at your numbers, but what you should use is the $96,000, 96. That's a crew 7 days a week, and then by
So-
3.
So I have the adopted budget at $557,940 for last year. The amended budget after we approved the carry forward at $659,080. So that includes a fully funded for that period after the carry forward and up until the end of the fiscal year to $659,000. So it's a difference of, I'm gonna say $102,000.
Yeah, I would need to see that because it doesn't sound like it'll fund the 3 crews that are in the budget right now. If that, if that's the council's
You
intent
want to
to
work
fund the 3 crews.
with the budget director a moment to try to get clarity on those numbers while we move on to a different item?
Just to see his
And
calculation.
I only singled this out because I created a new tab that shows me year over year from the amended budget to the proposed budget. And we're increasing that line item by 24.5%. Because
For-
821,168, or 659,080 to 821,168 is an increase of 24.59.
But you're looking at everything.
But
the
I'm
item
looking at
together.
everything.
Yeah, there's multiple.
Right.
There's multiple things.
Yeah.
Not just the getting the litter crew up to the level of service that is expected or
Right.
the council decided is wanted, but there's also 4 grounds. There was an increase from the previous budget year to also correct the level of service, and that was it, right?
But that,
FDOT grounds.
from everything that I've seen in doing the analysis that we're gonna bring up in a little while, the cost remained the same for cutting, for trimming, everything like that. What increased was the frequency of it. So for example, some of the things
Yeah,
that we were
'cause-
cutting 30 cycles in the year, we went to 35 cycles.
Director, back down.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that. So yeah, so it's not the cost that made any changes, it's just
No.
the frequency. We have, for the past 3 to 4 years, always started below what our level of service was. We have
Right.
established that a level of service that was acceptable in years prior has been 35 cycles for mow, has been, well, we found out that 3 crews for litter is what's adequate to maintain our streets clean. So that is what we've
Right.
pushed it back to. So there isn't a change in the cost or labor rates, it's simply funding the level of service that we used to have.
Right, so cutting that $60,000, all we're really doing is still fully funding the litter crew, and it's still fully funding the right-of-way that was short last year. I believe the number you gave me was $32,000 that it was short by.
Correct, but also remember that between carry forward and the amended budget, within the amended, doesn't cover everything that was still missed. A lot of the times, we will just propose to the manager, this is one item that was cut at the beginning of the funding that is vital to be reinstated.
Okay.
Because there are many things that are gonna exceed probably what we had in
Right.
carry forward sometimes that need to be refunded.
And,
Well, and
and
this
we
is-
can't make up for missed cycles, right? So
Right.
it's unique to Jeremy's thing. So we cannot make up for the cycle that that we should have mowed back in January or February, because if we get it in March and April, we only have that piece of the 5 months or 6 months maximum left of the rest of the year, so it's only partial.
And then similar to that, you have fertilizer that can only be applied during certain times. So once we pass a portion in which we would have applied the second or third quarterly fertilizer, we will no longer look to reinstate a fertilizer unless we have another date in the future that can be subjected to fertilizing that.
And this is something I'm going to get to in a minute once we get to the spreadsheet where I created with all the 6 parks, and I wish I could have done the same thing for the public works green space. But for example, at there's 52 weeks in the year. At 35 cycles, it's done every 1.48 weeks. If we bring it down, for example, to 32 cycles, it's every 1.6 weeks. In days, it's 1 or 2 days difference per week.
Just to make sure, at the end of the day, the volume of cycles is dependent on the season. So it's not on a month-to-month equal basis to look at. It depends on what month are you going to then cut an additional service. So you have the rainy season that's going to exponentially have growth. Then you have the dry season where, yeah, it's dry for us, and we'll go to 2 cycles. However, you're talking about 15 days in between cycles. That's where we then start to get issues of there's a high amount of leaves. There's a high amount of different other things than just growth that these cycles not being completed create issues with.
Right, but these are not mowing and trimming, and edging.
But during every cycle, you'll be picking up leaves as well. So that's one of the biggest things.
But that's a different cost.
No, it's the same. It comes under their
mowing.
it comes up and under their service. And their grounds, it comes up under their service. When they mow an area, anything that's littered, that's leaves, debris, they need to pick up as well there.
Okay.
I'd like to ask a question.
Well, before we get to you, Mr. Vice Mayor, let's let him finish his line of questioning, and then Councilman Fernandez wanted to.
So why can't we bank the same way, for example, that, and I'm going to use it, it's going to bring some PTSD, but the FPL, at least I have it in my home where the summer months are the heaviest months of my power bill. So what FPL does is that they take my 12-month average and divide it by 12. So my winter months that are supposed to be cheaper, I pay more. So why is it that we can't bank for that rainy season, take one away from the winter where it's not, or from the summer months where it's not raining so much, and pass that one on to the rainy season?
So that's currently how it's done. So you'll have in the summer season, in the growing season is what we'll call it, in the rainy season, you have months of 4, which is the max. You can only do 1 per week, right? A cycle per month.
Yeah.
Cycle per week. And then as you go, that gets diminished. Now, cutting a cycle just means that one of those months that either were 3 or 4 now go down to a 2 or a 3. It's going to go back to the same thing where that month should have gotten 3, which means it's starting to be the growing season. So let's say April, March. You're going to only go down to 2 cycles, 14 days in between. We will then feel the concerns of either too much growth, or if there is something not done within 15 days, even during our dry season, we're still going to have a significant amount of growth. And then that's not even adding delays that are outside of all of our control, right? If I get rained out, that only extends the delay in when I can service that area and reduce the grass from 8 inches back down to its normal 4 or 3. So you're going to lose a month is what's going to happen. A month is going to lose a cycle, and then you're going to throw some of it off. 35 is what is the best management practice to maintain, looking at the year and the growing cycle for South Florida. That's where 35 was established.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the thing. We didn't have as detailed, we had it, and I created the spreadsheet that you saw earlier today, and my colleagues have, like I said, we'll get into that later. I wish we would have had it, but I stand firm with the motion of deducting that almost $61,000, $60,900, and wait, it disappeared on me. There it is. It's $60,948. It'll be a total of $760,220 for repair and maintenance of that fund. That's my motion. To bring down the repair and maintenance by $60,948 to a total sum of $760,220.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, so then Councilman Fernandez, and then again, we'll go to the Vice Mayor as before, and then Councilman Cuadra Garcia, and I think Councilman Garcia also wants to speak. So that'll be the order. Councilman Fernandez.
I mean, for discussion, because I wanted to express I'm not going to support it. I think that, the state of Florida, if it's determined that 35 cycles per year is what the standard is, then I'm gonna want to see 35 cycles. And, you know, I understand where, you're trying to cut, and I don't think it's a lot, but I think it will have some effect. And the effect will be to have an eyesore for certain times of year. We'll just have to look at overgrowth. So for me, I'm not gonna support it. I just wanted to state my.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear, when we bring this proposed cut up, what we are cutting is the grounds contract, right?
Correct.
The 369, 133?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have missed it earlier, 35 cycles a year, that is the recommended number according to?
Yeah, that's the best management practice. The fine line for our air region, just knowing how much rain we get, that is what has been, like I said, also previous has always been our
I was going to say, according to all the conferences that we almost took away from
No.
you.
No.
So here's my 2 cents on this, right? A lot of people on this dais have brought up beautification, and everyone wants to be in favor of beautification until it's time to pay for it. I'm okay with not doing this cut unless I can find somewhere else to fund it with, right? Where I'm not cutting it, but I am simply having a special revenue fund pay for a portion of it, which we'll get onto that later. But we've been talking for how long now about not having fully funded tree trimming cycles, not having fully funded park maintenance cycles.
And I actually want to shorten the amount of the cycle.
We did it at the last amended budget. Here's how I feel about this. I'm not, and to be clear, I truly do share in the concern of Councilman Sanchez. But what I'd like to do is issue a challenge. I'm going to vote no on this, but don't get too excited. I think that I expect to be able to frolic in the fields. I expect to be able to roll around in the fields and see the great fields that Councilman Fernandez has based his entire existence on this dais on. And frankly, a lot of us, though, we all want Miami Lakes to be beautiful, and our parks are one of those things. And importantly, this specific item is not even our parks. You run it, but it's the right of way, right?
I joked. It's green right away, so it's under parks. So if it's alive, it's
But the money
Jeremy.
goes to
If
you,
it's
right?
dead,
Yeah, that's why
we share it.
That's
Yeah,
later.
that's what I'm saying.
Sharing
That's
is
later.
caring.
That's later.
That's later. But yeah, so as Uncle Ben told Spider-Man, right? With great power comes great responsibility. We're gonna give you the money, but I want to see our parks improve. I want to see our rights of way improve. I want to see this have an effect. And I will say, as a concluding remark on that, is at least right now at my house, my guy comes and cuts the grass, and by the afternoon, it's already overgrowing. So I get it. And so while I truly do respect and understand where Councilman Sanchez is coming from, I can't support it at this time.
Hey, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, you basically want to see it look like Walt Disney.
Not like Walt Disney, like the town of Miami Lakes looked before we stopped fully funding all of our maintenance cycles.
I am going to support Mr. Sanchez's item. I think that $61,000 is not a lot. We can adjust it and move on, and it can work.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When was the last time we were at 31 cycles or 30 cycles?
30 or 35?
30, I'm sorry, 30.
So 30 is what we've been funded for the past 3 or 4 years. I'd have to think
Yeah,
of-
since
So we've
2019,
been
right?
at 30.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I honestly, yeah, I know we're trying to go up to 35. Thank you for the clarification. We've been at 30 for how long? You said 3 or 4 years?
Yeah, that it might be a little earlier, but I want to say it's 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, and this is the right-of-ways. This is not our actual parks.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, we're talking the fund that's only right-of-ways. However,
Yeah.
it is including parks as well. Our mini parks are also on 30 for the past however many years.
Okay, and we just came from the opening of Optimus Park. the grass looked great. I think that this is not a big ask, to be honest with you. I think that it's been, you guys have been doing a great job managing the contracts with the 30 cycle. I mean, I haven't got, personally, I haven't got any complaints on that, on the right-of-ways. So I think the ask of cutting it to 60 and keeping it at 30 cycles, I don't think is a big ask. I don't think it's gonna make a huge difference. Another thing, you know, it's Floridian grass, right? The grass that we have there.
Yeah, it's all Florentine, St. Augustine.
Yeah, and you know, that grows like weeds, right? It's not Bahia grass that grows like crazy, but I mean, have you ever considered a different, maybe a Bermuda, which is more expensive in the beginning but grows at a shorter rate, and you just have to change the cutting heads?
You would gain in the mowing, but you'd have to maintain it. You'd take a lot more fertilizer, a lot more herbicides to keep down to suppress the weed growth.
And again, native shrubs, native trees in lieu of grass is something that has to be taken a look at. Not maybe we'll look at it. We might have to consider removing some areas of grass and putting nice areas that are not, doesn't need the cutting every single time. That has to happen. There's no other way around it. So I'm with cutting the 60,000. I think we can maintain the cycle at 30. I don't think it's made a huge difference. I know that to you it does, because you're on it all the time and you see the growth. But to the average resident, to myself, I haven't seen the difference. I'm gonna support Councilman Sanchez's motion.
Well, so I just wanted to clarify then, what is included in this pot of money? What would be affected by these cuts? Just want to make sure that's clear.
5 cycles of mowing, edging, line trimming, weed control would also be then reduced
At the
as
parks
well.
and in the
This
medians?
is just right now, we're only talking right away.
Okay. Just
Right
wanted
now,
to be
this
clear.
is all right away.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to be clear. So this cut is affecting all that, but for the right-of-ways only.
Correct.
All right, and so his motion would just take us to basically where we've been at the last couple of years since 2019.
No, 60 would put you probably closer to 31 and a half, 32 cycles.
So there'd be a slight increase from where we've been.
Yes.
I'd have to take a look at the numbers, but I think my quick math in my mind is putting it somewhere just above.
This year, we spent total, including carry forward, 659,080. This would bring it to 760,220.
That's the total fund,
Right.
not just the right-of-ways.
Right.
So, like I said, I'd have to break it down just
Well,
to
yeah,
see what it actually equates to cycle-wise for mowing and
Well,
all the green
before I
side.
could be comfortable supporting this, although on its face, it doesn't seem as if it would be too much of a concern for me, I'd like to get clarity on what exactly would be affected before I go and jump into this, right? And I would remind my colleagues that we still have, what is it, like at least 73,100 from the money we moved over out there, not to mention the $47,000 in savings from the bond-related votes, or excuse me, the line of credit votes that we took earlier that we can use to cover, other things. And I certainly don't want to do anything that's going to reduce the amount of litter crew on when it comes to the right-of-ways, or anything that's going to make our medians and other right-of-ways, not look where they should at the standard that they belong. I kind of, at the same time, also agree with Councilman Garcia that, we've come this far, we've made it, and we've done a pretty good job of what we got. And if anything, I would rather put any money that we cut from here into the parks directly, in other line items. But can you guys take a moment to go and, again, go through his numbers and then let us know what exactly would be affected? Because I think that would be important for me to vote. But Councilman Hertzberg, you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I do not want to touch the parks. If we're
This
talking
has
about
nothing to do with the
medians, we're
parks.
talking about right-of-ways, I
Yes.
think we're actually increasing the service even with this cut, right?
I'd have to confirm that.
Increasing service from the last few budgets. I think that's
Remember, the
a yes.
last budget as amended, oh, no, did not include any cycle, so it's still 30, no. So
Okay.
yes, it's an increase.
But this cut would not touch a pocket park as well, correct?
No, this is
Okay.
simply right-of-way.
I mean, look, I don't want to make too many cuts, but this is a scalpel type of cut. I can live with this. I'll support it.
Yeah, you know what? So I'll go ahead and support it now. And if anything, if we need to put it back and as a separate vote in the future as a new business item, if it comes back that this is actually a service decrease, then we can tackle it at that time.
Mayor.
Just to move
Mr.
forward.
Mayor, should we table it?
Town manager?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that the uniqueness of this kind of a cut is once the cycle is on a 30 or 31 cycle routine, the ones that we missed, we can't go back, even if we, add more money in the
Well, yeah,
mid-year
you're right,
budget
you're
amendment,
right,
right?
yeah.
So I just want that to be taken into account, that the ones that we miss, they're gone. Once
Through the
they're
through the
passed,
chair.
they're passed.
Hey, Councilman Garcia?
Just to clarify, but we're on the 30 right now.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not changing anything as of now.
No, I know, but
When
we.
you say this current fiscal year budget, correct? We're not talking next year?
next year.
No, next year it is at 35. It is right now scheduled for 35.
And this cut would, in theory,
it back to 30.
bring
Put
it,
it down lower, yes. I'll
Well,
have
no,
to
no, not
confirm the
lower.
amount.
Keep it the way we have it now. Let's be clear, guys. This will keep it at the 30 that we have it now.
I have to
Better than
confirm it.
30.
not by much,
By
but.
estimation,
yeah.
it'll be better, it'll be a little bit better. Not that I'm advocating for it, but
Okay,
I'm
it'll
telling
be
you
a
the-
little
the
bit
truth.
better. Okay, so
It'll
we're
be
getting a little bit better
than-
and cutting 60,000
Yeah,
from.
that's what
Okay.
it seems.
Councilman Sanchez.
I move to table this until they can come back with the items that would be cut to get it down to the,
Okay,
to the
that's
number of
fair.
seven.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
No,
no?
no.
All right, one no on the motion to table, Madam Clerk, which is Councilman Garcia. And we'll come back to this item. We'll pick it up from the table once we're ready. Councilman Sanchez, was there anything else?
Yes, this is more related for Melissa. At the last meeting, we moved to no longer absorb the credit card fees. We passed it on to the consumer, to the residents when they pay for something, that they also have to pay the credit card fees. But we have a fee within the Parks Administration for the rental of park services. Hold on, right here. Includes credit card transactions for parks. Should that item not have been removed already? And I also looked in revenues, and I don't see a line item for credit card revenues.
That needs to come before this council with a resolution, and it should be going before you in October, if
Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah, it hasn't been, there was a motion, but there hasn't been formalized with the resolution.
Okay, yeah, because I remember discussing it at the last meeting. Okay,
How much is the amount?
$3,500.
3,500
Yes.
for
It's just-
parks?
Yeah, but it's credit card fees.
No, no,
yeah,
I know.
Yeah, for the parks. Now, I know that it seems like a little bit here, a little bit there, but I'm a big believer in death by 1,000 cuts. So,
Can
the
I
next-
ask a question related to the credit card fees?
Yeah.
What exactly needs to come for a resolution? Charging the credit card fee to the?
Yeah, to pass it on to the consumer, to the person who's paying with a credit card.
In that case, given what the direction that the council already gave at the last budget hearing, wouldn't it make sense for that to be removed? And then, because this is a budget item, we're simply just not funding it.
No,
And then we can come back and.
We'll
what is
formalize it with a
October,
resolution, but you're
given
right.
that-
We could probably take it off.
Just take it
Is-
off.
In the general fund, the only ones would be in parks, right, Melissa?
Correct.
Because the
We're
other
only
ones would
looking
be
at
in
that one.
building?
If I may, in this case, we're not going to remove it. Instead, we will add an offset in revenue.
Okay,
to
yeah,
it.
as long as we do that.
Yeah.
True that.
True that. He did.
Okay.
Okay.
This one is more for research purposes because it's a very small item of $700.
Okay, but yeah, let's keep it moving.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Miscellaneous expense in Parks Administration for property taxes for Palm Springs North Section A. I thought we were excluded from paying property taxes.
Yeah, and we had the same conversation with the vice mayor yesterday. That one is for the lot, that is that little paved area on the northwest corner of 170th and 77th Court. That property is not it may be titled property taxes, but it's because it participates in the lighting district for PSN. PSN has a lighting district that property is part of that lighting district. So at some point, they must have put, is that correct,
Through the
Jeremy?
Chair.
Is that explanation accurate?
Vice Mayor?
Similar. So.
Yeah, there's two lots.
It's none on
There's that
Royal-
one, and then there's another small lot that's
In
with.
Royal Oaks.
Right.
As the manager was saying, we actually talked about that yesterday, and Jeremy gave a clear explanation. So it's not a property tax. It's incorrectly labeled as that.
Okay.
It's
It may be
the
paid through
fee
the same
paid-
mechanism to
Right.
the to tax collector, but
Yes.
it's not a property tax like
Correct.
a ad valorem property tax.
It's a
Right.
non-ad valorem is what
Yeah.
it is, because it's a lighting district.
Okay.
From, I guess, FPL or the county. And then it's the same with the, it's that through park in Royal
In
Oaks
Royal
that
Oaks.
has the cell tower.
Right.
So those are the two properties. And, I mean, again, $700 item. But
I know,
yeah,
I
it's
just
not a
research.
property tax, to be clear.
Okay. And then also research for certification provided by the National Alliance of Youth Coaches Check Certification Clinic. Is that required for the background searches for the coaches? $1,400? And then I have one more item and we're done until we get to the chart.
No, so that NAES accreditation, part of the contracts with our athletic providers is that their volunteer coaches must also ascertain training prior to coaching youth sports. It's sensitivity training, it's actually learning about the sport and how to train and so forth. It's a requirement within our contract to be fulfilled, period. The town offers it. In some cases, the clubs have found other alternatives that have saved that money in the past. So we've had a high school coach that gave a free lesson for baseball once to all the volunteer coaches. For a little bit there, we had NFL Flag that covered it. However, NFL Flag no longer has the certification, and we no longer have the coach that gives out that free clinic. So this money is being put back in case the accreditations through NAES, which is the main provider for youth sports, so we can have those coaches accredited.
Okay.
And then just note that it's only for 1 year. Once a coach is a returning coach, they are paying for their $20 renewal every time after that.
Perfect. Councilman Sanchez, I think you said you had one more item?
Yes. It is in it's community programs under recreation services. I'm just $8,600. Supplies, for table tennis, archery, painting showcase, Start Smart equipment, and other. What is other?
The other is essentially any items that aren't there. However, the vast majority is spent on
The
our
$8,600.
painting, because painting has become one of the bigger exhibits we have here in Chambers.
Okay.
We spent it on Start Smart equipment. So every 6 weeks, we'll run a different Start Smart program. It could be baseball, basketball, football, and that program is aimed at teaching kids motor movements before they get into sports. So this is just before you're 5 years old, 4 years old for baseball. You start to learn the early years, basic mechanics to enter those sports.
Okay.
And then you have table tennis, and then you have dominoes as well. We have a dominoes club that will supply with tables. So that falls within that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. All right, I'll hand the floor over to someone else so I don't
Okay,
monopolize the time.
Councilman Fernandez, or actually I had asked over here. So Councilman Garcia, then Fernandez.
Yeah, I have something in regards to Public Works line item here. Accidental light pole repairs. We have $2,000 there. In the past, we had zeros and 4,000 and then 210, and I know that can happen with an accident. But doesn't our insurance cover that? Do we have insurance that covers isn't that town property that gets covered by the insurance cost?
The practice would be we would get the police report and we'll go ahead and go after the insurance of the person or that had the incident. But what we have made a practice is that we'll charge it to this first, so it doesn't hit our main budget, and then once we get reimbursed, that part gets covered.
What, have we had an issue that we haven't been reimbursed for a light that's been knocked down? Doesn't our
Sometimes-
insurance cover it? If it's a hit and run, for example, our insurance would cover that, right?
I would have to, okay.
Our deductible is $2,000, so anything below $2,000 will not be covered.
And how much
by our
is,
insurance company.
how much is one of our gas looking light poles, or is this for the? Yeah, they look like the black poles. That look like the old-fashioned gas lights, the lantern-looking lights.
I would have to look, but it should be around 2,000. But I have to look. If you give me a second, I'll look for the last time we did a full replacement.
So that's there for the deductible.
Yeah.
Is there any other line item that's?
Yes.
Yeah, it
What
could
other
be-
line
it-
items do you have?
It could be charged to a regular light pole repair.
And I can also tell you I have an item later on to have a special revenue fund actually pay for that.
Yeah. So my motion is if we could exactly move it to another revenue fund, any deductibles for insurance, and remove this, and then have it there, just when it happens, we have it, but I think we can remove this $2,000.
Sometimes it's not just the pole, the whole thing. Sometimes it's the wiring.
Sure.
Or the connection, that is the electrical part that would be our expense because it is not reimbursable by the, it's below our deductible.
Yeah. But I see here some years that if we get lucky, it never happens, right? Or you always have an issue with, because I've seen a couple this year.
No, every year.
Every year you got 3 or 4.
We got a few.
Well, I just think we should remove that and deal with it as we'll find the money. Okay, I'm going to remove my motion for now and then come back later on this stuff.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make, because it's something Councilman Sanchez discussed. I just
because remember that Councilman Fernandez was next, but if it's pertinent to something that he was,
well, it's gonna be very quick. I don't want to forget it.
Okay.
Because we discussed we all agreed to that we should remove it, but then we never did. So I would like to make a motion to remove the $3,500 credit card fee, as in Parks and Rec, as Councilman Sanchez noted.
All right. Any discussion on this? See none. All those in
It-
favor say
it's
aye.
not-
Oh, wait.
It's not to be removed.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen now is we'll have a revenue and it will offset. There will still be an
offsetting revenue.
expense.
Do you need
But
a
it will be
motion?
offset because it will then be a revenue.
It's
Do
still
you-
gonna
do
be
you
an
need a
expense. We
motion
still
from
gotta
us?
pay it to the company, but we'll collect it on the revenue side from the
Okay, so
consumer.
I
But
thought you
I
was-
think the
okay,
question
got it.
though is, do you need a motion from us to add the revenue item or
No,
no?
No, we
Okay,
will
then.
just do that now in the
Yeah,
coming
There you
budget.
go.
it passed
Hold on a
already.
second.
But remember, you can't. I don't. Well, I mean.
Well, it's just
Yeah.
an impossibility. It's not
Okay.
necessary.
All right. Yeah. So you know what? We'll just deep six it. You know, that's a professional term of art. With that, Councilman Fernandez, then Vice Mayor Morera, and then Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Okay, so I guess the correct phrase would be that I'm gonna pick up the item off the table.
You're gonna Lazarus it.
I'm gonna Lazarus. No.
Lazarus, come
No,
forth.
How is
You're
it, how is it referred to? I'm gonna pick
Yes,
up.
it's that you're gonna pick up whatever your motion was from the table.
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna do that. I'd like for us to discuss again, my motion is, now that in light of the numbers that I have.
Okay, so
Oh,
Councilman
first one.
Fernandez is moving to pick up from the table his item related to the COLAs. I'll second that. Is there any discussion on the motion to pick up from the table? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now you're recognized to, and if I'm not mistaken, you already had made a motion and second. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? So you already have that. So just get into the discussion on your item.
Yeah, so in light of.
And remember that we were waiting on numbers, so please
Right.
share that with your
I
colleagues.
have, yeah. So the amount it would cost, next year's budget would be $50,235, and that would include all staff to get a 3% COLA raise.
Okay, and what is the amount then finally on that?
That's the final amount for the general fund, including
Okay,
FICA
so
and
that's all-
pension.
that's it, all in.
50,235.
All right, so that's all in.
And then keep in mind that some of the 3% that would be, that some of the employees would enjoy doesn't come from this budget, this general budget anyway. It
Yeah.
comes from different sources.
Yeah, look, I'm going to support it. I mean, I had supported the prior motion by Councilman Herzberg to just, just keep it to those making 100 and below. But there's even been Herald articles explaining that to afford a home in Miami, you need to be making at least 113. And we have some employees that are directors that just make above the $100,000 threshold a year. And so I think that this, to help them offset those costs, pay for their families' care and education, et cetera, I think it makes sense. Not to mention with the money that we moved over as a one-time shot, I think this makes sense. And this is a recurring cost that I think we can easily cover year over year. So I will, be more than happy to support this and retract my prior statement that I had made with this not being the year. Again, we have that opportunity to do it this year through that. And again, it's not gonna, that amount is not gonna burn a hole in our pocket.
Mayor,
So
just as a point of information, with
You
the
may.
the other moves that you guys have made up to now, tonight, you have capacity in the general fund of 91,614.
Okay.
Just wait till I'm done.
Okay, perfect. Well, then that's good. So then we can easily afford this then. So with that, any other comments on this?
Yes, through the
Councilman
chair.
Garcia?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing that we're finding cuts. I just don't think adding now is a good exercise. We're continuing to cut. We made a choice to a compromise for the COLAs when it comes to the level of who's going to get them and who's not. I think adding now, using the cuts we're finding to add to another side of it is I think we should continue to cut to see if we get that millage rate as low as we can.
And I think we're still going to get there. I have faith in the vice mayor. So with that, is any, Councilman Herzberg?
I have a comment on those two.
I agree with Councilman Garcia. This is something that I already spoke to town manager that I would propose that we take care of and carry forward even retroactively. I think that's where it's appropriate. From my standpoint, we're going to increase taxes most likely. It's going to be a fairly small increase. But it's, again, very hard for me to tell people that we're increasing our tax rate and also increasing the salaries of high income earners for the majority of people. So I get it. The staff and directors do good work. I'm very willing to bring this back in the carry forward, that I'm very confident we will have the funds and make that retroactive. But at this point, for the millage, I'm just going to be a no on this one.
Well, my response on that would be that, we seem to be putting a lot of faith again in the mid-year budget amendment, which is, again, is going to be a problem, right? Like, if the plan is to put 500,000 back again, right, into the MLOP line item, which I'll say it now, at this juncture, I have given up, after 7 years of being here, of ever seeing that park done that in a way that's not done through a bond, at least not in full. So I don't see the point in putting that money back in the mid-year budget amendment. But between the discussion I've heard that some people do want to address that through the mid-year amendment, the fact, yes, with my tax stabilization fund, that we'll take a bite out of that, combined with the fact that we still have the police study that we got to worry about. We still have the CDMP amendment study that we have to fund, and all these other things. It seems that we're putting a lot of pressure, the CDMP, the Comprehensive Development Master Plan. So for those that, again, we're putting a lot of hopes, I feel, on future revenues that we don't, I'm sure we will have excess, but, again, it seems like we're already eating it up before we actually get there. So, again, and whether we do it then or whether we do it now, I mean, I agree that we want to keep the millage as low as possible, although I have great faith in the vice mayor's proposals that are coming up now. So I just say might as well just bite the bullet now, right? But, I just wanted to bring that up. Mr. Vice Mayor, you had comments on this item?
Yeah, first of all, shame on you not believing in me. As a Chapulín Colorado used to say, no contaban con mi astucia. But we will continue working. And what I've been telling the residents is it's become my goal to get to the flat rate or as reasonably close as I can, because I think that we can get there. And frankly, I think that with the benefit of more time even, I feel like every time I open this budget, I find something else. But that being said, I will, with regard to this item, the COLA, and by the way, actually to something the mayor mentioned, I'm so happy you said that, because I feel the same way about the MLOP funds. I just truly think when we listen to a lot of the residents, not all of them, I want to be very clear, this is not everyone. I'm not speaking for everyone. This is a hotly debated issue, but I do think that the commentary surrounding MLOP has been so heated, so divisive, we reasonably cannot expect to actually do anything with that money for a significant period of time, even though it is money that is socked away, which we all understand. But unfortunately, sometimes the residents are going to assume that it's taxpayer dollar, which, by the way, the 500,000 is taxpayer dollar. The remaining 1.2 is special revenue fund dollars, which is technically also tax dollars from a different source, but ad valorem property tax dollars. So I'm so happy you mentioned that, because I'm probably not going to support putting it back. That being said, as far as the COLAs are concerned, I gave this issue a lot of thought. None of the issues that we discussed at the first budget meeting gave me as much, to use a Councilwoman Ruano word, heartburn as this item. And it was because I felt I didn't hear it. I felt a collective groan from this side of the room, and like they just got gut punched. And so one of the things that really has made me flip on this is one of the things that at least I did not give consideration to, because it is a great idea. And I do thank you, Councilman Hertzberg, for coming up with an idea, a creative idea. But at least at that time, what I did not think of was, yeah, great. The people who are making under 100,000 are going to get a COLA, which is great in these tough economic times. But what we forget is, for most people, if you make $50,000 a year, you live a life of $50,000 a year. If you make $150,000 a year, you live the lifestyle of a person who makes $150,000 a year. But both of those people are still affected by the same inflation. So that person who's making 150 today, tomorrow needs to make 160 in order to keep up. And just like the person who's at 50 needs to make 60 in order to keep up. So that of all the decisions actually that we made on at the first budget hearing, that's the one that haunted me the most. So I will be supporting this item to restore it. And as I also said to Mr. Bagdown, from now on, every time I say his name, I'm going to do this motion, Bagdown.
I know what I'm getting him for Christmas now,
A bag.
literal bag, and I'm going to just drop it in front of him.
But yeah, we as their employers, we do want to make sure that we're not just supporting their professional growth, but also their family, and that we're accounting for the increase to the cost of living in this area. So I will be supporting the item.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia, and then I don't know if there's anybody else before we close out.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilman Garcia, and we'll go ahead and call the vote.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I appreciate your thoughts on that, and I understand that inflation goes up for everyone. Someone who's been in sales for decades, who's had good years and bad, who's had those years where you're making, six figures, and had those years where you're making close to 50 or 60. And I've lived both, and it happens, it's cyclical, and I can tell you right now, I'm not having good years right now. So it is hard to say to the residents that are looking out there who are making the 50 and the 60 or the 40 or the 30 or whatever they're making now, that someone who's making over 100,000, it'll affect them the same as someone's making 50. The lower you make, percentage-wise, the harder it is to make ends meet. And someone's making over 100, yes, they're up to here as well, but it's not I don't think it's the same thing. So I think the compromise that Councilman Hertzberg came up with is a compromise. I already threw myself on the sword with the staff and those who live here making over 100. I mentioned I may lose your vote, but I think it's a compromise when it comes to that. So I think the residents, I think we need to read the room here and also read the room of the town. I don't think they'll accept a COLA raise for those who are making over 100,000 right now. It's just not something that I believe is appropriate at this time. But I understand your thinking. I just think they're two different animals when it comes to making over 100 and making 50 or 60. It's a huge difference because I've lived both and I'm living it now. So. Thank you.
And I'll close with this, which is just that in my view, we're already giving them a lower COLA at the 3% than the originally proposed 5%, which is well below the increase of inflation in our area. And then, excuse me, lastly, is just these are real people with real families that are being affected. So on this one, I don't think it should just be about optics, but I just wanted to say that. With that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're to the Vice Mayor. That's right. We're going to the Vice Mayor for a series of motions, and I know he's going to rock our socks, right? Is that the expression? Knock our socks off. There we go.
Call it what you want it. Here we go. So first, before I even jump into the motion, I want to read an email from a Miami-Dade County attorneys who have actually, during the course of this meeting, finally given me their legal opinion on the use of PTP dollars for the school crossing guards, and I'm very happy to report we can. Subject to the following. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to summarize it by saying the only thing we need to do is be adequately able to demonstrate how the school crossing guards serve to operate roads and bridges within Miami Lakes. That's it. Which obviously a school crossing guard helps operate a road. They intentionally worded it as vague and broad as possible, and they wanted it. In other conversations with them, they were being careful because they didn't want to inadvertently open a floodgate, but they also understood, one of the things that's actually covered by the PTP is the yellow flashing school speed zone signs. And as someone from the CITT told me, as far as they're concerned, a school crossing guard serves the same exact function as that blinking light, is protecting the kids and primarily encouraging parents to walk their kids to school or allow their kids to walk to school. And therefore, each one of those kids that are being walked to school, that's one less private vehicle on the street, and therefore it perfectly goes into transit. And so with that said, there are a few motions I want to make. Starting, and I'm going to, before I even make it, also hit another point, which is we also know that item 20 on page 6 of the CITT municipal guidelines states that, it's done in a question and answer format. So it says, is street lighting an eligible surtax expense? If so, is it eligible under transit or transportation? The answer is, it depends. Yes, street and sidewalk lighting in general is eligible as a transportation expense. So with that being the case, I have two separate motions. This is PTP 20. So I move to reduce the PTP 20 contingency reserve by $149,757 and allocate that to a new line item, which will be used to pay all of the expenses from the general fund school crossing guards.
I'll second.
Any discussion on this particular motion?
Any questions from staff also? Well, because I know that this is tougher.
I mean, the deputy town attorney seemed to nod that he was fine with the justification provided by the county attorneys and that it seemed to cover what you're trying to do. So, okay,
Yeah.
Madam Budget Director?
Yeah, I want to make sure I phrase it correctly for them, that's why.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor, you said PTP 80 reserves. There are no reserves in PTP
No,
80.
PTP 20. This is transit. This
But
is-
that's for the street lights would fall under transportation,
no.
not under
I
transit.
said the school crossing guards. And if I said streetlights, I laid out first. Yeah, if you want, I'll rephrase. Yes. I move to reduce the PTP 20 contingency reserve by $149,757 and create a new line item under the PTP 20 to fund in that exact amount all of the items under the general fund relating to the school crossing guards.
Does that?
Sir, you got clarification that it's transit, not transportation dollars? Which one?
That's correct.
Can you read them that part of the email?
Absolutely.
And better yet, if you want to forward it to them as well, just so they can have a copy for their records in case they have to justify it later, and maybe to the attorneys as well.
So the applicable state statute for the eligible uses of charter county and regional transportation system surtax funds in section 212.055. Said statute would not allow the county to utilize its share of surtax funds in the manner described by the Miami Lakes Chief Financial Officer in the email below. Municipalities, however, may use the surtax proceeds to plan, develop, construct, operate, and maintain roads and bridges in the municipality. The analysis as to surtax eligibility is done on a case-by-case basis. In this instance, if Miami Lakes is adequately able to demonstrate how the school crossing guards serve to operate roads and bridges within Miami Lakes, it could be an eligible expense. They don't specify one or the
Roads
other.
and bridges are under transportation, not transit.
Yeah, but I'm not doing roads and bridges. I'm doing school crossing guards.
No, but I think they wanted to confirm which pot of PTP.
Well, I don't know what they're talking about, and to be clear, it's strange. So a resident submitted a request to the county, and I guess so did you. This seems to be responding to you, but I don't know what you asked. So
I haven't gotten the
I would assume that they have this, but
Well, are they copied on the email communication?
no, this was direct to me.
Okay,
but,
can
because
you
it was a
forward it to
forward.
them though, just so they can have it already
Sure.
out? And same thing with the attorneys?
I'm thinking that it would definitely be under transportation, and right now, not transit, and transportation currently does not have a fund balance, or a contingency reserve, rather.
I'm sorry, one more time.
That they're thinking that this actually applies to PTP 80, right, transportation?
Yeah, not
Where
transit.
there's currently no fund balance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I think that goes against the spirit of what's being proposed, because transportation tends to be infrastructure items and things relating to that. As an example, a bus is not transportation; it is transit, right? What is under transportation?
A road.
Huh?
A road, like a roadway
A road,
improvement.
exactly,
Yeah.
right? We're not building a road with this. We're not doing one of the many PTP projects that we have where we build sidewalks or.
So just to
do a
make sure I'm
greenway.
understanding you then, what you're arguing is that based on that interpretation, if we can show how the crossing guards affect the operation, or I guess the flow of
The
traffic of the
operation and the
road,
flow of traffic,
then that's where you're saying it would be justified under PTP 20.
20.
Right, the transit.
Yes, that's my argument.
Okay.
And I'm happy to, this is something that they have, frankly, I will say, moved heaven and earth to get us this opinion this quickly. I will venture to say we'll get a more formalized thing, but just even the fact that they wanted us to have this opinion in time for this meeting says enough for me to feel confident and apply these funds. The people and by the way, the person who I spoke to on the phone was an individual who was very high up in the CITT, and he gave me his assurance that pending the attorney's position, that it was his position that it was allowed, and that.
Is there a reason why you don't feel comfortable naming this person?
Oh, I asked him, and he said, "Keep me out of it."
Okay, okay, got it.
I'm happy to do it in
That's fair.
private, but not in the public.
It
eye.
sounds like typical county government.
And
Okay, did they get a copy yet of the email? Yeah, because
So-
again, I want them to
I'll
be
forward
able
it
to
right
read that so that we're all on the same page, because I don't want to do anything that's going to put the town in any legal jeopardy.
Can I ask something?
In the meantime, Councilman Fernandez.
So I just want to hear from our attorneys. I mean, what do you, just knowing what you've, I know you haven't had a chance to digest it, but what do you think about how we're interpreting that email?
And again, he's going to provide it now, so, you know, you guys will have a chance to look at it.
The issue is that each of those pots of money, whether it's 20 or 80, are for different purposes. One is transportation, as he said, one is for transit. So it depends where it's being drawn from and what the specifications are. from what he's reading, he's not saying PTP 20 or PTP 80. It's just very generic as to PTP funds. So I think that's the issue, and that's the question.
Right, but do you think how he is interpreting why he's making the case as to why we can use it?
But he's not being specific as to which pot of money he.
Oh, no, I've been very specific. PTP 20.
In his case, he's talking about PTP 20. I think what you guys want to confirm is that that
so
was
they
what
said
the
PTP 20.
They did not. I said. They simply said, as long as you can show that it's for what is it? Operation of roads for Miami Lakes to operate
For
roads,
PTP
you're
20.
good. They did not say PTP 20. Stop putting words in their mouth.
Well,
that's what I need to
we're
know.
trying to
But
ascertain.
the question, as I asked it, was PTP 20, and that's the answer I got. I don't know the question that Kay asked. That's why I asked.
Okay. Well, after they explain, then we'll go to Councilman Herzberg.
Because I'm very clear that transit is related to bus bay pullouts, bus shelters, bus benches, etc. My question to the county was not under PTP 20, not under transit, but under transportation.
Because you're clear that what?
Transit, PTP 20 is for transit. Transit meaning, and they have it here, transit means it's defined as bus service, rail service, or related amenities.
Transit.
Transit,
That's the 20.
that's
Correct.
PTP 20.
Bus service is included.
Bus services, bus shelters, bus benches, bus stops.
Which is why freebies in it.
Freebie. Anything related to that is PTP 20. PTP 80, however, it's roadways, it's street lights, it's
Which is where the school crossing guards come into play.
and I'm thinking it's the school crossing guards as well. Yes, I did send them a question, but they haven't responded to me as yet. And my question was based on PTP 80 funds.
No, I mean,
Councilman Herzberg.
I guess based off the email from the county attorney specifically stated a statute, did he not? Is PTT 20 and 80 out of the same statute?
Yes, they are out of the same statute. The
Okay.
thing is that the funds, once it comes in, a minimum of 20% has to go to transit. It could be 25, but a minimum of 20%, and the remainder to transportation.
Okay, so it's not about, it's about making sure the minimum is at 20%. It's not about that we can't take money from PT. The minimum has to go, so you get a chunk of money, 100%. 20% has to go to transit. The other 80% can go to transportation. So can't we move the contingency then?
that's exactly what I'm doing.
So what does it make a difference at this point?
I agree.
So we have a contingency there. It's 100%. 20 has to go to transit. The contingency is part of the 20%. Based off the numbers, I don't think it is.
Yes, the contingency is a part of that 20%.
It is.
Yeah, how much? I mean, how much? I guess. Yeah,
There's
how
like
much is the total
380
amount?
grand in there.
So 380 grand is put into the pot as a contingency to make the 20% full.
That contingency is monies that's been carried over from prior years. It's not
Okay.
just a contingency from this current
Right.
year.
So,
And
but
it
you-
has to be spent on transit.
because if you put it in that pot for that year, it has to be. You can't move. It's once it's in the 20%, it can't be removed from the 20%.
That's part of the allocation of
Yeah,
the
and the 20%'s a minimum.
Yeah.
You can
Right, I
do
know.
25, you can do
Right.
30, but you can do no less than 20%.
Okay. So if we reduced, well, I don't know. I got to figure out what the numbers are.
I'm going to lay this on the table while I go and lawyer this thing.
I'll second this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is laid on the table. Next item. Councilman Sanchez, so while you figure that out,
Yeah, I gotta figure this out.
Councilman Sanchez then.
Motion on the table to untable the right of
To
way.
pick up from the table.
To pick up from the table.
Okay, I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
All right,
The-
so
the motion
deduction
is
of the
picked up from the
60
table. You are proceed. You are clear to proceed.
So the deduction of the 60,948. How many cycles does it bring us down to?
So in order to make up that difference and leave the right-of-way maintenance portion at 308,185 now instead of the 369 that it was before, you would need to reduce your mow cycles. The max you would be able to get would be 33 mow cycles. You would be there foregoing mulch in its entirety. You would forego half of the fertilizing as well. Now you can play with that and you can put back a fertilizer and reduce your mow cycles to 32. You can gain back a mulch if you go to 31. So that can be altered. However, there is no way to make up the 60,948 simply by mowing cycles. You will need to forego either fertilizing or mulching.
I would be good with reduce. I'd rather keep the mulch because I'm okay with, look, we're at 30. If we go to 31 and keep the mulch and if we're gonna do something, I'd be okay with that, the mulch and fertilizer.
So just to follow up on that, by going to 31 mow cycles, we would save the mulching, leave that unchanged, and the fertilizer?
I'm checking right now. I don't think so. At 31, you still need to sacrifice.
No.
Let's see here.
Mr. Backdown. Obviously, I have to go back to the spreadsheet that I made based on last year versus this year for the parks. And I see that pretty much every park on my list had 0 mulch this year.
Correct.
Every single one.
Correct. Mulching was not funded.
Right. Did anyone, how important is mulch?
I actually.
And from what I've heard, it is a carcinogen. Some like red mulch for some reason.
Everything gives you cancer,
Like,
but
I don't know.
I'm not
I've
saying
heard
that's a
that
reason to
somewhere,
do it.
that
But
red mulch specifically.
yeah,
We don't use red mulch.
Okay.
Yes, we use a very different kind of mulch
Yeah.
that, if I'm not mistaken, has certain properties that makes when a child jumps off the swing, it helps to break their fall. Right.
Well, that's
okay.
different.
Well, go ahead.
So I probably had like a 30-minute discussion with the director about mulch because I do not like mulch, and I think we should look into rocks. And rocks, guess what? Rocks don't have to be placed a lot all the time and things like that, but whatever. No, so this mulch would not include the playground safety mulch, which is something I would absolutely never cut.
Right.
Because it needs to happen, and my
Yes.
kids use those playgrounds. But
This is right of way.
But the
Got
right of
it,
way,
okay.
we had a discussion. There's some benefits, but it's mostly aesthetics to mulch, is it not?
The most impact is going to be on the aesthetics. There are biological and I guess organic rationale as to why you would do it, for weed suppression, for moisture retention, to really the biggest thing is to push away weeds from just soil beds.
I mean, for
So-
the right of way, I have no problem with removing mulching, but that's just me. That's a personal opinion.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Don't believe me, look it up yourself right now. Mulch brings termites. Okay?
Okay.
They bring termites. Read it up, and if I lose, I'll invite everybody to Joe Stone Crab tonight. If I lose, but I won't lose.
Director Backdown, if you can do me a favor and just recap for the vice mayor who is taking that call outside, what your findings are with respect to the motion to reduce the 60,000 in right-of-way funds.
In order to make the sum that Councilman Sanchez was trying to bring back, which is $60,948, you would need to forego more than just the 5 mowing cycles. There will be a need.
You said 35 to 33?
No, so I did the math, and I thought it was going to be on that, but that's why I wanted to make sure I did it against the actual contract. So at 30 mow cycles, and let's put it back at 2. I'm going back to 30 now, so we'll start at the base, because we said we wanted to look at mulch. So the max you can do at 30 mow cycles, keeping 1 mulch and 2, so half rate of fertilizing, would get you to the number, the 308,18522.
And removing the mulch?
Now, if you remove the mulch, you can go up in mow cycles.
To how many?
Let's see here.
I could have sworn I heard 33.
So if I remove mulch altogether,
That was the first number he gave. The first number you gave was 33 motorcycles.
correct, and I had it at, I think, 1 fertilizer. I have to take a look now.
I mean,
I'm doing this on the fly here.
No,
for
no,
you
that's
guys.
fine. You do that, but just throwing it out there, I mean, like, again, I kind of agree with the point Councilman Garcia was making earlier that, you know, that people haven't noticed too much with respect to the grass, you know. So in terms of most cycles, I'm fine with leaving it where it's at now and just preserving the mulching cycles and the fertilizing to make sure that the rest of it is aesthetically pleasing and well maintained. I understand Councilman Herzberg has a blood, you know, feud with mulch. But, you know, yeah, I just wanted to put that on the record while you continue to do that on the fly.
Point of personal privilege, if I may cut the
Mr.
order.
Vice Mayor?
Just
Oh,
asking
wait,
to
wait.
cut the order so that I can come back to this, make my comment on this issue, and then.
Okay, but on this issue, you're
Yes,
not cutting.
yes.
Oh, okay,
No,
go
on this
ahead,
issue.
go ahead. Yeah, because
I'm
we're
just
trying to
cutting
give
the
him
line of other people speaking.
Yeah, we're just trying to give him time to do his math.
I just want to say, just for the purpose of anyone counting votes, I'm not okay with this. Like I said, I want to give a chance. They've been telling me how great it's going to be when we fully fund. I want to give them a chance, fully fund it, and then, but again, you know,
I'm
be
also
accountable.
looking forward to it. As a director, this will be the first time I'm funded at.
I'm gonna
at
frolic in
35.
the meadows.
Vice
but-
Mayor, so will I.
But to be clear, and I understand where Councilman Sanchez is coming from, but does any part of that, by the way, well, no, this is right of way.
Yes. Strictly right of way.
Then look, I think our right of ways should look nice. That is just my position. By the way, I will say I share Councilman Herzberg's grave hatred for mulch in my own house because it moves every time it rains. But here in the town, it looks nice. I'm
Excuse
okay
me,
with it.
Mr. Vice Mayor. Is
And that's
staff over there? Guys, yeah, just if you can lower the volume over there. Lorenzo, I'm sorry, if you guys can just bring it down a little bit so, you know, it's starting to affect what we can hear up here. Sorry. All right. go ahead.
I just want to put my comment on the record so I can get back to searching for my funds.
Okay, if I may.
Okay, Councilman Sanchez.
Okay, we are talking about reducing 2 mulch cycles. And mulch, flowers you can see from half a mile away because of the vibrant colors. But mulch, what color is the mulch that we
Brown.
would- Brown.
So it's a contrast from your
And
green.
what is the color of the dirt surrounding the tree that where you would put the mulch?
Black.
Where the
Blackish.
brown blends in, and a car going at 25 to 30 miles an hour is not going to see the mulch. So we're reducing 2 mulch cycles across 52 weeks. Mr. Vice Mayor, we're reducing 2 mulch cycles, and it's saving us $61,000. That I have something that I'd like to bring up later about a specific salary.
I'm down with reducing the mulch cycles, but I want to keep
Right.
the mulch because the truth is that especially when you're stopped at some of these medians, especially let's say like the turn lanes to the Palmetto, which I believe does have mulch, I could be wrong, you know, right? The turn lanes to the Palmetto
On
from
154.
154. Yeah.
I believe when we did some of the renovations to the landscape there, we added mulch at the time of the project.
Okay.
So the right of way
so-
itself, the right of way itself would have not gotten it, but if the project was, and I want to say it was done, it was something that the manager wanted us, we went ahead and mulched then for the installation of the new plants.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to point out that, for example, we were all taking heat on social media for the Grams property with respect to the dirt and the very few plants that are there. So, you know, again, so I'm just trying to say that with the property that we actually control, you know, the mulch seems like a no-brainer as something to continue to make sure that it looks good, including for those cars that are stopped at those intersections. Who had their hand up?
Just to respond,
Okay, Vice Mayor and then Councilman Fernandez.
Again, I just want to make the point that for years, we've been told it looks like this because it's not fully funded. I think since 2019, right? Give or take?
Yeah, give or take, yeah.
And that applies to multiple things, not just this. It also applies to our park maintenance cycles, our tree trim cycle, et cetera, which, by the way, the tree trim cycle is one of the ones that I think I've gotten the most complaints on from everyday residents of, no me corten la mata. And so I really do want to see this funded, and I've said it from the beginning, I am willing to make hard, difficult cuts, and I am willing, as I think everyone should understand by now, and by the way, this is the case I know with Councilman Sanchez for some of the deep stuff that he's doing. I've poured over this thing, and I want to find all the cuts, but I'm not willing to forego full funding of all cycles and let you do your thing. Next year, if the result is not what I intended, we will revert. I'm letting you know that I will be the first one calling for it to revert. But right now, I want to see it fully funded. The only way that I'll support this, a cut at this time, is if it's accompanied by a vote of this council promising to bring it at the amended budget. That's the only way I'll support it. Meaning we're budgeting today 7/12 of it, and the other 5/12 of it at the amended budget. That's
Like
the
a
only
pilot,
way.
like a pilot
have a
project.
motion yet.
Exactly.
Okay, well, really quickly, remember the order. It was Councilman Fernandez, and then we'll go to Councilman Garcia.
I'm just saying that that's the only way I support it. I'm not even making that motion. I'm just saying that that's the only way I support it.
I'm good. I just want, I will actually rather see a fully funded cycle. That's, again, just my opinion.
All right, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Just I want to remind my colleagues, this is the type of cycle of maintenance that landscapers love. The mulching, the flowers. It's a constant change. Everybody who has mulch understands mulch doesn't last a long time. So we are in this cycle that we're continuing to have to budget for this instead of saying, hey, less flowers, less mulch, less fertilizer. Fertilizer is horrible for the environment. Let's lower the grass, more native plants again. We need to lower the cycle, lower the amount of costs we're spending. Guys, we've had the cycle of 30 for years. No one has noticed. I have yet to get one call saying, you know, I was waiting in line at the median, and my goodness, that grass is, 2 centimeters too high. I'm appalled. I have not, and I don't make light of what residents say, but I haven't received a complaint about the median's grass level. The only complaints I've ever gotten was the leaves. Twice a year, those leaves are crazy. But as far as grass, guys, Councilman Sanchez is correct. Let's keep it at 30, forgo the mulch, and if we can cut the fertilizer in half, it's better for our environment. No one's going to notice. No one's going to notice. That's my 2 cents.
Councilman Fernandez, and then Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
This is going to be really brief. I have received complaints, specifically 79th Court. If you notice, heading southbound on 79th Court, that median has looked overgrown for a long time, especially the one right on Miami Lakes Drive and 79th Court.
I don't think we maintain that.
Do we maintain that?
Mr. Manager?
Which
Mr.
area?
Manager, do we maintain 79th Court and Miami Lakes Drive where the sign says
Business Park East?
Business Park?
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
Those are
that
flowers
has
and
been
grass.
overgrown, and I've received on more than one occasion complaints about that.
Is that considered right of way?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Well, first it was Councilman Cuadra Garcia, and then Councilman Herzberg.
Am I recognized, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Take strong consideration on removing this mulch. Wikipedia is telling us right here.
Oh, no.
It's right here.
But not Wikipedia.
Okay, it's right here. I'm not making it up.
No, but
Okay,
Wikipedia's
well,
not
and
a-
then you guys, you will live with this termite issue. Consider removing the termites and putting rocks. Do whatever you want. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you. And listen, I started this meeting saying I was happy with the budget, and honestly I was, but this is a enough precision that I can live with it. It's a savings. We can either put it to something else or use it to lower the millage. I don't want to touch the parks, the actual parks. I will not vote for one single cut to the pocket parks, to the Royal Oaks, Veteran. I want to support the parks. But if this is just right-of-ways, then I'm okay with making this cut.
This is just right-of-ways, but just point of clarification, because I know it was stated really early in the meeting, there already is a cut to parks right now. There is a cut to the Youth Center Park East. So there is a reduction in cycles and fertilizer and mulching. That was already made part in.
Well, mulching, that's okay. I'm all right.
Remember, blood enemies.
Yeah. But there is already a reduction to one maintenance contract within this budget as it stands. Just so we're clear on that.
We can look in using this savings for our right-of-ways, and I'm looking at Google I really, this is not a priority for me. I don't think this is a priority for the residents, so I'm going to be for this cut. And I would like to see some of those savings go back to the actual parks.
So were you going to address that, or you already did with your comment? When you were just asking me to go speak?
I'm sorry, what did I?
No, you were asking to speak, and so I just wanted to be clear.
It was to address that. No, just
Okay.
to address that.
So-
The idea was not to not touch any parks, but there already is a park affected.
So this cut just keeps us where we're at right now. Is that accurate to say?
So this cut would, let me see here if I zero this back out.
Hmm?
And put this.
Are we currently
So
what?
that
Wait,
cut,
that's what I guess we'll get into.
let me make sure that we don't gain 31. So that cut will get you to 31 cycles, 0 mulch, full fertilizer.
Okay, but it maintains the same current amount of mow cycles, well, slightly, right? You know.
Slightly increase the mow cycle. You
Okay,
would gain one mow cycle, but you would gain one mow cycle and gain back one fertilizer.
Yeah. Now, I think that people would appreciate the mulch, right? But I'm willing to support this cut for now. Again, we get an additional mow cycle, give or take. You know, we have full fertilizer. And again, I'm with the councilman, you know, that I'd rather put the money in our parks that our residents are actually going to use. So for that reason, I'll go ahead and support it. Let's see if there's any more comments, because I know the vice mayor wanted to vote a certain way on this, and he's trying to inform staff out there that he got an answer on his PTP question. Is he there? There we go. Mr. Vice Mayor, come on back. We're about to take a vote. Okay.
Well, there's no motion
All
on
right.
the floor.
Well, hurry on up. We're about to take a vote.
Mr. Mayor, there's no motion on the floor.
Okay, well, then yeah, because when you brought it up, when you picked it up from
I
the table,
untabled.
that's a motion that was moved and seconded already.
Oh,
So
that's
it
true.
already has been moved and seconded.
Then I
So,
want to amend that motion.
yeah, and that's why we've been able to discuss it, right?
What was the dollar amount that was the cut?
Eh,
Just for Gina?
$60,948.
That's the amount of the cut.
Yes.
60?
$1,948.
All right.
Okay.
Right.
Did we have mulch this year in the right of way?
No.
Yeah, so that's why,
So we're
look, I'm
adding
willing
mulch.
to, if anything, revisit it later. But again, and I'd rather the savings from this go back to the youth center to make sure it's adequately maintained.
Okay.
But again, so
I have
you
an
good?
amendment. Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Ready to vote?
before we
I have an
vote,
amendment.
You have an amendment?
I have an amendment.
Okay, you're recognized for an amendment.
Okay, the amendment is to, at the time that the carry forward comes, if needed, we fund the full remaining balance to the 35.
I'll second that. Any discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, how does that affect the scheduling? Because you prorate it based on.
But I don't think it'll affect the mulching cycle,
No,
right? Because that
no.
we can do whenever.
But what
Yeah,
about
that
mow
can be
cycle?
done whenever. Now, mowing cycles, I have to look at what months don't have the full capacity at 31, which can then take after the amended budget, can take an additional cycle. So I can just evaluate what
Yeah, but we
can
can-
be added, what cannot be added.
We can visit it at that time. That's
Correct.
what I'm saying. Okay,
Correct.
yeah. Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, all of us consider the fertilizer, think long haul of our children. I would.
This is
I
for the
would-
right-of-ways, though. I just want to be
Well-
clear on that. I hope our kids are not playing in the middle of the street like that.
Okay, no. So basically, this is to support on removing 60,948?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm in support.
Okay, excellent. So on the amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No from Councilman Fernandez. The ayes have it, the motion carries, and the main motion is amended. Now we're back on the main motion as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this one.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, excellent. So do you want to make a motion, Councilman Sanchez then, or Councilman Herzberg, if you want, related to the spot, to move some of that money to offset? Like, how much, Jeremy, was the cut to the spot as far as the mowing and everything else?
The spot, like the youth center?
The youth center, yeah.
I appreciate the reference to the spot. I was lucky enough to be able to name that, so I appreciate
it's
that.
what it's called. We had a whole motion about this years ago, so I mean, might as well use it.
It is 4,438.
4,000?
4,000, yeah.
Okay.
To refund. It's a smaller neighborhood park.
All right, I'll move to go ahead and.
Let me get
and-
you the exact number if you
Okay,
want to
sure,
be
yeah.
exact. Because it was in comments. It's in the budget comments. All right. Here we go. It is 4,438.
All right, I'll move to restore the 4,000.
I'll second.
38, right? Okay, $4,038, $4,038.
$4,438.
Oh, excuse me, $4,438 to the spot. Is there a second? Was seconded by Councilman Sanchez. Any discussion on this?
Real quick to the chair.
All right, Councilman Garcia.
I just think we shouldn't be adding at this point. I think once the carry forward comes in, and if because there's a lot of priorities. If this is still a priority, then we decide then. But making the choice now, I think, is, or are we just voting to take a look at it when the carry forward
No,
comes along?
it's to restore.
Yeah.
It's to restore.
I don't think
now.
we should be adding back right now. I think we should wait for the carry forward and then prioritize and then use that money to add to the areas that are priorities, which parks are priorities, but I don't want to pigeonhole ourselves or handcuff ourselves right now. I think we should be taking away, not adding at this point, but that's my 2 cents.
With that, all those in favor, or actually, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, motion to move to restore this amount of money, 4,438, to the spot. Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent. Also, at this time, I'm going to move to pick up from the table my earlier motion on the travel to DC. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. So now that, again, remember I had put this aside for us to hear on what was going to happen with respect to the travel budget for the manager and the administration generally. So at this point, now that we have that clarity, I'm just going to make a strike-all amendment to my original motion to set aside $1,500 with the balance that's left over going back to the general fund, $1,500 to cover my expenses to going to DC to advocate for the zip code and for our $1 million appropriations. up there.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded on the strike-all. Is there any discussion on the strike-all?
So Mayor, to be clear, so the mayor and council travel and per diem, that is now at 2,000, you're moving it up to 3,500.
Right, I thought, if I'm not mistaken, I thought we had cut all.
You had, it was cut from 9 to 2. I think it was because of
did we do
legislative.
Yeah, because we wanted to make sure we had funds for you to go to Tallahassee.
Okay, well then, I guess if that's for Tallahassee, then might as well just make this motion here for DC.
Right, so you have
So just to
2,000
add
in
the-
there already, right now,
Yes,
as we
but
stand. So to
adding-
add another
Adding the
1,500 back.
1,500 for DC.
Right,
So
so
we
now
can
you
get
move it
that,
up
get our
to-
money and get our zip code. And
Correct.
then, yes, and then
So to move it to
separately-
3,500.
Uh-huh.
All right, got it.
Okay. Any discussion?
I'm happy to send you to DC if you can get that zip code. We're going to save a lot of money. I think the residents are going to save money on insurance costs.
Look, and I'm really excited. The conversations with Senator Scott's office are very encouraging. So that this for once might be the year. Praying that it'll happen. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
no. All right. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Now, Mr. Vice Mayor, I believe you were going to make an announcement and continue on with your items.
Wait.
Oh,
I
gosh.
just-
Okay, so first and foremost, I did make a phone call to my contact who did confirm it is an eligible transportation expense under the PTP 80, not under the transit PTP 20. So number one, I want to say I do want to thank this gentleman for taking a call. He's not a member of our town council, but he took a call at close to 10 p.m. So he's obviously a great public servant. But that being said, I'm going to have to make some changes, which is what I've been frantically doing on my crazy sheet. I'm going to move to reduce the PTP 80 contribution to the 59th Avenue roadway extension project by $223,372. I think it's easier if I just make this motion one at a time because it's going to be complicated. Anyone want a second?
I'll
We're just gonna-
second.
Thank you.
Wait.
May I explain before
Okay.
they intervene? Because
Well,
they're
it's not
gonna-
them intervening because I'm very protective of this project.
That's
so-
fine, and so am I, and so am I. Let's be very crystal clear here. When we showed up here for the first budget hearing, the amount of the PTP contribution to this project was $223,372 lower. It increased by that amount because of the cancellation of a project. We got lucky, basically. The Greenway South project was canceled by the grantor. So we now had additional PTP money that was previously allocated to that project, which the budget director allocated to this project, which is the smart thing to do because obviously we're trying to fund this project. However, at this point, when we voted on a budget for the 59th Avenue roadway, we had agreed at 10.7, not this 10.9 number. So all I'm simply doing is changing the direction that $223,000 is going.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded with an explanation. I just want to ask the manager then is, that checks out, right? Like in other words, not that it checks out. I don't question my colleagues' truthful statements, but what I'm trying to say is, will this imperil the project in any way in terms
We
of the
don't
amount of money?
know because we have been putting money into this project because the big question mark, the big variable is going to be once we put construction out to bid. And we're probably about a year and a half before we're ready to at least put it out to bid. Yeah, so, and remember, Vice Mayor, this would be then to use that money to fund the crossing guards? Okay. So it's just a one-time injection. So I just want to be clear that, and we've done it several times in this budget, but
Roughly how long would it take for us to replenish that money?
we'd have to see.
Based on, what we've seen, the last
So
couple of
we
years.
have a 5-year capital, and we allocate money for each of those projects that are out 5 years. So he's not wrong in saying that, yes, we got lucky because we are no longer doing the Greenway South project. So because we haven't gone out to bid for 59th Avenue, we have no idea what the construction costs will be. Well,
Is our idea currently within what we have, saved, if, even after we take out the money that we're talking about here, what was it?
I'm sorry.
How much of money again were we talking about moving?
$223,372.
So moving that money, does our estimated budget still square?
We had, Omar, and you could attest to this, right? I know you're opening up the project budget. We have a little bit of fluff in there, but we're fluff because we're really worried that when we go out to.
We like cushion.
Cushion, all right.
Yeah.
When we go out to bid for construction.
Wordsmith.
And we've tried to factor in inflationary impacts and everything else, but that's going to be a big variable.
And I want to reiterate a question that I asked during my budget briefing that I had with you guys. The amount that we get from PTP is not based on our projects. It's not based on anything other than our population. What else? There's a few factors.
Well,
right?
the revenues that the county gets, and then when they go to divvy it up, the county keeps a certain percentage, and when they go divvy up amongst the municipalities is based on population.
And how much of it we use or how we use it, what projects, whether or not we have these projects, the absence of the Greenway South project does not reduce the amount that we will receive next year, correct?
It doesn't affect it.
Okay,
yeah.
so my point being, this is not a one-time expense. This is actually a recurring revenue because we're going to get that revenue next year.
But we
That's my
have
point.
next year's PTP money already allocated to 59th Avenue as well
But
as
you
other.
also had money allocated towards the Greenway South.
Well,
That's what I'm
look,
trying to say.
I think I've heard it enough to go ahead and support it this time, right? I mean, it sounds like, again, the money next year has already, for 59th has already been allocated, right, or planned, to be allocated that way. This was not money that was originally part of our initial projections. So I'll go ahead and I'll support it for now. Does anyone else have comments on this?
Just really
Councilman
quick
Garcia.
through the chair. I would love to support this, but you're telling me it's gonna be a year and a half before we actually go to bid. Does anybody think that that cost is not gonna go up by 20 or 30%? And if we control that variable and we get it to bid within 6 to 9 months, then then the cost won't go up as much. And I'll be more apt to vote for this, because I think this is a great idea, and what, I love the research you did and to get this going, but why a year and a half? Why can't we get it to bid within 6 and 9 months?
Let me just ask a simple question to the staff. Does the extra 223 get this to bid any sooner?
No.
Thank you.
The extra money does not get it. But the timeline for the design of the structural design as well as the roadway, that is what it is, right?
Yeah, the timeline is pretty much what we got from our designers. Obviously,
we presented at the last council meeting.
I've mentioned this in several meetings. If there is an opportunity to do any type of acceleration in the design, let's say a permitting process gets through quicker, we will go ahead, update the schedule and provide that. But right now, we're basing this on what our consultants are providing, based on their experience doing this kind of project.
What's the estimate for going out to construction bid, to put it out?
So bid advertisement, right now, we have it at 1/2027, so January 2027.
And we still have a
little
couple
over a
other
year.
variables
A year and
as
3
well.
months, yeah.
Yeah, we still have a couple other variables as well, like the ongoing negotiation with Caterpillar.
Yes.
So again, that would be another factor, but we're getting
But
closer.
we hope to get all those other factors out of the way by the time our plans are done and we get permitting completed and we're ready to go out to bid.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Garcia, we're gonna do everything possible to accelerate that. But we don't wanna tell you it's gonna be 6 months, and we'd be lying to you.
Mr. Manager, with all due respect, a year and a half is unacceptable. We're gonna have to figure something out. We're just accepting the status quo. We're never gonna get this project done, because the cost overruns are gonna be so much that we're gonna end up not doing this project. And I know I'm not the only one that sees this. We're driving toward a brick wall right now. Everybody sees it, and no one's hitting the brakes. And if I have to do a Flintstone and put my feet on the ground and stop it, that's why I'm being so adamant about this. A year and a half is unacceptable to put it to bid. Whatever it takes to get this done quicker, whatever you need us to do, please let us know. I'm gonna have to do some research on the side and find out, but a year and a half is it's just unacceptable. It's gonna cost us 20 to 30% more for this project if we wait a year and a half.
Well, in the meantime, the motion that's currently on the floor is to move the money out from this project. So, we're not discussing the 59th Avenue project itself. I admit that I got carried away myself on that. With that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this.
And just, I think, Melissa, this amount moving from PTP into general fund? No?
You're simply paying for the item within.
Oh, within PTP, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mic was off, for the benefit of the public viewing. I believe the way it was phrased was simply the PT. Right now, it's just simply, we're reducing the
line
item by that amount. We're not even taking it
and
anywhere.
then you're going to take a series of
No,
other
no,
motions.
understood. I just wanted to make sure we weren't
Yes.
going to have the 15% issue with this.
No. All right, Madam Clerk,
if I
please
may,
call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Okay, sorry, hold that. Okay.
Excuse me.
Councilman Herzog.
What line items other than the school crossing guard?
Well, he's gonna make a series of motions.
Okay.
as to what
No,
to move it to.
but it's germane to the motion because he may want to support this or not based on
I'm
what
just trying to
gonna
clear
say.
votes.
I
So let's just
understand.
take the vote and then we'll get there.
That's what he brought up.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna vote
Mr.
for it,
Mayor?
so-
Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, before you call the roll, please.
At this juncture, though, we're gonna have more discussion on what to do with the money, but this is just in the reduction. Do you have a comment on just the reduction?
I just want to make sure that when I vote, I know when
We're
I'm
reducing the amount currently for 59th Avenue by how much?
$223,372.
That's the vote. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Hertzberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Vice Mayor recognized for another motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to allocate within the PTP 80 the sum of $149,757, which I will ask that the budget director please correct me if I'm wrong, that it should be the total amount in the general fund right now, allocated to the school crossing guards section under police. 149,757, that's what I see. It's right there.
Mr. Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor. The concern is the way that email is phrased, it seems as though the town can request it, but it doesn't say that it's automatically eligible. That's not what the opinion of.
Nothing in life is automatic.
Correct, so.
But what the email says and what someone high up in CITT has explained to me is, as long as we can show that it is well, I forgot the exact wording now, related to the operation of the road, and as they did, they said, in their eyes, the school crossing guards and the flashing yellow lights for the school zone serve the same function, and the lights and the school speed zone signs are allowed. So at this stage, I feel comfortable enough with the interpretation given by someone very high up in CITT, the county's attorney's opinion, to move forward with it. Because what I did a little while ago was step outside and call that person to confirm. And so that's why.
So my suggestion would be, and this is my advice to the council, would be to allow us, leave it as is, but allow us to go to the county and get confirmation in writing that we can do that. In fact, that's eligible. And if it's eligible, then you move the money to the school crossing guards.
Respectfully, for our residents, that's too late. They've already been taxed at that point. If we don't do it tonight, it's not being done.
I think that the money would remain in PTP 80, and we would be able to use that funds in the future, correct, Kay?
If the money is unallocated while we wait for this, does that create a problem for us?
No.
If the money is unallocated while we wait for a written response, does that create a problem for us? Or can it remain to be, can it sit there until we need to make a budget amendment?
The problem is that if we do not get confirmation and they do not approve that, we are then having school crossing guards that are not funded in the general fund.
Yep.
Right, but.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, I thought we were going to try to push this off to the school board anyway.
We're not talking about $20,000. We're talking about $150,000.
Yeah.
Would I love to push it off to the school board? Yeah. Respectfully, you had to leave early because of your foot. Those guys aren't going to pay for absolutely a dime.
Well, yeah, that's the story of my life in the 7 years I've been here. And again, we've gotten them spoiled by taking on expenses that they should be incurring, right? Over and over again. For political reasons, though, we agreed to take on those costs, and here we are now between a rock and a hard place as a result, instead of putting it where it belongs. But Councilman Herzberg, I see you groaning over there.
I mean, I appreciate the advice. It's your job. I'm confident. Let's move forward. I'm fine with what we have a county attorney telling us in email.
Have you read the email, Councilman?
I'll read off the important line. Because in this instance, if Miami Lakes is adequately able to demonstrate how the school crossing guards serve to operate roads and or bridges within Miami Lakes, it could be an eligible expense.
I don't see how school crossing guard doesn't operate a road.
But my concern, Councilman, is that it says it could be an eligible expense. He's not saying it is an eligible expense.
Because the guy's being a lawyer.
I understand, but I need confirmation.
But that creates a problem for us, though, too. Now, what I will say, though, is with respect to what would be required if it's later ruled that it's not an eligible expense? We have to just return the money? Is that what it is?
Well, then you'd have to fund it probably with general fund and figure out
Well,
where
look,
to
for
get
that,
the
I'm
money.
not too concerned for the 150 because we're going to be sitting. we're going to be sitting on about 300,000, give or take, of unassigned fund balance, correct?
Let's parse this. I'm
Okay.
sorry, but we have to be lawyers here. The analysis as to surtax eligibility is done on a case-by-case basis. In this instance, if Miami Lakes is adequately able to demonstrate how the school crossing guards serve to operate roads and bridges. How does a school crossing guard operate a road and bridge?
I got this one.
Okay.
I can do this
Okay,
one.
no, I'm all ears.
Let me ask you
I'm
something.
not being funny.
When
I'm
you
not.
drive through, lack of a better one, Miami Lakeway, do you normally stop for any reason? No. But when there's a school crossing guard, what do? They come out with a nice big stop sign because there's a kid that wants to cross, and they stop you. That is them operating the road.
Okay.
It's quite
Well,
simple.
I think the other way that you put it was the most succinct, which is,
Yeah, thank
or maybe it was also Councilman Herzberg, which is that, a stop sign, a traffic light, has the same function as a crossing guard, just, in terms of how they function, right? They help to operate the road.
How about
Look,
we
and
do-
again, if the worst is that we just have to repay the money to the fund, the PTP fund, and pull it out of general fund, we can break into the unassigned reserve balance to make up that difference.
Or into the money that we're no
That's what I
longer
was
paying
gonna
busy.
ask.
Huh?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
As long as you guys plan on
That
what
would be my
happens
plan.
if this doesn't go through.
Yeah.
If this isn't accepted, I guess is the way to put it.
We also have the money that we will not be paying to busy.
Because,
Well,
Can I-
but that would be in the next operating year. We'll see how
Mayor-
quickly they come with a decision.
so then the instruction would be that if you do decide to move forward on the budget, that you would instruct us to go to the county and ask them to
Yeah, I
get-
think
to get
that's
in
fair
writing.
to say that would
And
be part of our
then what
direction to
happens
go
if it-
and find out, to go through the process of, and bring up that email though too. It's like, this is what the county attorneys are saying.
Right.
They left the door open
it's
that
for
this
auditing
is
purposes.
eligible.
I
Yeah.
have a good working relationship with Mr. Libhaber. I
Yeah.
dealt with him in the
And look, and
Bridges
Mr.
case.
Betancourt, of course, is the head of CITT. I'm sure they're gonna be the ones making the
Yeah.
decision.
That
Approach
part-
him.
I just want you to have a contingency in case they say no.
Yeah, my contingency would be the unassigned fund balance.
Okay. Okay, that's
Councilman
fine.
Fernandez.
Through the chair, I just want to be clear on something, because I know that the ladies over there have a worried look on their face. We're gonna take the heat they won't lose their jobs, if we did something wrong, or we did something that maybe we have to repay, it would be on us. I just wanna be clear on that, because I don't want them to have any qualms about, them writing checks from.
I think the feelings of staff, and myself too, is that I would prefer that we would ask permission first, but again, it's up to this council.
Because I don't want this, I don't want it suggested that I am taking a ask for forgiveness, not permission.
No, you did ask.
We did literally ask for permission.
You did, Vice Mayor, but my concern is that the way that it's written, that
Yeah, they gave a
that
very
permission-
cagey response.
Exactly.
And I will
Exactly.
say, it was a little bit more loose over the phone, as most of us lawyers are. We know that we put certain things in writing and certain things over the phone. And so I'm fairly confident, but again, as the mayor has said, there are contingencies. Not only do you have that, you have the fact that we're no longer paying the Pizzi settlement. You have, and that's obviously in the next full budget cycle, not in the amended.
Now, I don't want us to get too wild on these special revenue funds, but on this one,
Oh,
I'll
I
be
will.
willing to support it. You
All
know.
right.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
I could add to my 400,000 plus that I have already. I could add another 150,000 to the
Oh,
positive.
to what would be, well,
I'm tallying up
check your
numbers.
math with staff, but yes, it looks like we're gonna free up 150,000 on the general fund side.
Thank you, sir.
Well, okay, but you get, okay, I see what you're saying. But don't get too crazy, because we only have a certain amount of unassigned fund balance, and we don't know how soon these people might tell us yes or no. Okay, well, we might need to, is what I'm saying. So, at any rate, so with that, on this item, wait, did you have a comment?
No, we're gonna vote.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I think I need a second, or I missed it.
Oh, actually, no, you're right. Yes, I'll second it. There we go. All right, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent. All right, continue.
I have a motion. It's going to do two things at once. To reduce, one second, let me, oh, hang on, I moved away from my spreadsheet. I would move to, where's Public Works? There it is. Okay, I move to reduce under the general fund, under Public Works, repair and maintenance streetlights from $80,000 down to $6,385, and then simultaneously under the PTP 80 to fund, I believe it's an item, it's a line item that has the same exact name, in the amount of $73,625. Sorry, 615, I apologize.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Absolutely. I move to reduce the general fund Public Works line item, which currently sits at $80,000. I move to reduce it down to $6,385, and simultaneously in the PTP 80 fund, there is a, I believe, identically named line item of repair and maintenance streetlights. I want that one funded by an additional $73,615. All I'm doing is using all of that 223 that we released earlier. Is we just allocated 150 towards the school crossing guards. I'm allocating the rest towards streetlights, so that we're not paying it from the general fund.
Wait, before I come to you, Madam Budget Director, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded. Madam Budget Director.
Can you repeat the amounts, please?
Yes, yes.
80,000, you want it down to 6,000?
80,000 down in the general fund. 80,000 down to $6,385. And I still haven't found my place in the special tax industry. There it is. 20 light pole. And then under the PTP 80, which is the 101 account, and it's a 546000. Repair and maintenance street lighting. Currently, it's at $0. I want it increased by $73,615. That fully utilizes the money that we obtained from the cancellation of the Greenway South project.
Let's give her a minute to
Yeah,
catch up
yeah,
before
yeah, yeah.
we keep going. Yeah. Mr. Manager, in the meantime, can you, just to Councilman Cuadra Garcia's point earlier, can you tell us where we're at as far as unassigned money right now, you know, in terms of potential surplus?
She's running a tally.
Oh, she's running all of that? Okay, got it.
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah.
Let her do this transaction, and then we'll be able to give you a number.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. From the funds that were deducted from the Public Works green space, so the right-of-way, the 60,948, we have remaining 52,130.
Yeah, but plus the 24,000 or so that was left over after we did the COLA for.
Right, but I'm just allocating those funds. There are specific things, like one specific thing that I want to allocate to
Oh,
them.
no, that's
Like,
fine.
that
I just
wanna
wanted to
use those
kind of get a
funds for.
tally of where we're at right now.
Right.
Yeah. But let's give her the time to operate. I know her laptop is is carrying a lot on its shoulders. For those residents waiting at home, just please give us 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Actually, for the benefit of those watching live or watching this video later, we are going to take a 5-minute recess to allow our budget director to tabulate all the numbers that we've asked of her and give us all a bathroom break. We'll be back at 10:28 p.m. Oh, yeah, so what we determined, yeah, that's what we determined, and yeah, so we, that was in the table, yeah, exactly. We're leaving the table, we're gonna leave that. That one was it? That was table to show. Yeah. What's going on over there, guys? What's going on over there? Oh. I feel excluded.
Oh, you should.
Cripple right now.
You should.
It should be fair. It should be fair. When did you guys become DEI? You know. No, listen, I like Tony Davis. Yeah, you know, I like Anthony Davis too. You know. Yeah, me too. Like, he should have been on. You know what? That's what I should tell him. You know what? No, because you chose not to come up here. So. That's up to you. I'm gonna tell him. Got it. Okay, somebody, a lieutenant or major, if you can drag the council back here by force if you need to. Thanks. Otherwise, we're going to be here really late, and I don't think any of us want that. Exactly. Or like, or like in Doral, that time when the mayor at the time was like, "Get me the sergeant of guard." No, but like Luigi Boria said, the sergeant of guard. Yeah. No? Oh yeah. It's, you know, come on. Huh? That what? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Lieutenant. All right. Here we go. A little late, but we're back on it. Madam Budget Director, you ready to go? All right. I see you ready for battle. I love it.
One quick comment.
Okay.
A thank you comment.
Okay, but do you want to wait for everybody to get back, or?
No.
Okay, go for it. Councilman Councilman Sanchez, you're recognized for a thank you.
Yeah, I just want to go on the record and say thank you to Shahs of Kebab for sponsoring tonight's
Meeting of meal for tonight.
Room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I believe it was Alexis that helped arrange that. So thank you very much. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, and with me 4. So we'll get started. I know Councilman Garcia's in the back, so he'll be joining us shortly. No worries, I got you. And I'm sure Councilman Cuadra Garcia will return soon. But with that, we need to continue the work. Mr. Clerk, I guess we're going to need you to come up and fill for the Madam Clerk until she returns, because we are moving forward. Madam Budget Director, where do you want to begin as far as your answers to us?
I will begin with, after all these changes, what you have as a surplus to the current budget is $371,628.
Everybody got that?
Sorry, everything after 371?
Yes, sir.
What is it? But wait,
Well-
I can't hear this on the record.
Correct.
Wait. So what am I missing?
He was asking me about the 15% contingency.
Okay.
But since you haven't made a motion yet on what you want to do with this surplus of
Yeah.
300,
We haven't, she's saying that we haven't fully removed it from the budget yet.
Yeah.
Understood.
well, they've changed on the revenue side the 86,000 from the debt service.
Yeah,
May I-
but again, just, okay, so one more time for the Vice Mayor's benefit, 371 what?
371,628.
All right. Now, I know there's going to be some motions to allocate some of that money, but what, in terms of millage rate reduction, would that represent?
Give me one moment.
You got it.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, no, he already did the thank you. Okay.
for every $50,000 brings it down by 0.01. It's
Is-
49,900 and change.
Well, I just want to hear it from her. I trust your math, but again, it's just, again, she's very particular, right? She has her laptop set up a certain way. It's ready to go. It's super powered. Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Let's try to get as close as possible.
That's exactly, I know
to
what
a
you're gonna say.
rollback.
No, we're not getting to a rollback. I got news for everyone watching at home. I got news for everyone on these days. A rollback is not fiscally, not logically possible. Now, on the other hand, we are trying to get, as we have stated from the beginning, to get as close to a flat rate as possible. And that is what we are continuing to work toward, as you can see, and that's why I want to see where we're at by that benchmark, although I understand that some of the money will still be allocated towards some other things. But I just want to be clear that is not mathematically possible under this current environment.
While she's doing that, I just wanted to point out, because when I had my budget briefing, I had brought up the issue of the coaches' background checks to Jeremy, and specifically what the contract says with regard to the background is in 7.7 of the contract, and what it says is that the town shall conduct background investigations in accordance with the town's criminal background check policy, Administrative Order 07-01, which I did not know that we had administrative orders, for all coaches, managers, officials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It says that the town shall conduct background investigations, not that it shall pay for them. One of the options is for us to do it in-house, and so I had brought that up with Jeremy, and he did say it's something that they could look into. Oh, he's here. What I wanted to ask was, so I went to the major, and they told me that they cannot do it. So my question is there a third-party service that we can retain where maybe it's a upfront expense, but then a long-term savings or something?
So what we can do, and we were trying to do with PD, and we were kind of trying to wordsmith it with them, is to find a way if we can actually do the actual scans of the fingerprints, which is the part that we would need to outsource. We have looked at a model where we can be a part of the VEX system and eventually be part of the clearinghouse, so we can retain the records. We would still need to go to a third party for the actual live scan, which we just had a company, I think, that just opened up recently here in the town. So that's who we were trying to explore with. What would that cost if we wanted to do the scans, but then retain and pay all the annual fees ourselves, so it's not all of the cost.
We have several fingerprinting companies here in the town, including, I always forget the name of the Mirror Building.
Yeah, I always forget too.
Because that's where I did it for my real estate exam.
Where iGlow is?
Yes.
Yes, and we
that
also
building.
just had a business that we did the ribbon cutting. Yeah, they
Yes.
had the very
The
tight
police do the
stairs.
fingerprinting as well.
Yeah, so we,
yeah.
we had asked that. I think that was already asked.
No, I mean, I've used it personally.
Well, hold on.
Our police, yeah, for my,
If you don't mind, I see that she's ready to
Okay,
go,
good.
but
I
are
just
you-
wanted to advance the conversation while she was
Got
doing
it.
that.
Okay. Well, we'll come back
Oh,
to
yeah,
that.
we'll come-
Madam Budget Director, so what would that put us in terms of a potential decrease?
You would reduce your millage rate by 0.0746 mils for a new millage rate of 2.1713.
Okay. I think people just I think we just, wanted to go through the exercise and whatnot. Now, on the final issue, do you, that we were giving you time to work up, Mr. Vice Mayor, you were looking up an answer to one of his questions, correct? Right? Wasn't there something you were asking her for as well, that she had to do calculations on?
No, she was doing the calculations on my motion so that she could make sure that she plugged everything into the right place. That's
Okay.
it, which I think she already did.
So are you caught up then? So we can continue with his discussion, or?
Well, I provided what the millage would be, what the reduction to the millage would be based
Oh,
on.
well,
what's-
And that
I think we're
includes this,
still moving money
that I
around.
just moved, right?
Yeah.
What?
It includes what I moved with the 149
Yes.
getting taken out, as well as this 73,000 getting taken out, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, she did.
Can you just repeat that number again? For right now?
What the surplus is or what the millage reduction would be?
Why don't you just repeat both, just so I have
Okay.
them. Thank you.
The millage reduction, the surplus right now is 371,628. The millage reduction would be 0.0746 mils for a new millage rate of 2.1713.
Okay. So at this point, thank you very much, Madam Budget Director. With that, we are now on additional motions. Councilman Sanchez or Vice Mayor?
No,
Okay.
we are still on my main motion.
Okay, which was? Bring us up to
This,
speed.
The main motion was to reduce, in the general fund, under Public Works, reduce the repair and maintenance roads,
See?
streets. Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to move the certain amount in the lights, I think it was?
I believe the motion was.
Street lighting, street
There we
lighting.
go. See, I got it before you did.
You confused me. So, under the general fund, Public Works reduced the line item for repairs and maintenance street lighting down to $6,385, while simultaneously increasing the funding for the PTP 80 version of that same line item, repairs and maintenance street lighting, increasing it by $73,615.
All right. So was that seconded, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's
it
right.
was.
Councilman Garcia seconded. And my question now is to staff. Is this something that seems problematic to you? If so, why? Or is this something that you feel that we can do? Candid thoughts only.
With the street lighting,
Yeah.
that's an acceptable, it's an acceptable expense
Okay,
with that.
so this one we feel better about.
Yes.
Is
That
that a
one,
better
yes,
way
that
to
one,
put it?
yes.
the street
School
lighting.
crossing guards, no.
No.
Okay, well, we'll get
For
there.
the record.
Okay, perfect. So with that, is there any more discussion on this?
I have a brief question to
Councilman Herzberg.
staff or Vice Mayor. So, I mean, our position on, your position is this, on these items is we would be funding them moving forward through the special revenue fund?
That is correct.
Okay, as long as we're clear
is not
that
a
that would
one-time.
then reduce a little bit any planned 59th Avenue Bridge funds, I'm okay with that at this point.
Yeah, whether
The,
it's
the,
59th
we're
or-
not pulling, the plan is to not pull this for this year and then figure it out next year. We consistently get around 1 million dollars, so we're going to continue to fund these items here, and I'm fine with that. That's a good idea, thank you.
If there's no further discussion, then let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, the motion carries. Any additional motions, Mr. Vice Mayor, before we go to Councilman Sanchez?
You can go to Councilman Sanchez.
Councilman
I got to
Sanchez.
organize myself.
Okay. $52,000 is how much we have left over from the deduction of the public works green space, the 60,948. What I'm about to propose, I'm gonna repeat what I said earlier, might make some uncomfortable, but this has been earned. It is a title that has been earned. It is, this individual at the director level is the lowest paid individual. I am proposing to at least bring them up to par with the other directors. An increase, including the 3% already, and this is already taking into account the higher FRS contribution and the taxes, to bring the town clerk to a total salary of $115,000, which is an increase of $5,701.
Second, third, and fourth.
It's been moved and seconded. I just, before we go to council discussion, for obvious purposes, I want to hear legal's opinion on this. The clerk is a charter officer, and therefore, you know, not necessarily an employee. Huh? Hi, Gina, I love you. But yeah, I just want to hear formally what the attorney's position is on us doing this, because obviously, normally, we're not able to go mess with any individual line items as it pertains to employee salaries, so I just want to see if her status as a charter officer is different as a result.
So she is a charter officer. It's a line item for her budget, similar to the attorneys and the managers. So I think that for purposes of this particular employee, who's really similar to the manager, a charter officer, it would be okay.
Okay. Now, perfect. Now I'll turn it over for discussion. Councilman Herzberg, then the Vice Mayor.
No, yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Based off, you know, everything I've seen from just salaries here in other towns, our clerk is underpaid, so it's definitely something that I'll support and she deserves.
Yeah. Early on in this process, I had requested, and I think a couple of my colleagues had requested, you know, a chart or something showing us all of our employees' salaries, and frankly, hers was the most egregious and the most shocking, given the amount she does for this town, the amount that she does for us in general, both as a town clerk, but also as a human being. I will say that she takes her job extremely seriously, but at the same time, I always joke with her that she's my town hall mom. So because she's always looking out for us. So yeah, there's no one more deserving.
Hey, Councilman Fernandez.
I think I can't. I couldn't have said it better myself. I agree with everyone's position. She's somebody who, when I looked at the other salaries, she was less than the other department heads, and for that reason alone, I think she does probably an amazing job, of probably one of the best and hardest employees that we have in our town. So I will support it.
All right, and I'll throw in my comments as well, as I think I've known you the longest. So, Yes, I keep score, and she was my work mom before she was your work mom, So, and in fact, again, Gina was my town liaison when she was the deputy council assistant and liaison to neighborhood improvement. So we were there together through a lot. And I remember when she was elevated to the role of and that's city clerk, town clerk. And, again, I know Gina goes above and beyond for our residents, especially dealing with those that give us a hard time and, and may not be easy to work with. In fact, there's been some candidates even that have disrespected her in the past when making certain requests and leveled certain unfair accusations, but she has kept her cool through it all. And obviously she has a lot on her plate with the various roles that the clerk's office is involved in, from elections to making sure everything's ADA compliant. I will be happy to support this as well, which again is not a knock on anybody else or any other department. And it's not about showing favoritism to Gina. Obviously I have another work mom in the form of Gladys said, among others. So, and a couple others that have now stepped into the role since, Rosa, et cetera, Cynthia. But, and Susie, who blessed my office recently, thank you. But yes, I'm in support of this, and just if you can just restate it one more time, Madam Clerk, and then we'll do a voice vote. I just like to see her blush.
My motion is to raise the town clerk's salary to a base salary of $115,000 even.
And for the record, it was seconded, thirded, and fourth.
Yes, correct.
By me.
All right, with that, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
May I
And
have a
motion carries.
moment of personal privilege?
You are recognized for a moment of personal
Thank
privilege.
you very much. I'm touched, I'm honored, and I'm holding my tears because this is my beloved town, and I love my staff. And thank you. Thank you.
Very happy to do it, Madam Clerk. Yes. You know what? Yes. Okay, do you have any more motions, Councilman Sanchez? I don't mean to interrupt the moment, but, the best gift we can give her after that is to get her home on time to her family. All right, so yes.
I have a few things that to piggyback on the vice mayor to move out of the general fund and into the special funds.
All right, but let's run through these as quickly as possible, and let's try to keep them as reasonably tailored or related, rather, to the purposes of.
Point of inquiry.
Okay, point of inquiry.
I just want to make sure. Last time, there was a mistake made in what was said to this council regarding a midnight timeline.
Yeah, that's fine, but we're not going to waste time here. At least I'm certainly not
I
gonna
know, but
allow
I
it.
just want to
So
make sure that
we can
'cause-
extend if we need to. We will need motions, though, beginning at 11 with
Okay.
respect to extending.
I just want to make sure, because last time we ended very abruptly, and so
Yes.
I just want to make sure that it's clear that that was a mistake and that we could have, if we had chosen to.
That's correct.
extend.
But we're also
Okay.
not going to sit here
agree.
for hours on
I
end,
agree.
just debating philosophy of this, that, and the other.
Mr.
So,
Mayor?
Okay with that.
Okay.
Mr.
so-
Mayor?
Yeah.
I got permission till 3 in the morning, so we don't have a problem.
Man, I'm gonna have a talk with Esperanza, about that.
Okay.
Okay. With that, let's get the ship,
There's-
back on the water.
There's
here.
three things that if they're moved over is $155,000. A public works green space, there's a line item for utility water of $55,000. I'd like to move it in. I'm gonna start from the category within the special, the funds. Facility maintenance fund, line item utility service. That is for water. I know there's no excess funds in there, but there are
Omar, I
things-
don't know if you want to opine
So
on this.
The green space is for that line item for the utility water, that 55,000. That's for our right-of-ways and that's for irrigation. The facilities maintenance fund is just for town hall.
Okay. Okay. All right, so that's out of the way.
Yeah, and-
Then the next is for trees.
Yeah, let's keep moving. Go ahead, Councilman Sanchez.
I have PW tree removal. It's in public work, so public works tree removal. Line item for $10,000. I'd like to move it into the special revenue fund for the black olive tree removal that right now has has money unused of $180,000.
Of that 100, Of that $180, $150 is already targeted for tree trimming. The remainder of that funds may be spent within this fiscal year. So we are already utilizing that Black Olive Tree Trust for removals that have come after we ended our funding. And same thing goes with installations, and we're still waiting to do one set of installs. So of that 180, I don't know the total amount right now, but of that 180, we set aside 150 that's gonna go straight to tree trimming for next year. That's what we're earmarking it for. And the remainder is this year to close out this fiscal year.
Okay.
And that 1/5, or
In
the large
other
amount of
words-
that is a one-off that we
In
have
other
from
words,
the.
you're already doing what he's asking for by putting 150,000 towards general fund expenses.
It is currently correct. It is
Okay.
currently going to subsidize the general fund for tree trimming right now, and then the remaining funds are subsidizing this fiscal year's removals and installations.
Okay, I just, no, to investigate, because I have it here, the actual special fund, and in revenues, we have 100 and, hold on, is it I didn't freeze the top pane, 199,163, and in expenses, we have 18,722. Or was that moved during this meeting, the new funds? In revenues.
Of which fund?
A tree ordinance black olive removal program. We have revenues of 199,163.
190,441.
Okay, so the next line over. Oh, okay, then my mistake.
And
That's
of
it.
that 190, it's what Mr.
Right.
Bad Down was saying. 150 of that is for the cycle 3 of our tree trimming.
Okay.
And then the excess of that, my understanding is that there was a commitment for them to go out for a grant for tree planting. And we can utilize these funds as a match for that grant.
Okay, that's it. Yep.
Vice Mayor.
Alrighty. Couple, well, should be quick ones, and these are for the benefit of the staff. These are like the quick items that I brought up during our meeting of kind of just correcting a few things. So under town council and mayor, it still shows $3,948 for mobile phones, which is for 7 mobile phones. I already turned mine in. Councilman Garcia said he's gonna turn his in. Councilman Herzberg never even got his. And, yeah, so we just need to re-evaluate that. Who's turning in their phone?
I'm not.
And you're not. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4 that are coming back to the town.
iPads as well.
Yeah, no.
And also,
Calls every day.
I'm doing the iPad, you're doing the iPad. Anyone else? So just take that into consideration.
Yeah, well, I'm keeping my iPad.
I was gonna say, like,
Yeah.
those don't have a value, an ongoing value, because those were purchased. So it would, I guess, be it would just
The
be
connection.
used in a different way.
Well, we already removed the data plans for the iPads,
We did.
right? Okay, got it. I think so, yeah.
We did, right?
Yeah, and there's two reasons
Okay.
I'm not
So-
returning my phone. There's a lot of phone calls that come into here.
It's okay. You're allowed to have your phone.
Yeah.
This is a voluntary decision by us.
Okay.
You're allowed to
So
have your
3
phone.
of you will remain with a phone.
Huh?
3 of
I'm
you will
keeping
remain with a phone.
3,
Yeah,
including the mayor.
My wife doesn't
Yeah,
like me
that's
giving
correct.
my personal number out. So
It's okay.
happy wife, happy life.
It's okay. Absolutely. I also have. Please hold. What? Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Okay, I did want to make a reduction. So and this was based on discussions with the staff who enlightened me on this. I'd like to reduce the senior citizen relief program from $100,000 down to $82,500, which, here's the deal. How do I put this delicately? There are less of them around. And so and to be clear, our program doesn't only serve seniors.
Correct.
It actually serves seniors, veterans, and the disabled. Those who qualify for that exemption as it's set forth in state statute or the state constitution, it's those same people. There's 460 of them, which is less. So that means that 82,500 goes a lot further than it did the last time this program
Well, can we
existed.
also cross-reference that against those that last time did not cash their check?
So
we don't have the same problem?
So that
We'll,
is
we'll
something that
hand
was
deliver those. I
discussed.
think there's about 20 or 30 of them. We'll hand deliver them.
Correct.
Yeah, but again, again, I just want to avoid the problem last time that there was what, like $20,000 left over, you know, or in unclaimed checks that later is cheated back to the state? Is that accurate?
They will be escheated to the state in 2027. The first set will be escheated in 2027. It's
So that's
5
an item.
years.
Okay, but again, but obviously that's money that we don't see anymore as a result. Okay, so
Not at
what
all,
I
it
was just
doesn't
asking is if we can cross-reference that list there with those that in the past never collected the check.
She can.
I don't
Okay.
think,
And she did.
I guess the attorneys would have to opine on that. The universe of people that qualify, and we get that list from the property appraiser's office, whoever qualifies for those exemptions that are in the mix, we can't discriminate and just eliminate people because they didn't pick up their check last time.
Correct.
Is that correct, Lawrence?
Are those the people then that, to his point that, or your point, that we're gonna try to hand
Yes.
deliver?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we're fearful that maybe it just got thrown out. They saw an envelope, they thought it was something from the.
And I am planning an item for the future that'll address that process. Huh? Well, the exemption is the long-term goal, and there's several ways of going about that. This is still the rebate program to at least have a fresh start at it. But how we implement the program is something I'll work in further detail with the staff. But for now, in terms of just funding, it's basically we didn't need so much funding because there's less of them. And basically, at $100,000, it would have been each person getting 210. At 82.5, each person is getting 175. The reality is, a lot of the people in this program, that's almost their entire bill. So because they've been homesteaded for so long, so this is a significant help for our seniors. Our seniors are those that are disabled as well as our veterans. Excuse me, I forgot to make the motion. I move to reduce the Senior Citizen Relief Program item from $100,000 down to $82,500.
I'll second that. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Sanchez.
The last time we had this program, it was only for the elderly, correct?
We
No.
expanded it
The
to,
first year was only the elderly,
yes,
and
but in
then,
the second year
like
we
in year
expanded
2 or
it.
3, other classes of,
Yes.
So so it always had veterans, or
No,
now?
not always, not always. Yeah.
Is this the first year of veterans?
No.
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 Is this the first year of disabled?
No.
Okay. In the 82.5, the deduction to 82.5, are you considering administrative fees like stamps and marketing?
So
Because I will tell you that not all veterans have a homestead in their tax bill for being a veteran.
Okay, but
So how are
well,
they going to find
it's not
that?
all veterans, it's only
again,
He stated veterans.
disabled veterans, right? Yeah. It's
Okay,
not all
so
veterans.
it's not veterans and disabled, it's disabled veterans.
Sorry, elderly, comma, veterans, comma, and the disabled. comma.
So
No.
it's not disabled veterans, it's
Oh,
veterans.
sorry, that's how I was.
Okay,
told to me.
can you
We
define
need
for the
to- we
council
need
which
to
are
move
the
this
groups
along.
that qualify?
Mr. Peterman, hold on.
It's the
I
ones that
think we're going to
have-
get to the point.
It's the ones that have the tax exemption on their
Yes.
tax bill.
That's what we're using as our benchmark. I think the majority of our colleagues are fine with that. In the future, maybe
From the
we should
tax
do
roll.
something at Town Hall where we can encourage others to sign up for that benefit, but in the meantime, we're going with what we got.
So it's disabled veterans only.
No, it's, as he said, it's elderly, veterans, and disabled veterans, those 3 classes.
So we're not
All right?
But it's,
allocating funds
And this
okay,
cost-
it's not all veterans, right?
It's those that we have the homestead, that have a homestead exemption that lets us know that they're a veteran, correct? Okay, yeah. And then that cost is all in, right? Mailing, everything?
That 82.5 includes the 175 to each recipient,
No,
as
it
well
includes-
as the overhead.
Okay, so it's all inclusive, is all I'm saying.
Yes.
There, fine?
Then, Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that you put in an amendment to say not all veterans, just disabled veterans. Because as it stands right now, the motion is for all veterans, because he said veterans, comma, disabled.
Oh, no, I get what you're saying. No, but again, like, they understand what they're looking for, which is those that have the veterans exemption on their property.
Right, but I'm
So-
just talking about his motion.
No, but.
I mean, honestly, I just
we're
moved.
putting it on the legislative record,
Yeah.
who specifically they're going after, But yeah, so it's not all veterans in the town, it's just the veterans that are identified through their exemption on their property, which that we can pull from the property appraisers, department. Yes.
And for the record, my motion is strictly just on the line item, the Senior Citizen Relief Program as it's already existed.
Well, but
whether
again,
it's a
he
comma,
wanted
no comma,
clarification,
whatever.
and so I understand where he was coming
yeah,
from.
yeah,
With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
One no by Councilman Garcia. The motion carries. Okay, next, do you have anything else, or can I go to Councilman Councilman? Okay, well, I need you guys, don't do this not right now. Let's get this done as quickly as possible. But for now, yes, I'll go to Councilman Sanchez. Actually, before we get to Councilman Sanchez, I move to extend for an hour to midnight.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Excellent. Please continue.
I'm done.
Oh, I thought you had
Well,
more.
I had one more, but everyone already said that not a dime, not a motorcycle is gonna be taken away from the parks.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm
which
kind
is
of on
my-
board with that.
which
Unless
was my
it's
last
mulch,
item.
then
No,
I'm
you
all
get
for
out
it.
of here with your with your blood
which
feud.
which is the spreadsheet that you have in front of you. It's a year-over-year comparison that shows the percentages. Okay, so I'll talk about it. Okay.
Okay, and if I would say that on this, well, yeah, I see what you're saying, but okay, but with that, Vice Mayor then, and we'll come back to that.
I
also.
actually did have a question on this. Is this showing me how much the actual funding is on each one of these line items? Because it was a little hard to locate all of these within the budget itself.
Okay, yeah, so this is down to the micro. This is based on, the reference material for this was an email that I sent to the town manager, or to Jeremy through the town manager, asking for year-over-year numbers that were a significant increase year-over-year. In other words, they were more than a 10% increase year-over-year. And if you look at the first columns, that, they start from CLIN to the end of per cycle, and then you have year-over-year difference in the middle, then the CLIN again, and per cycle. The first to the left is this current year, 24-25, and the next one is 25-26. And you can see where the price difference is. So for example, right of way, this fiscal year that we're in right now, we spent $295,490. The majority is 30 more motorcycles is the big difference. The projection for next year is 369,133. And really the only difference is that we went from 30 to 35 motorcycles, and we added 2 cycles of mulch and 1 cycle of fertilizer and 5 cycles of weed control. Something that I have in front of me, because it's on my laptop and not on that sheet, is that I created a third column with projected 25-26, where, for example, I change it, everything that's 35 in 25-26, I change it to 32 in 25-26. It is a saving, yes, in 25-26, I bring it from 35 cycles to 32. It is a savings of $40,235. Mind you, this is only for 6 budget items. This is the youth center, Veterans Park, the pocket parks, the beach parks, the landscape areas, and the right-of-way. Which the right-of-way, yeah, but this is all reference material from
but what was your idea about the motorcycles?
if we could bring them down to, to areas where we can save money. That was the whole purpose of this, is to see why the increase was so exponential, over at least a minimum of 10%.
Right. I do have one specific question. The pocket parks, I'm sorry, going back to it, the mulching for $96,000. That includes, does that include the safety mulch, or is that just
I know what I'm
mulching?
getting you for Christmas.
Does that include the safety mulch, or does that include just aesthetic?
No.
mulching?
So the safety mulch is in a different line item, separated by itself.
So it's $96,000 to mulch the pocket parks?
102 pocket parks.
I know.
All tree rings. all signage of
Oh,
the
I get it.
locations.
As former president of an HOA that used a lot of mulch, I can tell you mulch is very expensive.
Right, so I'll bring you, I'll talk about it. I think we gotta.
Through the
work
chair.
and get rid of that mulch.
Councilman Garcia.
I think what Councilman Sanchez, his whole point is, just like we did with the right-of-way, we're at 30 cycles now, right? What you wanted was 35. We decided, no, we're good with 30.
That's what we had. It's not what Jeremy wants. I just want to be clear
No,
on
no,
that.
no, I know, but that's what we had.
It's our
That's what
operational.
we had. The same thing with landscape areas. We have 30 now. You're asking for 35, and you're asking for 4 for fertilizing. At the beach parks as well, we're at 30 now. You're asking for 35. Everything is jumping from 30 to 35, and things are, as far as I see, are going okay with that. And I think with the, correct me if I'm wrong, there's areas of opportunity to do this. The same thing we did with the right-of-ways. You want us to do the same exercise, Mr. Sanchez, with the landscape areas, beach parks, Veterans Park, Youth Center, stuff like that. It's just see where we can cut the cycles down instead of, not cut them down. Don't increase them by as much and still get the same results?
Yes.
Okay, that's,
And I also
I'm for
created
that.
this as a tool that we can all
Yes,
use, because this is a template that can be used for other things down the line. It's the
So that was the
detail.
point of discussion.
Quick
Again,
question, Mr. Mayor.
well, hold on. I'm gonna make some comments myself now. I get the argument that this is like the right-of-ways, but I think the right-of-ways are a little different in terms of like, these are our parks that people can feel, right? They see it, they feel it, you know, so this is one area, that's why I don't really want to skimp on it. And again, we have been operating in many ways on the austerity budget from 2019 in terms of our cycles for all of this stuff. And again, when I ran to have parks that were second to none. Councilman Fernandez has made it very clear that he's very particular about this. I know Councilman Sanchez has made a priority of his as well. And I just want to be clear that his request that we look at the mowing cycles is not a diminishment of that commitment. You know, but I think he's just trying to see if perhaps with a little less, we can still get the same results. So my question to our Parks Director, Jeremy Bagdown, right? Right. Now I got it. So this would restore it, under the current budget, this would restore to the recommended 35 cycles.
Correct.
Yeah, what we had before.
With the exemption of the right-of-ways that we just amended.
Well, yeah, well,
Yes.
of course, yes, you know, but again, I view those as a little bit different than the parks that people can get up close with and they interact with. I guess my question would be, and maybe this is actually a better question for the budget director, if we were to move down maybe to most cycles, just that, you know, and that brings us to what, 33 most cycles, which is still better than where we're at now?
I can show you.
Okay, sure.
Through the chair, why he does that, we're actually moving up cycles.
Well, but
Mind you-
but what I'm saying is by going down to 33, we're still
but-
increasing.
We're actually
We're at
not
35?
reinstating back to the full amount. So
Well-
without going to 35, we're not going back to what our norm was.
But
That's what I want to be
technically,
clear.
we are, what the
We're
councilman is
reinstating
suggesting
two potentially.
is adding 2 more than what we originally have.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
3
also my
more.
point too.
Yeah, so it's
So, you know,
just
but.
it's-
Well,
a-
if I may, sort of, because we reinstated a lot in the carry forward, did we not?
Some, not
Some
all.
of them, not everything.
And that
Okay.
was perspective. you
Right.
know,
No, I
obviously
know. I
can't
just
do-
wanted, because we're in the wet season right now. This is when you need the mowing the most. And right now, what we reinstated and what we did in the carry forward. So as I get where you guys are going. I can see the numbers. I want to give them the chance. I want to give them the chance at the 35. If we're not happy with it, we can come back next year and say, you know what? We didn't see a big difference. Go back to 30. But, I mean, I don't know how much the savings are. You can give me the numbers. But
I just
now,
need
if you
to-
want to get rid of a mulching cycle, I'm all for that.
Okay, but
Wait.
what is your rough math?
For right of way, we changed it to 30 cycles.
No, yeah,
31. Okay, so.
But I would
31.
want to do the parks at more.
Yes, but
you
I'm,
know.
I'm giving you the full
Okay.
savings. 2 mulches,
What size?
so we're at 2 mulches. We had 4. No, we had 4. No, we have, 2 mulches. and
Yeah,
4
I remember the
fertilizers.
parks director was very
And
clear that
then-
we kept the fertilizer, but no
And then
mulch.
2 fertilizers. Correct? Okay, the number I'm about to give you does not include,
No, I'm sorry, I can go back. So right-of-ways, it's 4 fertilizers, 0 mulch, 31 cycles.
so 4 fertilizers.
Yes.
Okay, the number I'm about to give you does not include Royal Oaks Park, because those numbers were not provided year over year, and the Optimist Park. Okay? With the 6 parks that you have in front of you, we are saving $74,424.
The only one thing I will add is I did make an error when I submitted a response. I just want to make sure that that error was corrected.
It's corrected here, just not on the document.
Got
Well,
it,
can you
correct.
state it for the record just to make
Yes,
sure we're on?
so the error was I submitted the secondary vendors pricing at one point instead
Okay.
of the primaries, but I went ahead and
And that's as to
corrected
the
it.
beach parks, right?
That is just beach parks, correct.
Okay, got it. Now to the budget director, let me ask the question this way. How far are we right now from getting to a flat millage rate as far as, cost? I know that's the infamous question.
I was wrong.
Okay, but hold on, but I want to get the answer to this
Give
question.
me a moment. As
Okay, I got you, don't worry. Okay, so you want to correct what
Yeah.
your statement was?
Because
Okay.
since right away was already in here and we brought that down, I have to deduct the 60,948. So what we're actually saving is 12,990. 12,990. Mind you, this is only 5 areas. That's still not Royal Oaks. That doesn't include Royal Oaks, and it doesn't include Optimist.
Would it have an exponential difference, in terms of like,
Bringing it down to 33.
if we were to get down to 33 motorcycles at Royal Oaks, like roughly?
Oh, no, so Royal Oaks and Optimist are completely separate. Athletic field maintenance is a completely different practice.
Okay.
So
Well,
it's not
where's-
their motorcycles are 104, I think, a year, because you're
Okay.
mowing almost once or twice a week. I
And
think it's
wh-
1.8 times a week.
So where is it at now in the budget?
With Royal Oaks and Optimist?
Yeah.
They're full contract, which is still 104. They maintain the same mowing. What
And
got-
so we've kept that throughout the years at that, or did we have it
Correct,
lower?
for mowing and for that practice. However, in the athletic field maintenance, we have cut other maintenance practices that have.
Are we restoring those now?
Yes, those are fully funded.
Okay, and which are the ones, though, that we in the past have cut, but we're restoring?
On year to year, it's changed, not every time it's been cut, but the main cuts have been to verticutting, there have been cuts on phrase mowing, there have been cuts on reducing aeration, we have eliminated mulching, we have reduced top dressing or eliminated top dressing, and I think that's the majority of it.
Okay, well, I think for myself, I'm pretty satisfied of keeping those where they're at.
Yeah. For $1,200. I mean, 12,000.
I'm just waiting on the budget director to finish crunching the numbers, and then I don't know if anybody else wants to speak in the meantime.
Yeah, I just
Councilman
like.
Garcia?
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, we've been on the cycle of 30 for, you said 3 or 4 years now? Okay. Okay, so that's the reality. It's not, it's been that way for years. We can say that, right? So I just want my colleagues to understand that what the councilman is proposing is actually increasing what we have now. So the level of surface is gonna go up. He's just proposing not increasing it to the levels we had 5 years ago. Now, level of surface is gonna go up. Actually, we should cut fertilizer. Actually, I prefer cutting the fertilizing a little bit more, because that contributes to, the growth of the grass, right? So you gotta cut it more. But
Yeah,
I
but
see
it
no
also
reason
helps
why
with the
we keep our parks, actually increase our park level of service, increasing it by 2 cycles, and we'll save tens of thousands of dollars. I see we're actually improving what we have. Guys, once you do something for 4 or 5 years, that's the norm. It's that 35
Well, I
cycle
don't think,
is.
well,
To the chair.
Yes, I agree it's a part, but hold on, the clerk, I'm sorry. Our budget director has the response to my question from earlier.
With the changes from the last, the new millage rate would be 0.0882 mils less, so it would now be 2.1577. And to get to the rollback rate.
No,
I
not
mean,
rollback,
I'm
not
sorry,
the rollback, the flat rate.
The flat rate.
Don't give me a heart attack.
Hey, you made that because I thought.
What was it?
Hold on a second, sorry.
Hold on, I guess she has to run that number again, just to be sure. Oh, yeah, okay, I guess while she does that, go ahead and respond to Councilman Garcia. Oh, wait, actually, hold on, she's got the answer.
It would be to get to the flat rate, you would need to cut an additional $420,807.
Oof, okay. Okay.
So-
All right, Councilman, thank you very much for that, Budget Director. With that, Councilman Sanchez, you may respond, and then I guess let's try to bring this plane in for a landing if there are no more pending motions.
Yeah.
One,
Wait,
Wait,
I
but
have the
Councilman
floor.
Sanchez has the floor. I'll
Okay.
come to you later.
I'll make it quick, okay.
Yeah. Councilman Garcia, the fertilizer, you also have to remember, prolongs the life of the grass. So you don't have to do as many replacements of grass as often. So,
No,
you know,
100%,
just
100%.
that
I'm just
one thing
saying,
is all I
yeah, yeah,
wanna say.
100%. But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm for adding cycles.
Yeah.
We can add 2 cycles. This
Oh,
is not fields. This is not to the fields. None of this
Yes.
is fields, right? Exactly. So our athletic fields are in a separate budget line item, right? They're being taken care of. We all went to some of us went to Optimus Park, and others have gone to Royal Parks a lot. We've seen the level of the fields. I've actually got a lot of compliments on the incredible job you guys are doing with the limited resources you have. So if we just raise it 2 cycles, how much money would we save on all the parks, including Royal Oaks, which is not on this list? How much money would we save?
I can tell you right now. Going to 32?
Yeah, going to 32 on the mowing and the edging and everything. I want to see how close we can chip away at this 420, including all the parks. I mean, everything. Because remember, this is not the fields.
While you get that number, Director, the pocket park mulching, was that ever done previously, or is that a new?
It's been done, and it's been reinstated, and it has, and some of those years has been funded from the get-go.
Is it really necessary to do it twice, in your opinion?
Once again, it's, as you mentioned, they'll fade over time. They're listed for 12 months. However, color will fade within that 6 months. That's why we did it biannually.
I don't care about the color of mulch.
What is this for safety reasons?
No, this is not the
This is
safety
just the mulch for
I mean,
landscaping.
guys, I'll move to cut the mulch cycle in pocket parks by 1, and we'll refresh it, but I don't see a need to spend $96,000
Is there a second?
on pocket
I'll
park
second.
mulch.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this? I'm going to be voting no myself. I'm sure the Councilman Fernandez will join me. With that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this question.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Yes. Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
No.
The motion passes.
All right.
Okay.
With that, Councilman Sanchez, anything else before I go to Councilman Cuadra Garcia?
Yes, at 32, we are saving $21,236. At 32 motorcycles per park,
Okay.
we are saving $21,236 plus whatever we just saved from reducing the mulch.
Okay.
Now, I will say this, with regards to Veterans Park specifically, that middle field where hundreds of families go a week, and when we do our special events, 4th of July, and we just had the 9/11 ceremony, that one does need.
So you're
often-
omitting that one from your motion?
Say again?
You're omitting that one from
No,
your
no,
motion?
no,
then?
this is still, but I would omit a Veterans Park because
Yeah,
that
that's what
is
I'm
our,
saying.
mo-
That
yeah.
Yeah,
our-
that you would
is our
omit
most-
Veterans Park from this reduction.
Right, so Veterans Park at 35,
And then the rest at 33, right?
yeah,
Okay.
no,
So-
32.
32? Okay.
That would save us 19,341.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this?
I just want to say, listen, I feel that I feel like we got lost in the sauce here a little bit. We are nickel and diming what is arguably, and I know every single person on this dais when they campaign on beautification and on what makes our town beautiful. And no one has fought harder to reduce our millage than me, and you know, I know Councilman Sanchez has done a ton as well, but I just don't think that this is something we should be touching. I want to be crystal clear. We're not going down. The normal, he said it a moment ago, the normal amount pre-2019 is 35 motorcycles. We went down in 2019 during the COVID era to the 30 cycles or less at a certain point, and it looks like trash. And I'm sure there are people out there who say that it looks good and stuff like that. Yes, our Parks and Rec department has done wonders. But I feel like we really are handcuffing them. We have an opportunity here. I brought you the savings. I brought you the transfers. We have the money. Pay for the thing. Let him prove himself. Let him prove to us that these 35 motorcycles are going to make a visual and scientific measurable difference in the look and feel of our town. If it doesn't, next year, get ready. I'll be the first one slicing and dicing. But I say, I brought you the cuts. Let's pay for it. Let's let it. And I get that we just passed the mulch stuff. I hope to God, and it's a question I've been meaning to bring up, that does not include the wood chip stuff at the playgrounds, right?
No.
Okay, because that is a big issue for me.
Yeah, the safety chips, yeah.
Is that what that called? The
I
safety
forgot what
chips?
they're called.
I was very clear.
Yeah,
when I
you
was
asked that
talking
earlier. I
about
wasn't sure if it's
Yeah,
the
the
same
field.
thing that I was
it
thinking.
would definitely would not remove that, and I know I'm going the opposite way here, but I agree with you on the motorcycle. Mulch is more aesthetic. I have some personal vendetta against it, I guess. I think we should look at rocks instead of mulch. I think we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on mulch. We can put that money towards rocks one day and not keep just giving the gardeners money. But I agree with you on the motorcycles especially. And I want to give the parks a chance to have their full cycles.
And I also want to clarify that, yeah, you reduce it's pretty much what Councilman Sanchez said a moment ago. You reduce the fertilizer and the grass doesn't grow as quickly because it's not as healthy. You want healthy grass, plush, plush green grass. I want to frolic in the meadows, and you're not going to get that without properly funding this. So, like I said from the beginning, I set out to reduce the millage from that
Well, we all did. We all did. Yeah.
2.6 something, but I always said from the beginning, I'm not willing to touch this. So again, I'm not going to support this, but I'd rather give our parks team the opportunity to put their money where their mouth is, literally, and get the job done for us and make our town grow beautifully. Oh my God.
My one question to you, and it's not necessarily germane, so I'm kind of breaking my own rules here, but what would be the replacement for mulch in the future? Red rocks?
Nothing.
Nothing.
We would just not fund and put anything.
No, but I mean, like, if next year, for example, we wanted to, instead of doing mulching at our parks and just do red rocks, like Councilman Herzberg has been suggesting.
Rocks wouldn't help you with moisture control. You would just push the drainage to the soil. Eventually, the soil would then just clog up a little more.
Well, obviously, I can't move to reconsider the vote since I was on the losing side of that, but, hopefully for next year.
The vote.
You were on my side on that one.
Oh, which one?
On the mulch one.
On the mulch?
It was you, me, and Councilman Fernandez that were against.
I'm happy to ask him a question to see if I would.
No, sure.
I mean,
and there is one other item that
So
Deputy Town Manager brought up. It's just on the rocks, outside of the moisture control, and
The
that, it also
liability.
becomes a projectile issue when
Right.
picked up
The
with rotors,
liability.
and then especially at a park, you have kids,
It's a
and
good
then
point.
properties that are adjacent to parks.
But I also want to make our planning director proud by saying it also doesn't really help with drainage, and that's why we don't allow it as landscape.
I think that's part of the moisture control part that he meant.
Yeah.
but you did say that the mulching is graded to last 1 year. Just you're adding the additional to make it better.
From our look at it, it'll lose the main thing, which yes is the aesthetic. There is like I mentioned before, the biggest impact is the aesthetic. Wow. The environmental portion of it, as far as moisture control, weed control, that is not as visible. That's a long-term thing. So the visible changes around 6 months, which is why we prescribed it for 2.
But for the important part, which I still don't agree that mulch has any importance, but for the important part, 1 year is good.
1 year is what's listed on
That's
what's sold on the on the wrapper.
I really think that we're okay, and again, I'm not go before cutting most cycles because that's something I do want to see fully funded.
Okay, so before I get to Councilman Cuadra Garcia, or do you have a comment on this, or do you want to make your own motion?
educate me on the, on something to do with the cutting. Mr. Baghdad, now
Okay,
that
sure,
you're...
yeah, if you have a question, okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
It's a question. So, when I mow my grass at home, I put my lawnmower at number 3, level number 3. When they're doing the cuts, I know that we have different types of grass. We have some that are cut with certain blades, some with cylinders. The ones that they cut on the main aisles, which is I think the
right-of-ways.
the
Yeah,
right-of-way, the
right-of-ways.
San Agustin. At what number? So you could educate me. Do they set the?
It depends on the season. So we'll mow lower in the growing season to give us a little longer leeway before the next cycle. You'll leave it a little higher during the winter. Correct me
Okay.
if I'm wrong. I have Dr. Oriole. Yeah.
Okay, so my next one is, real quick, did you guys, this is for my colleagues, did you see that from year 2025 to year 2026, we are at a difference from one year to another of 73,642.67?
On which park specifically? Look at the yellow, look at the yellow lines.
25% is almost $74,000 in 1 year that we're jumping.
And that's right away, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, but we already reduced that by $60,948.
Yeah, so it already got
Earlier
brought down to
tonight.
308 and change.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
We did that earlier. too.
308?
Yeah, and remember that we moved to allocate 4,000, whatever it was,
Back to
to
veterans.
the
I
spot.
mean, to
No,
youth
to
center,
the
yes,
spot,
Youth
yeah.
Center Park East.
The spot, man, you gotta call it what it is.
The park itself is Youth
Okay,
Center Park
fine.
East.
It's down to 308,185.
All right,
Yeah.
guys, so, with that, let's, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on
Oh,
this.
I have one last thing to say.
To say about this item, we haven't taken a
Yes.
vote yet on your item.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
okay, sure.
wait, is this an amendment?
What?
This is an amendment?
No, this is, well, your amendment to the budget.
Yes.
That's what all of these are.
Just to, $20,000, this is basically $20,000 by doing 32 across the board except for Veterans Park. We're spending, we still have more to acquire, cars for town staff. 30,000 gives us 3, 20,000 gives us 2 more. If we have a plan to replace them all, we can bring on 2 more by just bringing down the motorcycles by a few.
Still a lot.
Like bringing them down by 10%.
No, and I completely understand where you're coming from,
Yeah.
Councilman, and it's just, and look, I was giving this some serious thought, but, again, I ran as a Parks candidate, as far as, what would be one of my priorities as far as things to do, aside from traffic and everything, which we're making incremental progress on.
19,000 and change.
So I'm inclined to actually preserve it at this level and give the Parks Director, as my colleagues have eloquently stated, give him a chance to deliver. And again, we do need to stop acting like we're a poor city. So with that, if, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this so we can continue moving the meeting along.
So that we get clarification, and Melissa and Kay,
yes.
can you restate your motion?
My motion is to reduce the mowing at all the non-athletic parks except for Veterans Park to 32 cycles from the current 35, but it's an increase of 2 from the current year.
And the savings would be, what you just stated?
19,341 and 81 cents.
I'll second that for discussion.
No, wait, I thought it was moved and
Oh.
seconded already.
Yeah. I'm just repeating the motion.
Just repeating it.
Yeah. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Yes. Councilmember Hertzberg,
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay. Mayor Dieguez.
No.
The motion fails.
Okay. With that, it's 11:20. Does anyone have any more motions on the budget, or are we
Yes.
ready to land this plane? Okay, Vice Mayor Morera.
Okay, there is an item in the general fund, 1 second. It is, I believe, in administrative transfers. Yes, there's a item under the general fund administrative transfers. It's transfer out CPF Parks, $18,000. And the budget comment states, transfer to the Parks Capital Projects Fund for the replacement of 2 canopies at Royal Oaks Park. I would like to zero that out completely and then allocate as follows. Please hold. I would like to reduce the allocation. So I don't know how to phrase this because
Zero out the CPF.
yes, zero out the fact that it's coming out of the general fund, and then in the tree ordinance special revenue fund, we currently have the 190,441 with the 150 earmarked. That leaves us with $40,441 to fund the Black Olive Tree program, which historically speaking is far more than what we use. So I would actually like to have that fund pay that 18,000.
That 18,000 is for canopies of the playground.
Sorry, I fell into the same trap that I fell in before last time again. Oh my God.
Okay,
I
so
keep
you're-
thinking that it's a tree canopy. I'm so
So
sorry.
you're not going to proceed on that then?
I am not going to proceed on
Okay,
that.
do
I'm
you have
so sorry.
anything else?
I keep thinking it's a tree canopy. Yes, I do. One
Okay,
last one.
go ahead.
Before you sit down, Jeremy, I just want to confirm, because a lot of stuff has been said about mulch and about motorcycles. Wood chips have not been cut here today, right?
Engineering wood fiber mulch has not been cut. That is
Like
the
the one that
playground
goes
safety.
in the
That is the
playground.
playground safety surface that is used in lieu of poured-in-place rubber
But
or
to
any
be
other safety surface.
Clear, there have, in the past years, there's been significant deficiencies in restoring it in some of our
Yes.
pocket parks, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so we're addressing that now.
Yes.
I
Thank you.
have no personal issue with that type of, I just want to be very clear.
Okay.
And I was very
I'm
clear
gonna-
from the
Hey,
whole time.
remember, you have one more motion.
Yeah, my
and
last
then-
item is everyone's three favorite letters, STD. So in the special taxing districts, I have a couple items. The mail-out item is still based on a minimum of 6 meetings, which is no longer the case. So I'd like that reduced. The amount for repair and, the amount for repair and maintenance is excessive, so I'd like it reduced down to 5,000. And by the way, if any of my numbers are
For
wrong,
which
let me know.
STD, sir?
Huh?
For which STD?
That's a great point. I'm looking at Miami Lakes Section 1. I believe, and I could be wrong on this should be able to apply to all of them, and I can confirm that. But let me make this simpler for all of us. I'd like to have the mailouts item reduced to be calculated pursuant to 4 mailouts as opposed to 6 mailouts on all the special taxing districts. And then for the contingency reserve to be reduced accordingly, since the overall operating fund will be reduced.
Just so that you're aware, I can no longer reduce the assessment rate
No.
for the special taxing
Then
districts.
never mind.
The
trim-
deadline for that
yeah.
was September 15th, which
Yeah.
I
Never mind,
provided
then
already to
we'll apply
Miami-Dade
that as a
County.
reduction next year with carry forward.
Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, and then Councilman Sanchez.
Mr. Mayor, what are we talking on?
No. So, no, you were asking me to speak, so I'm just coming back to you. I know I accidentally had skipped over you, so I wanted to make sure I came back
No,
to
I've
you.
already spoken on, are we talking, what are we actually talking on?
Right now, nothing. So I'm just giving it to you to see if there's something you do want us to vote on.
No, I'm
Okay,
just
Councilman Sanchez.
Just a quick question. I know in the budget at Royal Oaks Park, we're replacing 2 canopies. Do you know which canopies they are?
Yeah, they're the ones in between field 3 and 4 and 1 and 2.
Okay, so the ones under the bleachers.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, on top of the bleachers, but yes.
Yeah, over the bleachers. Yeah. Okay.
Not tree canopies.
Okay.
All right. If there are no further motions,
I'll
yeah.
move to pick up item 7A off the table.
Wait, we're going back. Oh, because
Untable
that's
is
right, you're
yours.
right. We have to take it, we have to pick that up first. Okay, yes. All right, I'll second that. The motion again for my colleagues is to pick up 7A, setting the millage rate from the table so we can consider it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have picked up 7A from the table, and we are considering that in lieu of 7B at the moment. If one of us is going to have to make an amendment, well,
Yes.
actually, we didn't move that item before, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
so
correct. I will move the item subject
Well,
to.
wait,
the-
yeah, we need to know.
I gotta read
You gotta read
a
the thing.
revised
new-
okay.
budget statement into
There
the
we go.
record.
With the
Give
new
her
millage
five-
rate?
Give her a minute, huh?
With the new proposed rate?
Correct.
Okay.
Which she's gonna modify it now.
Yeah, I assume they need a minute. You wanted a few minutes, right? I assume.
Okay, well, if anybody I mean, look, why don't we just get our statements out of the way as far as, look, I just want to sincerely thank our budget staff, our finance director, our budget director for all your hard work, as you do every season, but I know this season was especially tough. Yes. I also want to thank our other staff that have been here night after night, Director Bag Down, Director Angel, Susanna, everyone, Rosa, Gladys said, my assistant JV, everybody that's been here, the major and the lieutenant who have been here with us, that's right, Director Santos, the list goes on. The deputy manager. Every year you guys are consummate professionals, and this year, which was especially rough because of the circumstance we find ourselves in, I know that we drove you guys crazy. I apologize, but I thank you for keeping your cool throughout. Wait, what's going on?
I want to put you all in the correct procedural posture. You need to table the budget item
Okay,
first.
that makes sense. We'll come back to that in a second, so I'll finish my remarks. I also want to thank our town attorneys, our manager, our great clerk, my colleagues for putting in the effort, especially, yes, Councilman Sanchez and Vice Mayor Morera. The list goes on. You guys helped to get us to close the gap. Everyone has played their part in their cuts here and there, but also holding the line on areas that are critical for our town's future and our quality of life. So I want to thank all the residents that came to speak to us. Your input is never, neglected. It's not something that we take lightly. Obviously, at times, we may have had our share of frustration, but we're humans too, right? And even though this year has been rough and next year may not necessarily be the best, my commitment is that we're going to continue to work toward having the lowest possible millage rate, as we always do year after year. It's just about balancing various interests and various factors. And as I stated from the beginning, when we started this process in July with our initial vote on the millage, it was never going to stay at that number. And that number was only arrived at because we had not yet the time to go through our most updated forecast on revenues, our most updated forecast on expenditures. So arbitrarily, by state law, we have to set an initial millage that you will then get on your trim notice to let you know what is the maximum you might pay. It was never going to stay there, and I think we proved it tonight that we've gone line by line. Nobody was afraid to sacrifice some of their sacred cows that they've had in years past, and we have gotten this down as close as we can to a flat millage while also avoiding a franchise fee increase. So I think that is something worthy of note. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we lay item 7B on the table until we have
Second.
taken up 7A. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
I'll now restate my motion
The ayes have it. The motion, the 7B is laid on the table until we finish considering 7A. Mr. Vice Mayor?
I'll move to take up item 7A from the table.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded to take up item 7A from the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are now on 7A. Mr. Manager, you ready to read your state-mandated budget statement?
Not yet. Melissa's still modifying.
Okay. Are there any other colleagues in the meantime that would like to speak?
Sure.
Okay, Councilman Fernandez, and we'll go down as I see hands.
I want to thank the council. I really do think that you guys did an amazing job. Everyone had, there are some things that we did stand firm on, but I think that there were things that I wouldn't have thought of, outside the box things that it was really interesting. So this is the first time that I experience going through a budget and setting a millage rate. I hope to bring this experience to the next year and the following years, but I think that I want to thank my colleagues because you guys did a great job.
Through the chair.
Councilman Sanchez got
Yeah.
me first, and then we'll go to you, Vice Mayor.
What can I say? The last 60 days have been an adventure. You know, emotions have run high, they've run low. I'm happy to put the dreams of spreadsheets and numbers to bed. And I thank all of my colleagues. I thank the staff for putting up with us. You know, there were times of tumultuous and stressful situations and tension, you know, but as the mayor said, we're human. And, you know, we, as they do in the Capitol building, we're officially throwing the white towel and looking forward to the next year until we go through this cycle all over again. So thank you, everybody.
I wouldn't say throwing the towel. We never. Oh, the hanky, the handkerchief drop. Okay, yeah, that's different. Okay, the Vice Mayor.
I want to thank several people. First and foremost, Melissa, our budget director. You know, it's easy to say, yeah, this is your job, but you know, you've done it well. I want to thank my colleagues for being patient with my crazy ideas. And then I want to thank the residents who reached out to us and who gave us their input. Some, you know, proposing increases, some proposing decreases. We had all sides. There was no shortage of public participation in this process, and that was a very good thing to see. I want to give a special thank you to someone who I think in the past has been almost an outsider in our town as a citizen advocate, Ms. Hope Reynolds, because it was actually her efforts and her connections with the county mayor's office that actually expedited the legal review of the CITT item, which caused a tax saving, a significant tax saving, along with the efforts of our CFO, Kay Grant. So a big thank you to you as well. But definitely Ms. Reynolds, you know, she's not elected, she's not paid, and yet she still goes out of her way to help us do our job and help our residents. So a big thank you to everyone involved in the process, our attorneys, and I look forward to being a happy teddy bear again and not an angry accountant, because I went to law school to not do math. I always joke about that, and I ran for office, so I'm here.
I see Councilman Cuadra Garcia's hand up, and then we'll go to Councilman Herzberg, and then Councilman Garcia, if you want to say any words.
Couldn't have said it any better than the Vice Mayor. I echo all those words. Before I make my my final decision, I want our town finance manager to correct me as I'm looking at numbers here. The savings have been $437,628,000. Am I around the savings?
That would be our budget director.
Yes, our budget director, but I think the savings compared to where we started to now are much greater than that.
Much greater?
Just in the motion I had made about sweeping the MLOP fund, that was 500,000. The motions from the Vice Mayor and others, that's like at easily combined another like 300 or 400.
Okay, so that's it. That's even a positive. So basically, for us to reach a flat, we need to be at 2.0732. Is that my understanding?
That's correct, sir.
So we are real close. We are now at what? 21713?
We're at 21577. 2.1577.
Yes.
So I had the numbers wrong. So basically, if we're not going to do minimum, at least a flat, you're going to get a no from me. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Herzberg, and then Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I just echo what everyone else said, and it's been a pleasure working with everybody. This is a new council, so definitely a big learning experience for us, and we learned with the staff, and we appreciate their help. And I think we've done a good job. And I said it, I don't know what meeting, I said that maybe we made a political mistake with the high millage, but honestly, for the next, at least for me on this council for the next 4 years, I think it was a good thing we did it, because it made us go into the budget. It made us go line by line. This is our cuts. This is our budget. It's not just hey, town staff, give us a flat rate. This is our budget. So I think we can be proud of that. And it's an increase, but it's a very small increase. It's a responsible thing to do. It's a good compromise. It's a good budget. So I'm proud of the work we've all done. Thank you, staff, for your help. And yes, thank you to the residents as well. They were loud, and that's good. I want residents to be there. And I do think that we got some people to come now that never came, and they're going to be involved, and that's always a positive.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the staff too and everybody. I in the years I've been here, I've never seen a council and a staff work so hard, line by line, and actually getting in so much into the weeds and then thinking out of the box, which is incredible. I mean, there are certain things that I've seen that that's why when I was, a little shocked when we went that high, because I knew it could go lower. I mean, we're $400,000 away from the flat. I know you guys did everything you could. I still think in the carry forward, there's going to be money there to do this and to get to the flat. So I'm going to beat a dead horse, but I'm still going to put an amendment to go for the flat, because I think we can. We're so close. I think we can do it. But I'm so proud of everybody up here, and I apologize if I got a little heated. Any of the items, it wasn't personal. But I am never been so proud to be part of a team and an organization and a town than we have. I mean, everybody up here did what they had to get it down, and I want to thank you. I'm honored to be part of it.
Take a last shot, Mr. Mayor.
You may, and then we'll go to the manager to go ahead and read the statement, or are you not ready yet?
I hope.
Okay.
I hope we consider the next year that we can bring it to a flat, because I'll work at it.
Well, next year, this would be the new flat. So I
Well-
think what you're saying is to reduce to this year's millage. But we got you. Mr. Manager, you're recognized for your statement.
Yeah, real quick before I read the statement is, I want to thank everybody up here on the dais. On behalf of the town staff, I know it was a struggle, but the staff really appreciates the final outcome, and including the Dirty Dozen. And on behalf of the staff and myself, as their leader, I'd like to thank all of you for everything that you've done for them here today. So the proposed millage rate for the town of Miami Lakes fiscal year 2025-2026 is 2.1577. This rate is an increase of 0.0845 over the prior year rate of 2.0732. The gross taxable value for operating purposes is $5,242,062,899. The proposed millage rate will generate $10,745,259 in ad valorem revenue budgeted at 95% collection rate. The proposed millage rate of 2.1577 is 11.2% above the rollback rate of 1.9400.
With that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Is there a motion?
Oh, yes, actually, correct.
would
I
like to-
apologize. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I would like to, and please let me know if I say the wrong number. I would like to move the 2.1577 millage.
Was that the
Is
correct
that the correct
millage?
number?
Okay,
Second.
yes. All right, it's been moved and it's been seconded by Councilman Fernandez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Well, through the chair, I have an amendment.
Discussion.
Discussion
Oh,
and amendment.
that's right. You had one more amendment. Okay, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you. My amendment is, we're so close, my goodness, and I think that next year with the carry forward, we'll find this $400,000 that we need. So my amendment is that we've done such a good job. I think we've gone so close. Let's stay flat and remain at the 2.0732.
I'll second, just for discussion.
Okay, then you're recognized first in discussion.
Where are you gonna pull the $400,000 from?
Well, I think next year when we have the carry forward, I think there's going to be some money there that we've underestimated our revenues, that happens every year, and I think we'll be able to find it there.
So, through the chair.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
So in the current iteration of the PDF budget that we were given, there's 735 in projected surplus, right? In the past, we have had, and I was told margin of error is not the right word, but because things change,
Sure.
right? Expenses come up, of more than $200,000 in the past, or of difference from that number. So that 700 could easily be 900, but it could also easily be 500. It could easily be 400. So, and then with the mayor's item of having a big chunk of it go towards this, keep forgetting its name.
The tax stabilization.
Tax stabilization fund, as well as some of the other items that have been mentioned throughout this meeting. I don't feel comfortable relying any further on the carry forward. And to be very crystal clear, if you do have any additional cuts that we can make now that'll get us there, I've been trying to get there. I've been really trying to get there. I don't see anything further that I'm comfortable bringing up at this stage. If there was, then I would 100% support this.
Understood. I just, going back historically, there, we have been able to find the money, especially in the last couple years when we kept it flat, and we were able to find that money. So through your efforts, I want to thank you, Vice Mayor, for really, honestly, and Mr. Sanchez as well, and the mayor getting into the weeds on everything. And I guess we're $400,000 away. I just think, we could revisit the park, the motorcycles. There's 1% here, 2% there. I think we can get there. So that's why I'm confident we can, because we're so close.
Keep in mind, if we didn't have a PISI settlement to pay, we would be going under the flat.
Yeah. And we're not going to have it, we're not going to have it next year.
Yeah, we're not going to have it next
So
year,
we
but
have to-
we also don't know what's going to happen with the market, right? We know that the market is finally cooling down, right? I'm not saying it's going to collapse,
Yeah.
but we already saw that slowly stagnating growth this year, in that property values did not rise at the same rate that they have in years past. We also, thanks to President Trump and the Congress, earlier this year, as part of the minibus, I believe it was, they went ahead and ended all remaining COVID relief programs that were geared for states and cities.
Understood.
So, and which was another thing that, just like the county, was something that we had also been able to benefit from, that we won't have next year. As the Vice Mayor pointed out as well, just throughout the meeting, we were already kind of chopping up the mid-year budget amendment before we even know what the final numbers are. So I think it would be prudent just to pass what's here now. I hear what you're saying, that we came a very long way from where we started, which I think the initial number was a $2.8 million deficit, and then slowly that grew less. It's still a big lift, and we got this far, which I think, again, is something we should all be proud of.
Yep.
And I think in terms of just 400,000, that's a lot, right? Like, where are we going to pull from? I mean, that's, I think, the point the Vice Mayor was trying to make. Like, we're just to say, oh, let's set it at the flat rate and leave it for them between now and then at 3 o'clock in the morning, basically, to have them sorted out. I think it's going to be cuts that we've already gone through, because we've chewed this up. Probably, I would even argue to a greater degree than the council in 2019 did. Right?
Yep.
So I just think it's almost an impossibility, to go ahead and find that 400,000 at this juncture. That's going to get the 4 votes from everybody else, right? So I think we have to recognize that political reality as well when we're doing this, and just kind of take the win here, which is that we really staved off a lot, of what it could have been, and I think next year we'll have an opportunity to see whether the market continues to cool. Maybe it even goes up. We'll see where things stand. And maybe at that point we can revisit, the millage rate to go back to what we had before.
I think the good thing about this exercise is we exercised the muscle that we'd never exercised before. Honestly, everybody here on the staff looked at things that previously they wouldn't even have thought of or even thought was possible. So that's why I'm so encouraged about that possibility and why we're so close, and for next year and all that. And yeah, it's going to be tough next year. But again, I asked my colleagues to
with some
consider.
leeway,
I asked my colleagues to consider the job we did, and that the flat is an option. I just put it out there. It's up to
Mr.
you.
Mayor.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
I am
and
very
then-
worried about
hold
our
on, hold on,
seniors.
Hold on. Wait until I completely yield the floor. After he's done, do you want to say something on that?
I
or?
wanted to when I came back from.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, so Councilman Cuadra Garcia, then we'll go to Councilman Sanchez, and assuming there's no motion coming out of that, then we'll go ahead and call the roll.
Mr. Mayor and my colleagues, and those that are watching online, I think that the residents have seen all of the hard work we've gone through, but they were under the impression that we were going to at least minimally get to a flat. So therefore, I'm going to be very worried that our seniors are going to be affected. they're going to be affected.
Wait, hold on. Let Councilman Sanchez go, and then we'll see who needs rebuttal. Councilman Sanchez.
I'm gonna bring up two different things to Councilman Garcia and Councilman Cuadra Garcia. If we stay flat, the general revenue fund goes up by $89,000. Huh? Year over year. So with property values going up, give me 1 second, Councilman. Give me 1 second. I have the floor right now. $689,000 due to property values going up, due to new construction in town. The police contract alone went up by over $800,000. So that automatically knocks out the flat rate out of contention because you would be short by $100 and some odd thousand. And we want to do things to bring up a little bit the stature of Miami Lakes. We do. With regards to the seniors, we approved $82,500 to refund the seniors their portion of the Miami Lakes tax bill. None of this is going to affect the seniors of the town of Miami Lakes. They have to pay it, but they're going to get reimbursed afterwards. So, I mean, I'm in favor of the 2.1577 just because it gets us across the line. The police budget is fully funded with the increases. And as the mayor said, this is the last year of the $500,000 payment. That's going to release next year. That's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm gonna move to extend to 12:15 a.m. just to make sure we have enough time to cover the votes.
Second.
It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and we have until 12:15 a.m. to complete our work, which I think we can. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor, I think we first have to do the roll call of the amendment by Councilmember Garcia.
Correct.
I
which
keep
was
forgetting that, and I
seconded.
promise, Councilman Garcia, it's not intentional.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay,
2.07.
well, with
Yes,
that,
it
but
has a
either way,
second.
call the roll on the amendment.
Yes. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
I'm not understanding the question.
This is on Councilman Garcia's amendment.
If you want to keep it flat.
The answer is yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Hersberg.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
No.
The amendment fails. Now, ordinance in second reading, item 7A, ordinance adopting the millage rate for fiscal year 2025-26 at 2.1577. Councilmember Hersberg.
We haven't opened it for discussion.
Oh.
That was just on
We
the
did,
amendment.
and then
I just
he
have
made.
one question for the record.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Manager, Melissa, can you give us what percentage it went up from the 2.07 to the 2.15?
It's about 4%.
I know, because we brought up the percentage
I did the
from
math
the
a little while ago.
rollback.
It's about right around 4%.
4%. So that's what we're increasing, is 4%.
Right. and if-
Okay, please continue with the
That's
roll
all.
call.
So adopting the millage rate at 2.1577. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hersberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
A big no.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 7A, passes.
Okay, I
With-
move to
with 5
pick up
votes.
7B from the table.
Second.
It's been
With 5
seconded.
votes for the record.
Yes. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are now considering item 7B as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I'm so sorry, Mayor. We have a motion and a second, right?
Yes.
I was
mean,
writing
it
other
should be
things.
there. It was from the very beginning of the
Okay,
meeting. Yeah.
so let me
There was a
just
motion
do
and a
it.
second to
Yes.
untable.
No, there was,
Correct.
you know.
So, ordinance in second reading, item 7B.
Wait, Madam Clerk, if you want to, just to, be sure for the record, but we've been making
For-
motions on the main motion
From the
for a while.
beginning of the meeting,
Yeah.
7B, I have Mayor Dieguez,
See?
seconded by Councilmember Garcia.
Okay, got it. All right. Please go ahead with the rolls. Just want to make sure that we were squared away there.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hersberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes,
Ordinance in second reading, item 7B passes.
with 5 votes. Okay, so with that, thank you all for your time. We are now adjourned at 11:59 p.m., there being no further business. Thank you all for your time.